Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
You got it in the word makeup, but so really, really nice and fantastic. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock and happy Wednesday. Yeah, I hope you're well.
Happy Wednesday.
You. Welcome back. You're
Thank
right.
you. Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Love your top.
Bit bright, isn't it?
Kermit green. Very nice. Like
I'm
it.
still celebrating St Patrick's Day.
Absolutely. Now, Sharon's here for 3 shows today, and we've got also Leonie coming up as well, and Carla's in the building as well. So it's going to be a great afternoon of great fun, demonstrations. It's going to be, it's going to be chaos. Not
I
in
know.
our show. But
They don't let Carla and I in the building together very often.
well, it's the same with me and Carla too, to be fair. Let's see what's coming up then between now and 9 o'clock tonight. So I'm with you till 5. So we've got the Sizzix special. We've got amazing deals with all the Sizzix stencils and embossing folders and dies. Lots of you looking on the website to see what's coming up. You can shop ahead if you want to. Everyone pays the final low price. 2 o'clock, brand new We Are Makers. The Bo Bunny colourful collection, very much spring in mind. That's going to be with Carla at 2. AALL Create and lovely Leonia here at 3 o'clock this afternoon with brand new dies and much, much more besides. Then at 4 o'clock, we're back together again, Sharon and myself, with the Sizzix deal special with what is left from the 1 o'clock show, because it's going to be busy in a few minutes. 5 o'clock, we've got the limited edition We Are Makers electronic scissors. They are genius.
They're cool, aren't they?
They are really cool. A brilliant price. 6 o'clock, Happy Haven complete collection with We Are Makers. Sizzix deal special with Sharon again with what's left at 7. And AALL Create are back to finish the day at 8 o'clock tonight. That's what you can expect over the next few hours, Wednesday afternoon and into the evening. Now, one of my favourite things of recent years are layering stencils and stamps.
Yes, me too,
I love 'em.
because
You think-
anyone can get a professional result with
Exactly.
them.
You think of a stencil, it's usually just one stencil, you get your inks out, and if you can blend a couple of colours together, you'd be doing well. But with layered stencils, you've got all these different elements that you can add different colours to.
Yes.
And we've got the all over and we've got the floral sets for you. The all over is what I'm going to show you first of all. And there are, in actual fact, 4 stencils in each of these packs.
There are. They're beautiful stencils. So you've got the 4 layers, which means you haven't got to worry about keeping the colours in the right places,
No.
because you just do each layer with a different colour and you instantly get that beautiful design.
Look, it's step 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, and you then end up with a beautiful 4-coloured picture that looks just so mesmerisingly beautiful. So that's the first set that you're going to be getting, and I can tell you the deal that we've got on these today it's exceptional, absolutely exceptional. The layered peony, look at how you can use different shades of pink and red to really make almost like a photographic.
It is, isn't
flower.
it? And of course you can choose the colours.
Yep.
I would recommend the first time you use them, follow the colours on the packaging, because then you can kind of see what to do for each layer.
Yeah.
But then after that, you can do whatever you want with them.
I quite like going pop arty. You know,
Yes.
mixing different colours together. It
Yes,
looks really
doing crazy colours.
way
yeah.
out there. Yeah, I love it. But you can do different shades of the same colour family, and it will look very much like that. That's the second set. And each of these, by the way, normally are $21.99 each for all 4. They're big stencils.
They are big stencils.
This
and
next
of course
one
you've got 4.
Is the geo background. Again, you've got step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. It's like you're looking down at a Moroccan tile.
I was going to
mosaic
say,
tile.
it's just like a Moroccan tile, isn't it?
Love
I
it.
really like this one. And of course, depending on what colour, I think I do that one in nice, warm, earthy tones.
Yeah.
Because it does make me think of Morocco.
And then lastly, you've got this one, which is your flower patch. Again, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Just make sure that you put the stencils in the same place each time, and you'll end up with this beautiful quadruple colour design, which is just amazing. Now, I said to you before that they should be $21.99 each, which makes $91.96 for all 4 sets of these stencils. And this isn't just for card making, this is also for wall art as well.
They're a good size, so yes, you could very much use them for wall art. They're kind of 6 by 6, so big, bold designs.
All 4. First clock of the afternoon, it's in just over 15 seconds, going to come down massively in price. You will get amazing results with these. You'll be so chuffed. When you stand back after you've done the 4th layer and just look at what you've done and what you've created, every one looks so professional. Okay, here we go. And then 3, 2, 1, what can we do for Wednesday afternoon? We can let you have the first deal of the day for half price, or even better than half price. $43.99 for all 4 stencil sets.
Wow.
That's just over £10 each. It's about £11 a set.
That's a great deal, isn't it? There's a lot there.
Yeah.
Now, I will mention these are designed to work with the stencil and stamp tool, which we have got on the show, back in stock. So if you've been waiting for that to come back in stock, grab it. But I will say, if you don't have the tool and it's not something you want to buy, you can use these without. You just put a pencil mark where the holes are and line up each of the holes each time.
So these stencils have got the holes in that will go on the stencil adapter that's with the stamping platform. But if you haven't got them, you can use it without. It just makes it a lot easier if you've got it, basically.
It speeds things up if you've got it, because of course without it you've got to line them up to the pencil marks, and then you'd need to tape it down.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're using the stencil and stamp tool, you just pop your stencil over the pegs and you're good to go. So but you're not excluded. If you don't want to get the tool,
we do have the stencil and stamp tool as well, back in stock at a great price as well. That's on the website now, I believe. If it's not, we'll certainly put it on there for you very, very soon. But if you want to get this, the first deal of the afternoon, you know how to order, hopefully by now. But if you don't, it's a free phone number to the call centre, 0800 001 4433. Even on a mobile, it's free. You can order free on the app. You can also order free on the website, which is hobbymaker.com. And this is our first deal of the afternoon. So make sure you get yours in your basket and check out as soon as you can. I mean, if you've ever used layering stencils, I bet you're hooked. If you've never used them, I mean, you don't expect to get a result like that from a single stencil. You can't.
No.
But from a multi-layered stencil, everything's exactly in the right place.
And anyone will get that result. That's what I love about them. You can give them to the kids and they'll get the same professional result, because the work's been done for you in the design of the stencils, really.
What inks would you like to use with these?
I like to use an ink that blends quite easily, like your Distress Oxides. Lisa Horton does a whole range of inks that are designed to work with stencils, so they're great. The Catherine Pooler inks that we had on the other day, we've still got some of those, I think. Anything that blends well, really.
And these are all 6x6 stencils, so they're big stencils.
They are big enough for wall art as well as your cards.
Yeah, I love that. That in a box frame would look fantastic on the wall. Absolutely stunning. So that's our first deal. You're saving over £40. You're saving nearly £50 actually off what the price should be by going as a set of 4. Now the other stencil bundle we've got is the floral one with the layered wild flowers. Now, we're going to do a similar deal with these as well. So let's have a little look at the first one.
This first one is one of my favourites. I love the wildflower look to this. I think it's really, the colours that they've done it on the packaging are just how I would do it. It's really pretty. It's got
Perfect
that lovely
timing for spring as well, isn't it?
Very
really?
spring-like, isn't it? Yeah, I just adore the design of this one.
But again, you're in charge. You choose what colours you want to use. This is the first one. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4 different layers. The layered wildflowers is that one. Then we've got this one, which is the floral borders.
This one's really versatile because you've basically got 2 designs there.
Yeah, you have.
You could very easily tape off one so you don't accidentally get ink through it and use one or the other. And I think this one would work quite well on furniture and other projects as well, wouldn't
Actually,
it? It's got that kind of look to it.
You can use these stencils on anything. It doesn't have to be just card or paper. You can use it on walls. You can use it on all sorts of different surfaces, on top of box lids, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Next one we've got is the flowers, but not just any old flower, really
Love
beautiful.
the layout of this. And we have got stamps coming up on the show that you kind of, you can see a little sneak peek here of the sort of stamps we've got that go with these. I like that sort of splash in the background. That's very, I'm guessing Pete Hughes might have had a say in this.
The splash,
design.
you don't have to do that randomly. That's actually part of the stencil. So that what looks like a very kind of mixed media dab of something.
Yes, and it's very easy to get that look because you can see it goes from kind of purple to blue. You just do purple coming up from the bottom and then blue from the top and
merge it together.
You get that result. It's very easy to do.
Okay, that's the third one. And then the fourth one is this one, which is your painted flower.
I like this one. This is like a kind of reminds, I don't know what flower it is, but it looks a bit like a peony, doesn't it?
It does.
Lovely.
Again, using different shades of pink and mauve and red, you can create that effect. But again, you can do it in yellow, blue and pink if you want
Any
to.
colours, yeah, absolutely. And that means you can do it sort of all year round, depending on what colours you choose.
Okay, well this one is, again, the Floral Stencils bundle. If you want to go for this one, lots of you loving this one. This price is going to be very similar to the other one. We've got less of this bundle than we do with the first one. $43.99. Now Sharon is here for 3 shows today, so if you like the look of this, we've got less stock of this than the first bundle that we showed you. Grab it in the first show. It may not make it to the second and the third show. $43.99, half price deal on this. Well done to Shelley, Sharon, Amy, Jane, Diane, Sheila in Cumbria, all coming through for these. The wildflowers, that beautiful floral borders, again, like you said, totally versatile because you've got 2 different designs on there. I mean, imagine that maybe over the top of a pelmet on a wall.
Yes, on a pelmet would look lovely.
On a box.
And of course, because
Yeah.
these are stencils, you're not even limited to inks and paints because, of course, you can bring in your texture paste.
Yep.
You could even use some of the Sizzix adhesive paste and then add gold foiling. So there's so many different ways you can use these aside from, you know, just sort of home decor and card making.
And again, these kind of splashes of what looks like random colour in the background, you don't have to think about that because the stencil gives you that in the first place.
It's
so whether
very
you want to make
cool,
that quite
isn't it?
faint or whether you want to make it quite bold is entirely up to you. But every stencil layer, every step of the way, gives you professional results just like that.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
EZXC42, that's our second bundle of the layering stencils. Nearly 20% of that one has gone already. They're absolutely flying out. And again, these, because they're Sizzix, will fit onto the stamp and stencil platform. The holes in there will fit onto the template for the stencils perfectly, but you can use them without.
You can use them without. You can also use them in other, you know, if you've got the Lisa Horton Ultimate, you can use her. You get a little die with hers that you can then use these with. So, yeah. Lots of different ways to use these. You don't have to have the tool, but if you've got the tool, then it does speed things up considerably.
And if you haven't got the tool, it's in the show today at a great price.
Yes.
But if you want that one, EZXC42, nearly 30% of the stock of these now gone.
Not
These aren't going to
surprised.
make it to the later shows, are they?
I'm not surprised.
What's your first demo? Is that going to be?
It's going to be the wildflower because
okay.
it's my favourite.
Wildflower coming. But before we get to those, we've also got some layering stamps, because just like the stencils, you can layer with stamps just as easily. Just use different coloured inks. And if you have a little look, we've got all these packs for you. So first things first, we've got 20 stamps in this one. This is the layered stamps called the Painted Florals.
Oh, I didn't know we had this one on the show. It's
Yeah.
a surprise to me. This is one of my favourites. Love the design of this, and I love the fact that you can play around with the placement. You're not kind of limited. It gives you the layering stamps to create the flowers, but you don't have to put them in that configuration.
Yeah, and it shows you the advised steps 1, 2 and 3, how to use them and how to use the effects. Presumably the inks, the colours that you put down first will be lighter than what you put on top?
Yes, you
Right.
tend to work light to dark because it kind of gives you the biggest area first, which you would start in the lighter colour. But yeah, I mean, it just gives you such a 3D effect very easily.
Then,
Now this one's adorable.
look at this one. This one, as you can see, is your adorable hedgehog. So you've got basically the stamps that will give you the kind of wreath, the arch effect. If I turn it around so you can see.
Yes. And again, you're not limited in the layout, which I love. They haven't given you one big stamp with the hedgehog and then the wreath. You can choose to just use the hedgehog with the flowers if you want to do a smaller card. And of course, you can use those wreath elements individually. You could make a whole wreath out of this and not even use the hedgehog.
Sure.
So it's very versatile the way it's been put together, but because you've got the layers, it does give you that lovely 3D look.
Love it. And then you've got the stamps, of course, to give the colour to the flowers and all of that sort of thing too.
Yes.
Then the next one, there's 4 stamp sets in this bundle for you.
This is a striking one, this lovely sunflower.
There's actually 6 stamps in here. And again, the step-by-step instructions on the back, pictorial instructions. Look at what it looks like after you've done each of the 3 steps. Beautiful. Choose your colours carefully.
Yes, absolutely. And I will say, these are very easy to line up. You don't necessarily need the Sizzix tool. Any stamp platform will work for these.
Yep.
So, you know, if you've already got a stamp platform and you were thinking you didn't want to buy the Sizzix one, these will work with any stamp platform.
Okay, and then the final set of stamps is this one just here, which is Blossoms. And again, you look at them and you think, oh, lovely, but how do I actually use them? Turn it round, you've got the picture of
Yes,
tips and
this is
inspiration
kind of a
on the back.
suggested layout because again the flowers are all individual. You could do 2 of the yellow one if you want to. You can play around with the configuration and this one also is very easy to line up.
So that's your base background,
Yes.
and then you've got, of course, the detail, which can then go on the top of it. So do something quite light as your colour for the base, do something a bit darker above it,
Yes,
and it will just
exactly.
kind of stamp on top and give you that 3D effect, that fantastic effect. So all 4 of those stamp sets. Maybe you've never done layering stamps before. Maybe you've never done layering stencils before. This could be something new for you. You will be amazed at the results you get, as Sharon will prove very, very soon. $48.96 should be the price, but today, here's another clock, and it's down to 0. We're going to literally slice 20 odd pounds off that, down to $29.99 for all 4 stamp sets.
For 4, that's crazy.
That's about £7.50 each, something like
To
that.
be under £10 each
£6.50 each.
is a crazy price.
And look at the finished cards.
They're lovely. I really like working with these. because,
£7.50, beg your pardon, £7.50
I
each.
love that layered look.
10% of the stock is already in baskets and gone. Remember, this is all the stock we've got as far as I'm aware. If we can get any more later, we'll try, but whether we can or not, I don't know. We hoped to have enough to last all 3 shows. The way it's going at the moment, I don't think that's going to be the case for everything in the show, definitely. No. So there's your stamp sets. If you want that LSXC32, these will be dispatched from our warehouse. We keep Sizzix stock here, so you should get it hopefully relatively quickly if you just pick up the phone, call the free phone number, or order on the website or order on the app. Either way, you're having all 4 stamp sets and a lot of fun with these for $29.99, and 20% nearly of the stock is either in baskets or checked out. Now, if you want the tool,
Yes.
before we do demo,
Yes.
this is the tool that I think if you haven't got one, you really should consider going for one. I'm not, kind of telling you what to buy, but if you want to get one of the most innovative tools on the market,
Yes. Award-winning,
that will obviously stamp beautifully and use your stencils beautifully. You get your low-tack grip sheet included as well, which means no magnets are needed.
No.
This is the stencil applicator that's got the little nodules on it down there that go into the holes on the stencil. But there are other tools coming out for this. There's a stamp and spin tool that you can put on there and do circular wreaths with it. And there's other attachments coming out that are being developed. So it's something that's going to grow with you, isn't it?
Yes, it will. And you might think, well, I've already got a stamp platform. I don't really need it. There are quite a few differences with this than other stamp platforms. First of all, as Dave mentioned, there's no magnets with this. That makes your life so much easier if you're working on a big card and you want to do the whole background, because you know what it's like when you're trying to stamp a background. You're relying on the magnet to hold your card in place, but you need to move the magnet to stamp. Not an issue with this because you've got the sticky grid that you put on the back of the platform. It's got a grid on it, so first of all, you're going to be dead straight. And then secondly, that's going to hold your card in place, so you don't need magnets. Nothing's going to get in the way. The other thing that's different from other stamp platforms is there's no edge to this.
No.
Most platforms rely on the magnets and the fact that you've butted it up against the corner to know you're coming back in the same place. Because you've got the sticky grid here, there's no need for that, which means you can stamp onto 12 by 12s. Doesn't matter if your project's hanging off the edge with this.
It's even got its own dust sheet.
Yes.
How posh
It's like an
is that?
expensive handbag.
Absolutely. Now, this is the price it should be staying at, because this is the price on Sizzix's own website right now, £50.99. This afternoon, to go with those stencils, to go with the stamps that we've got for you, we aren't asking £50.99. We're going to go lower than that. This is the place to buy it from. It's $39.99. If you've seen it and you've been thinking, oh, I want one, I'm going to get one day, maybe you'd rather have this than eggs at Easter.
I would.
Get this instead. Under £40, and it's on split pay. There are Easter eggs out there that are $19.99. There are Easter eggs out there that are $39.99. You're paying only half of it today if you want to use split pay, and half in 4 weeks' time, okay? $19.99 today. If you don't want split pay, you don't have to have it, obviously. It's there as an option for you. But basically, this is £50 and 99 pence on Sizzix's website right now. You can get it from us. It's exactly the same tool for £39 and 99 pence, knowing that you can get the stamp and spin to go with it, and there are other tools to come in the future. So it's designed for stamping. With this on it, it's then designed for your stenciling too. And you can move the stencil as high or as low as you want, over to the right, over to the left. Just basically take the lid off and put this adapter over the top. And it's a brilliant piece of kit, it really is.
It really is. It's so useful. And the fact that there's other things that work with it as well. But to have the ability to do stencils and stamping all in one tool, plus the size of it, it's over A4. So It's a lot bigger than most stamp platforms.
Do you know what? I mean, I've held a lot of stamp platforms in my time. This is one of the best manufactured. The
It's
quality,
solid, isn't it?
yeah, the quality and the way it's made is superb. Okay, demo time, Sharon, if that's
Yeah.
all right. And we're going to do some stenciling, yeah?
Of course,
Of course.
definitely.
Which one are you going to do first? Which stencil?
The wildflower one,
Okay.
because that's my favourite.
Okay.
So let's grab it. So I've got my stencil and stamp tool ready to go, and for once I've actually got the right one, because we do them in 2 different colours. There's one that has a grey, and I usually bring the wrong one. So for once I've got the right one today. So I've got my sticky grid in here. When I'm not using this, I keep this release sheet back on here because it makes my sticky grid last a bit longer. Eventually you need to replace the sticky grid, but as long as you look after it, they do last quite a while before you need to pop a new one on. You'll know when it needs replacing because your cards will start sort of lifting and not sticking to it. So the first thing to mention about the tool is the size. The sticky grid is A4, so you can straight away see it's kind of even bigger than A4. And the lid has got a grid etched on it. So when I'm using it for the stamp platform side of things, first of all, I can make sure my stamp's straight, which is great for sentiments. I also can pop it off, it comes right off the hinges, so I can lay it flat. You know when you're inking up your stamp and you're trying to do it on a stamp platform with a hinged lid and you're kind of working at an angle, there's none of that with this. You can literally lift the whole thing out, lay it flat, do your stamping. So it's really, really easy to use. And for stenciling, that's where this little adapter comes in. So we're gonna pop this over the hinges. So you take away your lid completely because that's for stamping. So for stenciling, I'm going to use an A4 sheet. I've got some of the Sizzix smooth white cardstock because this is great for stenciling on. And I like to use an A4 sheet and then cut it down. You can cut to size, but I find, first of all, my sticky grid will last longer if I don't get ink all over it.
That cardstock now is not going anywhere. That's
No, it's stuck. It's not moving.
It doesn't tear the card when you remove it.
No. And how many times have you done that? Taped down your card and then ripped it because the tapes, that's
nothing
really
more annoying
frustrating. So I like to use an A4 sheet, even though my stencils are kind of 6x6, because it just means I can cut it down to whatever size I want then. Now you've got these 4 little holes on here that just pop over the hinges. So if I wanted to sort of keep as much of my card for another project, I can work right down the bottom if I want to. I can put it on the lowest setting even. I like to just sort of have it about there. Each stencil is numbered and the holes fit over these pegs. So it's a very simple system. So you've got 4 layers. It's hard to see on camera, but they are etched. If you struggle to read that, because they are just etched, just get a Sharpie pen and write the numbers on. I do that with a lot of my stencils.
Now this wildflower stencil is in the Floral Stencil bundle, and I've got to let you know 30% of that bundle is now gone. So it's on the screen if you want it. $43.99, EZXC42. That gives you 4 sets of 4 stencils basically. So you're paying just over £10 each, about £11 each to be exact, for 4 stencils, which is pretty impressive. 16 stencils in total.
It's great, isn't it? So you've got 4 layers and it's very easy to follow because the packaging gives you a colour suggestion, which I would advise follow that to start with because then you get the feel for it. And then it shows you which bits are on each stencil. So it's very easy to look at this. And I can see, look, there's that big green leaf. That's this one here. So they've done the first layer in like a light green. So I'm going to follow and do something similar. The next layer, just pick an element. You can see this little looping sort of flower here. You can see this layer is almost like the stems. So I would maybe do that from a different green. So it's very easy to work out what colours you need to use when you look at the stencils. So we're going to start with 1. I find for the first time particularly, follow the order.
Yeah.
With some stencils, after a while, you might switch around the order. Some it doesn't matter, some it does. So follow the order to start with, then you know you're good.
Okay.
Now, ink-wise, I use whatever gives me the right colour. I don't stick to one type of ink. I've got some Catherine Pooler inks here because I had some nice pinks and purples. I'm going to use this nice blue because I thought blue and green together would be nice. And then my favourites for flowers are the Distress Oxides, Tattered Rose and Victorian Velvet, because they're nice soft colours. So don't feel that you've got to use the same inks for all of it.
Okay.
Go for the colours you want, because it doesn't matter.
And we do have the full range of the inks that we're using on the shows on the website if you want to search for them. Just put in Ranger or Distress Oxides or Catherine Pooler, and any that are available will pop up. So.
Yeah. The one thing you will want to, if you are using oxide inks and other inks, make sure you just give your brush a good brush off, because the oxide inks, because they have got that sort of pigment element to them, they will contaminate other inks. A lot of people use separate brushes. I'm too lazy for that. I just give it a good scrub off just to make sure I'm not. So have a bit of kitchen towel handy and just clean your brush, and then you know you're good to go. So because I can't remember what I used this brush for last time, I'm going to give it a quick, just in case it was oxides.
Okay.
Because the first layer, I'm going to use a Catherine Pooler ink.
So don't run the risk of cross-contaminating your ink pads or anything like that?
No, as long as you just make sure you give your brush a little wipe off. And I like to use a brush because it gives a softer finish. If you want stronger colours, you can use an ink blending tool.
Okay.
It's personal preference, and I do alternate between, depending on what the finished look I want. You know, if something I feel needs a stronger colour, I'll switch to the ink blending tools. But this is a very much for me a spring sort of look. So
I always think
soft.
when you're actually doing stenciling like this, it appears that not much colour's going down, but when you actually remove the stencil, it's quite surprising how much you have
It is. And of course, the beauty of having the tool is if you're not sure, you can lift it off and have a look. And as you say, it felt like there wasn't much colour there, but when you lift it off, you can see. So I can pop that back on and I'm in exactly the same place. Now, you couldn't do that if you taped it down. So that's where the tool really does, really does help you. Now, I don't mind if I go over the edges here because I'm going to cut this down.
Okay.
And the process I find so relaxing because it's kind of mindful to just...
The stencil's doing the work for you, and it's virtually foolproof. Everyone who uses this technique will get the same result. You know, nobody's going to end up with a scene that doesn't look right.
No, not at all. And, once you get more practice with these, you can get a bit adventurous. You can start maybe adding in more than one colour. You could come in with these and maybe darken up areas, but you don't need to. And I'm going to keep it simple for this, just to show you that you don't need to do anything complicated. Just one soft layer through. Now, when you're done with your stencils, inks just wipe off. So just a wet cloth or a baby wipe and you can clean them off. So that's the first layer, which looks beautiful already. Second layer, let's bring that in. Now this one I'm going to do from a green.
Did you say they're actually numbered? Are they etched?
They are.
Yeah.
They're etched. I know it's really hard to read. I do quite often, if it's a stencil I use a lot, I do quite often put the number on it with a black pen, like a Sharpie, yeah. Because you have to kind of tilt it in the light to read it when they're etched. So this is going to give me the sort of stem, so I'm going to go with a nice green. So for this one, I'm going to use Eucalyptus, another Catherine Pooler one. And again, I'm sticking with quite a big brush for this.
Do you keep your brushes then in kind of colour
I
order?
do, you know me, Dave.
One brush for green.
Carla was laughing at my trolley because I've got them all in order. Now, I don't know what's on this brush from last time I did a show here, so I'm just giving it a little wipe off with a kitchen towel in case it was an oxide. And then I'm good to go. And I can just pop the ink on. And
so easy, isn't it?
It's so easy. And because the stencil is so sort of shiny, the ink just sort of goes in really smoothly. It kind of pulls on the stencil and then you bring it in. And again, you can have a check on your progress. Check you're happy with the colours. If you've felt it needed to be darker, you could go in heavier then. But I think that's looking good. So just brush it through.
And you can use any inks with the stencils that you've got to hand.
Any inks, yeah, and don't stick to one brand because look at the colours.
And also think about using stencils on fabric.
Yes.
You know, if you've got fabric inks and you've got like
if you've got
t-shirts or
fabric
bags for
inks,
life, that sort of thing.
Yeah, anything like that. You can even use paints through them with a sponge.
And I did a show yesterday with Jess from Sizzix, who was using the stamping platform.
Yes.
And she did a bag for life, and it looked great.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, they're great for that. So many different things you can do with them, and home decor as well. You know, I think this particular design would look lovely in a frame.
Yeah, very nice.
So that's my green layer. And we're on to number 3, which I can see. Now this one, I can bring back, and I can see this is these bits here, which they've done in a kind of purple. So we'll pick a nice purple. Now I think I might switch up to, let's go with an oxide now. So I'm going to bring in a purple brush. Again, I've got no idea when I last used this brush or what I used on it. So I'm just going to give it a quick, just to make sure
Pretty
there's
clean.
not a different colour on it or anything. It's pretty clean, yeah. I do keep a brush for each colour family, so even if it wasn't clean, it wouldn't be too drastic. And then,
I mean, if that was just one stencil for that entire image, it would be virtually impossible to get all the colours in the right
it would,
place.
because there's no way you'd get the purple that close to the green and not mess it up. So it's a very clever idea. And actually, you know, when you look at these in detail, I'd imagine these are really difficult to design, actually. I know, actually, I've chatted to Lisa because she has layering stencils, and actually designing them is quite tricky.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's
And
quite
also, remember,
complicated.
today, with whichever stencil bundle you're going for, you're only paying for 2 of the sets. 2 of the sets are absolutely free. They should be twice the price that you're paying here today for what amounts to basically 16 stencils.
Yes, yeah, because you've got 4 in each. It's a lot, isn't it? There's a lot for your money with these.
And they're a good size too.
They are. And of course, you don't have to use the whole design. You can chop into these. You know, if you wanted to make a smaller card, you can pick an area and
Oh, Sharon, that's looking amazing, isn't
it's
it?
pretty, isn't it?
Beautiful.
So then we've just got one more layer,
Yep.
which is more detail really on these. So it's going to give me, if I bring this back in, they've kind of looked like they've used the same purple, but I'm going to use, maybe we'll come in with a softer colour. We'll do the Victorian Velvet for this one.
Okay.
So I'm going to give my brush a good wipe off, because this is a lighter colour. And then we'll do this one with Victorian Velvet, which is a bit more of a sort of pinky purple. So it'll just alter the colour where it's overlapping, and then it'll give a softer look elsewhere. And of course, you can check it's coming through okay. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks nice.
And this particular stencil on its own is $21.99, just for one.
Yes.
So $43.99, you're going to get the other 3.
It's a great deal to go for the bundle, isn't it? As opposed to, this is one of my favourite stencils, this particular one.
Now, this bundle is supposed to last for 3 shows. This is show 1 of 3 today, and nearly half the stock is checked out, and a lot more of you are putting this bundle in your baskets right now. It's this is actually gone individually too, sold out. So the only way you can buy it is in the bundle of 4.
It's a beauty, isn't it? So
there it is.
now, before I take that out, if I'm going to make this into a card, I probably want to add a sentiment. And we've got some really good sentiment stamps.
We
on
do.
the show. So let's grab. Now, this kind of, the design of this is kind of in a frame. I think a sentiment that kind of goes across would be quite nice. We've got this one that says thankful for you. We've got, these are all designed by Pete Hughes actually. We've got Sunnyside Sentiments 5 and 6 on the show.
It's got Pete Hughes all over it, hasn't it?
It's very Pete Hughes. And I think these were designed, when these came out, they were designed to go with the stencil designs, because you kind of want quite bold things if you're putting it over a stencil. Quite like that.
After you've done the demo with it, I'll show you the bundle.
Yes, because they do work hand in hand, really. So I think this would look quite nice just across the centre. Now I can put this where I want it. I can bring in my lid.
What does that sentiment say?
Thankful for you.
Thankful for you. Right, yeah, I've got it. It looks handwritten, doesn't it?
It does. And one thing to mention about the grid, because you will message me, one side of this is smooth. The side that's got the grid etched on it is bumpy.
Yeah.
don't put your stamp on that side because you can put it either way around.
Okay.
I get people messaging me saying, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but my stamp's not sticking. It's because you're putting it on the etched side.
So smooth side is where you put your stamps on.
Make sure you can feel the grid on the top, otherwise your stamp will fall off because it's not perfectly smooth.
Okay.
So I just pop my lid in the hinges and I can check before I pick that up that it's straight because I can see the line. And I can see that's dead straight.
It's the little features like that that make it so cool.
And how frustrating is it when you've stamped, you know, when you've made a lovely card and you go to put your sentiment on and it's just a bit wonky.
Wonky, yeah.
There's nothing
And
more
it
annoying.
stands out, you can see it.
Yeah, and you can't take your eye off it, can you? It's so frustrating. The other beauty about a stamp tool is, of course, you can stamp again. So let's just take a bit of ink off there. So this isn't going to stamp perfectly. So I stamp this. And oh dear, I've missed a bit. So I can just lift that off. And I love the fact that you can lift it off and put it flat. And then you can re-ink it. Make sure I get ink in the place where I missed. Also, this works if you're using, maybe if your ink pad's a little bit dry, or if you're using quite a light colour and you feel it's not dark enough, you can double stamp. There we go.
Hey, look at that.
And then you get a perfect result.
How classy is that?
It's lovely, isn't it? So all I would do now is chop that down. I'd put it on a matte layer like the one I've got that's on the counter. Chop it all around. You can see where the edge is, and then pop it on a card front.
Okay, I love that to bits. Now, if you want that that stencil set, remember, that's got the wildflowers in it, let me just remind you of the others that are in that set as well. So that's the one that Sharon was using. That's my sister-in-law. Sharon was using this one. So that's the wildflowers. So in that bundle, if you couldn't remember exactly what you get with the others, that's the first one. This is the second. This is 2 in 1. But there are 4 stencils. You may only want to do the top design or just the bottom design. It's entirely up to you. And don't think about just making cards with this. This could be for walls, it could be for box lids, it could be for home decor, it could be for all sorts of things, fabrics, remember. So that's the second one. That's the floral borders. You've then got your flowers, which to me that looks very poppy-like. I might be wrong, but
it does look poppy-ish, doesn't it? Like like a wild poppy.
And if you often admire and look at this kind of random splash of colour in the background, that's not random, it's the stencil. So you can achieve that in whatever colour you wish. Now, what was the update on the stock on this one now? We're single figure stock if everyone checks out on this bundle, okay? So that one is the flowers, and then the final one is your painted flower. And again, it's a step-by-step, 1, 2, 3, 4 process to make that beautiful peony maybe. That is a stunning collection, but about to go. This isn't going to be in the second or the third demonstration, or third show, should I say. Have a look at the stamps as well that we got for you, the sentiment stamps. Now, you're going to get all of these, and there's so many on each sheet. You get 4 sets in total. So very thankful, sending hugs, oh happy day, wishing you joy. That's the first bundle. The second one, there has got just a note to say hello, love and laughter forever after. Happy birthday to you. So really good fonts on this. Good luck on your special day. This one, I think that's the one that Sharon used. Thankful for you.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Love them, absolutely love them. And then the last one, have a wonderful day, congratulations, so happy for you. Again, it looks like you've just written it yourself, but you've got amazing handwriting. £48.96 is the value of all 4. So that's basically $12.25 each, okay? That's what you should be paying for them. But today we're doing deals. It's a 3-hour special today of Sizzix amazing deals from some of the best and most popular designers that Sizzix have. You know Pete, he's a regular guest here, and he's a brilliant designer, a great artist, and these are just screaming Pete Hughes, because that's the guy that's designed them. $48.96, 3, 2, 1. Let's give you a deal for Wednesday afternoon that you'll love. You can have the lot for $29.99, £7.50 a set.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a lot of stamps for not much money.
It is, because of course these are going to go with everything. They're going to work really well with the stencils. They're going to work really well with the layering stamps we've got on the show. And the design of them is beautiful. I like the mix. The fonts are beautiful.
And if you're going for the stencils or going for the layering stamps, these have been designed very much with those designs in mind. So you're getting exactly the right stamps you need. Thankful for you. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it?
They're lovely, aren't they?
£7.50 a set, £29.99. Let me flick through again exactly what you're going to get. You may have got some of these sentiments already in different fonts, but I bet you haven't got anything quite like that, with a big, bold main word and then smaller words top and bottom of it. Find your wings and fly. Be the rainbow. Half the stock is now gone of this. This may not make the second show either. I do love that love and laughter forever after. Very
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely lovely. And then look at that.
And you've
Have
got
a
some nice
wonderful day.
bold ones there that are going to stand out over the top of a stencil.
Sending well wishes your way. There we go. Happy, what does that say? Happy, oh happy day.
Oh, happy day.
See the beauty in every day. So they're kind of mixed together a little bit, but yeah, beautiful. And then the last one, that's slightly lighter and slightly finer.
Yes, this is very much a fine font, isn't it, that's going to work.
It looks handwritten.
It does.
By fountain pen or something like that.
And this one covers a really good range of occasions as well.
Well, this is looking like it's going to go very early doors. If you want these, half the stock is now gone. That's everyone checking out. And the previous floral stencils, bundle 2 that we showed you, have now gone. They've sold out completely. Whether we can get any more for the next shows, I'm not quite sure. We'll make the call, but certainly at the moment, that set that we showed you in the demonstration sold out. Yeah, our guess is probably no, that we won't be able to get any more of those. But if that changes, we'll let you know. But it's a case of getting in as quickly as you can. If you want those stamps, be quick. They're probably going to go in this show as well. But those other stencils have now gone. Now, we've got enough time to do another demo.
Fabulous.
Use the stamps.
I'm going to use the the Blossoms stamp set, because these are just beautiful.
Okay, we'll get to demo in a minute. We've got a few more things to show you, though, before we get there. Okay, the framelets or the frames? Frames, okay. Okay. Now, these are, again, designed by Pete. Now, Pete has brought these before. Now, these are dies that will actually make these paper or card frames. Now, these should be, how much? $48.99, and they make frames like this.
They're very clever, and this is where we love Pete. He's a genius, because they're kind of curved, but all you've got to do is put a bit of red line tape on and fold them, and you end up with a dimensional frame. It's very clever.
And these dies will make all of these size frames.
Yes, you've got a range of sizes there, different lengths. So, of course, you can make both square and rectangle frames.
So you could have a framed wall.
You could.
And all it will cost you once you bought the dies is the cost of your cardstock.
All your cardstock, yeah, that's it. And you've got the ability. And it's nice when I think sometimes you make a card and you spend a lot of time on it and you think, this is too good to just use as a card front.
Yeah.
It's lovely to be able to pop your own frame on it and keep it.
And how often have you gone around the shops trudging for days trying to find the right size frame in the right colour? Now you've got all your colour cardstock that can make lightweight frames. If you're in rented accommodation and can't hammer nails into walls and things like that, this is perfect because it weighs next to nothing.
It does, yeah. There's a lot of metal in that set because the dies are quite big, and I can't stress how easy it is to make them. I will demo them at some point today.
Okay. So that's in the bundle. We're also going to give you, if you like that, you're going to like this as well. This is designed by Eileen Hull. Now, this is actually a shadow box frame.
Yes.
So same sort of principle, but this time it's going to make a square rather than a dome
yes,
frame.
this is a more of a shadow box style. So it's quite deep. It's a deep frame. There's a couple of samples on the counter there, ones I've made. And those actually live in my lounge at home.
Oh, yeah. Are they really?
I thought, I know I've got samples of those because I can just grab them out of my front room.
But if you're thinking, card frames, how good are they going to look in the house? They look fantastic. You cannot tell that they're not wood.
No, it's a fabulous idea. Again, they're very simple to do. You've got 2 different sizes there, so you can make a square or a rectangle. Okay,
so square or rectangle frames from these dies designed by Eileen Hull. We're putting them together in a bundle for you. They should be £73.98, but look at the different sizes and shapes of frame the Pete dies can make. They are absolutely brilliant. They're versatile, they're lightweight. You can make as many of them as you like for pennies, basically, once you've bought the dies. DGXC50. Do you need a certain size of machine to use with these, would you say?
No, they will all go through an A5 machine.
Right.
The largest die, because they're kind of quite long.
Now you're checking out, before we even show you the price, we're giving you an amazing deal today, £34 off to $39.99. Now it's lower than what you should be paying for Pete's frames on their own. You get both of them for under the price that you should be paying for Pete's frames. $39.99. I believe Sizzix themselves have got this particular frame set for about £42, £43 on offer, but you can get both from us today for $39.99.
So useful, and not just for using with Sizzix dies, because it's so nice to frame if you buy any of the papers. I mean, one of the samples on the counter there is I've used 49 and Market papers to create that lovely butterfly. So it's nice to be able to frame things when you've got, you know, if you buy paper collections where you've got ephemera and things like that, you know, think of the Ciao Bella collections we've had. It's really nice to be able to just create your own frame in the colours that match the cardstock. So you can pick, you know, pick cardstock that matches. You can even use paper from the collection.
Now, nearly 20% of these dies to make your own frames at home has now gone. I mean, look how professional they look. I mean, that's a standard 5x7, isn't it, or 4x6?
Yes, it's yeah, I can't remember without
4x6
measuring it.
possibly.
It looks like a 4x6.
Yeah.
I think.
But you can make really good looking frames for pennies just from cardstock that you've got at home. And remember, we are shipping this directly from our warehouse. So if you're watching us in America, Lisa in New York, yes, you can order, you can get these. Lisa buys things every day from us. I see her name on the board every single day. In America, it's $14.95 capped shipping and handling, okay? So we can get whatever you order. That's all you pay all day long, no matter how many things you buy from us. So nearly a third of the stock of this has now gone as well. Okay, now the everyday basics. Now these are the all occasion sentiments and your basic shapes. Now these are just going to be so useful to have.
They are. Everyday basics is the perfect word for both of these.
Yeah.
Because you've got basic shapes there that are going to cover you for all sorts of things. That butterfly I use a lot. You've got really pretty sort of summery things there. You've got the stars, the clouds, so scene builders, that lovely little ladybird. And then in the sentiments, nice font, nice legible font,
Yep.
and a good mix. You've got Father's Day, Mother's Day, all of the occasions there really. You can mix and match them because they're separate, so you can use happy with sort of anything. And it's one of those sets that you're kind of going to grab because I know I haven't got many die sets that cover Mother's Day and Father's Day.
No.
That's the set I use for mine.
And of course, card makers, goes without saying, useful for you, but also if you're a journaler, if you like scrapbooking, you know, if you've got pictures of a summer holiday and you've got an nice little, you know, embellishment on it.
Yeah, great for scrapbooking some of those images, aren't they?
Absolutely.
And I think of New Baby when I look at the little stars and the cloud. You can combine those with all sorts of other sets.
Now, what a deal. What deal are we doing with this? They should be $45.98. REXC 86. Now, the basic shapes on their own are $23.99. So for £4 more than you should be paying for the basic shapes, you're going to get all those sentiments. Happy Valentine's Day, Mother's, Father's, Easter, New Year, Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy Easter, Merry Christmas and Happy Mother's Day. All there for you for an extra £4 on top of what you should be paying for the basic shapes.
Great deal.
A really good deal.
These very much are everyday basics. It's the perfect description for them.
Absolutely. And again, if you use Sizzix cardstock to do your colouring, that's the sort of effect you're going to get. There's that beautiful flower and the leaves.
Yeah, very handy for quick cards because you can just grab the flower, grab the butterfly, put it on a background, done.
£19 you saved with this deal, with the one P&P of just $4.95 in the UK, $14.95 in the US, REXC 86. Now we've got the framelets as well. We're trying to get in all the deals for you. These are all the deals we're going to be having in all three Sizzix shows today. Some of them have already gone, so please do order early if you possibly can. These are brilliant. I love them. They are like nesting dies.
Yes.
But in different shapes. So you've got the nesting dies in the stars. That is going to be a really handy shape die.
These are all just, again, the useful dies. These are the sort of bread and butter dies that you're never going to part with.
Yep.
And you're going to be using in 20 years' time because the nesting shapes, you can never have too many. I've had my Sizzix nesting shapes since they first came out.
Yep.
And I use them every day.
You've got your circles, you've got your ovals, you've got your star, and you've also got your absolute classic square, which can also be a diamond if you want it to be too.
Yes.
So all these together should be £87.96, but we're doing deals with Sizzix this afternoon. you know, when we have 3 shows with one particular supplier, we have to get the deals spot on. We have to give you amazing value for money because they're going to be on 3 times. But the stock can go quicker than we anticipate, and that's what's happening in this show right now. So not 87. It's not even going to be 70 anything. These are an essential. That star, I just love that. It's brilliant. You can make kind of adults cards and teenagers cards with those.
You can. These are also really great. I use that star a lot actually with the shrink plastic.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Key rings,
Yeah.
because it shrinks down to a great size.
Okay, you can have the whole lot for $52.99, and of course nesting dies, they make frames, they make apertures, they make your card blanks for you as well if you want them to. $52.99, and it's on 2 interest-free split pays, so you can spread the cost into 2 interest-free payments of just $26.50. $26.49, I think that would be. Yeah, $26.49 today, $26.49 in 4 weeks' time with the 1 P&P, but you're going to get all of those dies. 5, 8 in there, so that's 13. 7 in there, that's 20. And 28 dies in total for $52.99. That is less than £2 a die.
It's an amazing price. And when I think back to when nesting dies first came out,
Yeah.
they were about 40 quid for one set.
Yeah,
Do
they
you
were.
remember?
Absolutely.
They were so expensive compared to what they are now. That's such a great deal.
Well, that's another brilliant bundle deal we've got for you. Ash here is there, Tracy, Crafter, Carol in Nottinghamshire, Sue in Somerset. Actually, 10% of the entire day stock is in baskets and checked out already. So please do, if you want those, grab them while we've got them. There's one more deal, which is the embossing folders. Now, this is going to go absolutely bonkers. When you see what we've got here, it's a bundle of embossing folders that are 3D embossing folders. Are they all 3D?
It'll say on the front, I think.
I think one of them is 2D and 3 of them are 3D. Yeah. Yeah, the palm repeat is 2D. So this one is the 2D.
Yeah.
But look at that. It's still a beautiful emboss.
Some designs don't need 3D basically.
No, and
because that one's like a repeat design, it's quite a simple design. It's a very classic design, that palm repeat. It's one I use a lot.
Now this one is a little bit hard to see on the packaging, but you've done us a board, so thank you for that. This is a 3D embossing folder designed by Catherine Breen. Look at that.
Very pretty. Very modern, very Sizzix.
Yes.
This one's great obviously for Valentine's Day, but it's great for weddings, anniversary, or even just general cards, really. It's a nice background. And there's lots of different ways you can use this one.
Absolutely. Then we've got the next one, which is your beautiful kind of trailing vines. Again, you've done us a board. Thank you, Sharon.
This is one of my favourites, actually, because it's a very simple design that works so beautifully with all your florals.
Now, the next one we haven't got a board for, apologies, but I don't think you need it. You can just see how beautiful that is. This is called the Fallen Leaves. Oh, my word.
I love this one. This one I like to use with, as it is on the packaging actually, with a gold metallic, but then you can add like alcohol inks to it, and it looks stunning. It's a really lovely, very classy looking design, this one. And I like the fact that it kind of works for all occasions, all people.
Fallen Leaves, Summer Foliage, Mark Making Hearts, and the only 2D one, which doesn't really look 2D at all, is this one, which is your palm repeat. They should be £43.96. We've only got 7 minutes left on the first hour. I'm with Sharon again at 4 o'clock if we have any stock of this left, and there's another one this evening too. So if you get in now, you can cherry pick the deals that are right for you. Lisa in New York's in again, Sharon in Northamptonshire, Ellen in Kent, Catherine in Cardiff, Crafter in Suffolk. Look at what we can do. Down to $29.99 for all 4 embossing folders. £7.49 each, basically.
That's good.
That's really good.
That's a really good price.
Really good price and gorgeous, gorgeous embossing folders. Think about your mirror card, think about your craft card, think about adding gilding waxes and things like that.
Yeah, so many techniques with embossing folders. I think they're really underrated, and they just take your card to the next level. You know, if you're using die cuts, to have a simple embossed background behind whatever focal point you've got just really brings your card up to another level.
10% of this is gone.
Not surprised at that price.
Have we got enough time to squeeze a little demo in?
We can try.
Okay.
I can show you the principle. Yeah, even if we don't finish the card, I can at least show you how the stamps work. So I've got the blossom set, and it does show you on the packaging a sort of suggestion of how to lay them out. Let me pop a bit of card on my platform. So I've got my card front already cut down. I'm going to use the grid lines just to make sure I'm straight. And what I'll do is we'll concentrate on one flower, because then if we run out of time, you've seen a whole flower being done. So you can see on the stamp set, you've got your sort of flower shape as such from a solid. That's your first layer. It does show you on the packaging what order to do them in. So let's stick with this one. We'll just do one flower to start with. So I'm going to pop that here. This is on the design, on the layout that they show you as a suggestion. That's kind of there, and then you can fit the other flowers around it. So what I'm going to do with this one is pick it up with the lid. And I would say you really want to use a stamp platform of some sort for these, because lining them up by eye is a bit tricky. So I'm going to do this one. I'm going to kind of follow the colours on the packaging. And I've got antique linen here, which is a nice sort of beigey cream. The other beauty of using a platform is I can double stamp this. If I feel it's not strong enough colour, because this is quite a light colour, I can double stamp it. So I can darken
Stands
that
out
up.
more than I thought it would.
Yeah, it does actually. But you can come in and intensify it if you want to. Just add another little bit of colour, pop it in, and there we go. So that's my first layer. So I'll pop that out the way. And then for the second layer, because you've got a stamp platform, your life is so easy, because you can just bring in the second layer, work out how it goes. I can see this is kind of a much bigger petal than the others. So I can work out where that goes. And you can literally layer on top to know where you are. Can you imagine hovering over with an acrylic block?
No.
You wouldn't line that up. But to be able to actually put the stamp on and make sure you're straight.
I tell you what, so many people have come in for the stamp and stencil tool this afternoon as well. So you're going to have hours and hours of fun using that. Great results.
So for this one, I'm going to do a nice dark green over the top. So I'm going to use this eucalyptus. I think that'll look nice with the cream, because this is kind of like an olive green. There we go. And again, if I feel I need to double stamp it, I can. Now that's perfect as it is.
Oh, nice.
For cleaning your stamps and your platform, just a wet cloth or a baby wipe, and you're good to go. So that's how we're doing for time.
About 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Should we do a leaf to go with it then?
Why not?
So the leaves kind of got the same detail as well. So let's pick. You can see you've got your solid. So if we pop that where we want it, we'll have that coming off the flower there. And then to work out which one goes with it, you can just line it up. So I think it's this one. Let's have a look.
Again, where you place the foliage is up to you. You don't have to follow the picture
No.
on the packaging.
So this is going to give me the detail on the leaves. So ideally, I'm going to do the first layer from a light green,
Yeah.
which we'll do, and then come in with a darker green.
It's just fun playing with them though, isn't it?
It is. So I'm going to use that eucalyptus again, because I've got a darker green. And that will be my first colour. So we'll stamp that in. Missed a bit there. Give it another squidge. There we go. See, I'm glad that wasn't an acrylic block, because I didn't stamp that very well. And then the next layer, again, I can lay it over the top. So I know, even when I'm in the studio, where I can't put my head over, I can see to line that up. I think it goes like that. Or does it go like that? Who knows? There we go. Let's check on the packaging. Oh, I see it goes like that, yeah. It actually gives you, there we go. And then pick it up and we'll come in with a darker green. So I've got spruce, which is a darker. There we go. And that's going to intensify the colour. So it's the same principle for all of the dies in all the stamps in the set. And it just enables you to create the whole design. And I've got a finished one up there of this one if you want to have a look at that one to see how it all goes together.
That is how easy layering stamps are and how effective they are as well. You'll have so much fun with them. And the stamps, let me just remind you again what you get in the stamp bundle, because you get all of this. This is the set that Sharon was using in the
Yes, that's just one set out of 4.
So you can copy that spray and that design if you want to, or you can go a bit rogue and do it your own way. It's entirely up to you to get that one. You get this spectacular floral bouquet there as well.
Beautiful, that one, isn't it?
Isn't it gorgeous? And again, all of those stamps, use them in the step-by-step instructions on the back and you'll end up with something gorgeous. Then you've got the hedgehog with the wreath as well, with the printed result on the back.
He's adorable.
One of my favourites is the sunflower, always a favourite flower for many of us. And you get all of them for £29.99, so they're working out at £7.50 a pack for layering stamps. We've got layering stencils, layering stamps, amazing dies. You're going to be back with me at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yep.
With different dies, and we'll see where we are stock-wise then. But if you've seen what you want and you want to go for the stamp and stencil tool, something like that, it's on the website right now. New from American Crafts in a minute. Lovely Carla's here with Bow Bunny after a short break.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there is something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
We know you love crafting, so why not join us live on Facebook every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday from 11 AM for an extra dose of creativity.
Welcome to Craft O'Clock.
Mondays are all about Make Along Monday.
You're trying to find a calendar, like.
Grab your supplies and craft along with your favourite guests. On Wonder Why Wednesday, we'll answer your biggest crafting questions and share some expert tips. And don't miss Super Sunday, packed with unmissable deals and limited stocks on best-selling craft supplies.
Welcome to Hobbymaker Live, Craft O'Clock. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Hit follow on Hobbymaker's Facebook page and join in the fun.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's 11 o'clock, it's Craft O'Clock.
Live every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday. At Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Afternoon. Look who's back.
Hey up!
Hey up.
It's been a while.
Rules. You all right?
Chaos Rules. I was on the other channel. I cheated on you all and went on the other channel.
on Jewellery Maker,
On Jewellery Maker, yeah.
doing our laser.
Little X-Tool show on the Jewellery Makers, so I wasn't here. I do apologise, but I haven't been able to do fiddly things, so
you'll be on
I was a
Sewing
little
Street.
bit pointless here.
And you'll be on Sewing Street soon?
I've been on Sewing Street already, and then they want me back, which you'd never thunk, would you?
No.
No, they do want me back.
They do. Now, Carla is here with a brand new collection. I've just got to let you know, towards the end of this hour, Andy's going to be popping in with some really exciting news. I don't know if you know, you do Craftopia,
I do Craftopia, yeah. It's great weekend away. Great weekend.
Well, tickets are now on sale on our website if you want to come along to the Craftopia retreat. It's all on the website, hobbymaker.com, but Andy's going to come along at the end of the show to tell you more about it. It's a whole weekend away with good friends, crafting with Carla and
we do
Kershaw
bingo.
And Julie from our office upstairs.
Yes.
There'll be
Bingo.
sleepover, late night crafting in pyjamas.
Bingo.
Bingo.
I'm not going to get drunk again.
I don't believe you. Right, so that will be really exciting news coming up just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, but it's all on the website if you want to have a little look now. Now, though, we're talking American crafts and a brand that works for American crafts or designs for American crafts. It's called Bo Bunny. I was thinking, oh, it's going to be bunnies for Easter, but it's not.
He comes on this morning, he's like, oh, is it like little Easter bunnies? I was like, no, the company's called Bo Bunny. And he was like Easter eggs and then the little rabbit. I was like, no, the company's called Bo Bunny. Not the, no, Dave, stop
Shut
with
up,
the rabbits. There's no bunnies.
What you've got here is a massive collection. There's no bunnies in this room. You've got a whole collection of 12 by 12. You've also got your oh no, it's not 6 by 6, is it? 6
It's
by
bigger
8.
for better card making as
6
such.
by 8. You've got stickers, you've got ephemera, you've got embellishments, you've got card making kits, you've got washi tape. There is so much in here. It's just completely full of fun.
But
and
no
quality,
bunnies.
But no bunnies. Not a bunny in
Bo
sight.
bunnies, but not no bunnies.
Yeah.
No, there is. Oh, no.
Let me show.
Two negatives make a positive, Dave.
Absolutely. Let me show you the 12 by 12. Now, the first page of this is stickers. Peel off stickers. So you've got lots
They're
of big
stunning.
words. You've got day, love. What does that say?
Cutie
Lovely
like
day.
you.
Cutie, so sweet. Stay curious, new adventures. So stickers, you've got all the letters of the alphabet here as well.
They're gorgeous in the black and
love
white, aren't
those.
they?
I love them to bits. Then you come on to, now these could be for journals, they could be for little planners. You've got obviously your tags at the top there too.
I'm having a right up flush, Dave.
Are you?
Menopause is hitting, dude.
Oh boy, oh boy. Strip off then.
Whew.
Now look at this, page by page by page.
Aren't they
Isn't it
gorgeous?
Beautiful. Designer papers.
There's so much in here. It's insane. When we start to go through the actual bundle for you, we start to tell you the price, it gets to be absolutely, nuts. Now, you'll notice on the big 12 by 12 pad that Dave's scrolling through at the minute, you've got single-sided papers.
Yep.
There's two worlds in the crafting industry. There's single-siders and there's double-siders. And some of us sway towards one, some of us sway towards the other. On the smaller pad, you've got double-sided papers. So you have actually got the choice of both. Very rare in the UK, we use 12 by 12 sheets on their own because it tends not to be a big, massive scrapbooking community in the UK. I know it does exist, but it's not huge. We tend to be card makers, so we use smaller amounts, don't we? This is insanely pretty.
But I know so many of you have bought the thermal cinch and various, bookbinding projects are going on up and down the length and breadth of the country at the moment. This collection is perfect to incorporate with
Of
your
course.
journals and your bookmaking.
All of AC's stuff goes together. So, we've got Paige Evans on this afternoon, which some of you might have already seen. That will go with this. All of your bits sort of mix and match together. But can I just say, hold on, wait. Honestly, Sharon came in, she looked at my desk and she was like, I said, shush, Sharon.
You're like
shush.
chalk and cheese, you and Sharon.
Shush, it's organised in my head. Look at these. Right, there's some missing, obviously, because I've been using some. These are brads. Can you just look? You've got the little metal, look at them. Look at that. Aren't they beautiful? They're brads, guys.
It's almost like jewellery for craft, isn't it? It really,
They're
really
so
is.
pretty.
Look
And
at
they
this.
move. Can I open it up? Because this is...
Well,
beyond
I've
pretty.
got 3 unopened packets here. You're going to get all of these in the bundle as well. You've got sparkling embellishments. You've got enamelled embellishments, 3-dimensional butterflies, all sorts.
Look at this. They move.
Oh, wow.
Look, and so when you take this off, and you take the brad off at the back, so it's just your pins, when you take it off, you can separate all of those elements and have them individually if you want. So you could just use the jewel on its own, use the bird for something else, and so on and so forth, or you can use them as the collection as they are. They're so quick. But look at these frames. They're gorgeous.
So you're going to get 3 packs of 22 brads in there. 2 packs of the Brads, beg pardon. And you get 2 of the embellishments. You're going to get 2 of the stickers, as you can see here, 2 sheets of the stickers. Aren't they gorgeous? Then you've got the card making kit. Everything you need in there to make gorgeous cards, including the card blanks, including all the die cut elements that you can see there. That's absolutely packed full.
Well, now I just think the ephemera is something else. Isn't this the ephemera here that's coming up? Were we saying the stickers with that, or is it this?
These are
I'm getting confused. There's lots of packets. Look at these.
This is the ephemera.
Yes.
There we go.
You get both of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's tons in there. So you get 60 pieces in one, 63 in the other. So 123 pieces of ephemera. And this is not your average ephemera. You've got vellums in there, you've got acetates, and you've got gorgeous thick cut card pieces of ephemera as well. And you get a little stamp and die set. Come on.
To make your own little tickets and cut your tickets out with the little perforations as well. Isn't that brilliant? So
that
all of that's in
die
there.
you will use again and again and again to make your own tickets for stuff, because it suits birthday cards, Easter cards, mixed media, it's everything you want it to be. It just makes your own cute little ticket, so you'll use it again and again and again.
Washi tape. How many rolls of washi tape have we got here?
All of them.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rolls of washi tape.
Beautiful stuff.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I think that's it. Yeah.
There's so much, but in the card pack, can I just say as well, in your card making kit, I did not get those. They kept those hidden from me, Dave Bradford.
Yeah, little gems.
Rude.
Enamel stickers.
Rude. Inside here, you get ephemera, you also get your cards, you get your envelopes, and you get your foam pads as well, and loads of stickers in here as well. That's just on its only little bit there as well. So you get loads in here.
So this entire bundle, we've had it displayed here for you so you can take a little bit of time and have a good old look at what's here. This is brand new from Bo Buddy and American Crafts. Just take a look at what is in there. The combined price of it should be £83.90, okay? It's TCXC94. If you know you want it, put it in your basket and check out, because everyone will pay the final low price. That £83.90 is nowhere near where we're going to be with this. We've got a great relationship with American Crafts and We Are Makers, so you know that the deal that we can do for this is going to be fantastic. It's in our warehouse, ready for dispatch right now. You're not having to wait for it to come from the States. No. It's already made that journey.
Imagine this coming through your door as well. How exciting is that?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. The deal for Bo Bunny is live. Here we go. TCXC94, all of it for under £50.
Which is insane.
And it's going to be on 2-way split pay as well. TCXC94 for the whole lot. Karen's in, Ruth, Crafter in Conway, Julie in Lancashire, Heather in Lanarkshire. Wow.
Absolutely stunning. It's such an enormous collection. What we love about We Are is when they do their big collections, it gives us something for everything we want to do. So that can be scrapbooking, it can be journaling, it can be card making. You can also go in, like we say, a few mixed media pieces. I also love the fact that you can just embellish little signs around your houses, those sort of things, because stickers go on everything. Little kids love stickers, adults love stickers, so you've got little pieces. Your washi tape will go on a million different things that you use. It doesn't obviously have to stay with this collection. It goes with it very well. Washi tape's independent anyway, right? It's got its own life, and I love washi tape, probably more than most things in life. Your ephemera. Now, what we're sort of not able to show you quite as well when we're going through things is how involved your ephemera is and how amazing the bits are that you get. For instance, your little acetate film strips. Look how stunning these are. So these are just bits that you're going through. Now I'm going to show you some of them as we go through. I haven't opened all of mine because there's just way too many of them. You've got little flowers. Up, buy it. Oh, Dave. We'll blame Dave, it's his fault. You've got little flowers, you've got your butterflies, you've got the bigger butterflies, you've got all the variants in colours, you've got your little tickets to go at the top of your pages.
And not
black
a bunny
and whites.
in sight.
There's not a bunny in sight, because Dave's just the only bunny in here. But can I just show you this? Look, these are so pretty.
Oh, cute.
Little vintage birds.
I mean, when you consider what you're paying and what you're getting for that price, that's why our screens are full of names. We are so busy for this. Nearly 20% of the bundle has gone. Are you doing this again later on?
No, we don't have huge amounts of stock, so it'll only be those of you that get in first that can get it at this price, and then it'll be gone. I don't know that we'll get it back in again. It depends. If it all sells out today, I think this might be the last chance you get to see it, and it's new, and we can't find it anywhere else in the UK at the moment.
Laura, our producer's looking online, and she can't find this particular collection anywhere else. We order this, and we have it brought into the country. It's in our warehouse, so we can't just make a phone call and get more delivered tomorrow. You know, this is imported from the States from American Crafts. So $49.99 for all of this. It saves you nearly £34 off the price. But think about the possibilities of what you can do with it. Card making, yes. Journaling, bookmaking, projects, absolutely. So many of you now are discovering the benefits of washi tape, love ephemera, love the three-dimensional brads as well, which are little bits of jewellery for crafters. It's absolutely spectacular.
Jewellery for crafters.
Diane in County Down has gone for two. So maybe you're buying this for craft groups? Great
I'd
for
buy
craft
one
groups.
for you, Dave.
I'd buy one
I'm
for
not
you.
going to,
Aren't you? Oh,
but I would.
thanks.
When you get this home, my strong advice, when you get into your little pad, you've got them in the big pad as well. When you go through them, it's up to you. It's just what I do as a rule. I tend to take these out when they've got the wee tags, and I tend to cut them into tags before I do anything else with the pad. And it's just so that I've got them sitting next to me whenever I'm trying to do a project, and it doesn't really matter which. I can do them by colour. Now, the great thing about this collection, obviously, is it's called Colourful Story. And the reason it's called Colourful Story is it runs you across the colour wheel in different variations. So as you see, we're going through the pad. You'll see that we've got those colours coming through pretty much for every scenario that you're going to be doing. So it all aligns. Look at those greens, aren't they gorgeous?
Right.
It aligns with what you might be doing. So things like the tags, you're always going to be able to use them in any project that you've got. So what I tend to do is just cut them up straight away. That's the first
It's
job.
all straight lines, isn't it? So it's
All
easy.
straight lines. They do it all for you, so you can just cut into them and just make sure you've got them. And I keep them in a little basket just so that I can grab hold whenever I need a tag. I use tags a lot in cards. I think they're really cute. And I also use them a lot in journaling. Do I use
Tuck in
them?
the pockets?
I do use them to tuck into pockets. I have a tendency not to use them on gifts, which is really weird, isn't it? But I tend to do that. Then I've always got my crocodile handy, and I tend to just use that just to punch through. Now I've got no idea where I'm going with this. There we go. And that just sits. Now I'll put some string on those, put them in a basket, and I keep them so that whenever I'm doing a little job, it's always there on hand, right? And you get loads of them in this collection.
And the tags are double-sided. All the sheets
Yes.
in the 8x6 are double-sided, so you've got a front and a back on both of them.
Look at, they're so sweet.
Yeah, cute.
I love the fact that I've got sort of the little lines here that I can write on. If it's in a journal, I can put something on there as a little added. If I put a brad in here, and we've got brads, it means it's obviously movable in anywhere I put it. So if I'm putting it in a book, I can move that about. And the other side obviously has that checkered side. So if it is a gift, you've got both sides to hang it with string. So options. It's very rare, really, when we're using colour pads that you tend to get the tags with them. It tends to be an extra, but AC put them in the colour pads. Also, very important to know that all of these pads that you get with AC will all match to certain packs as well of AC cardstock. So, for instance, some of the purples you'll find in the jewel set of the AC cardstock, and it'll go over because everything is designed to be collectively beautiful. It's sort of made to do that way.
Everything goes together. It's a huge crafting compendium from American Crafts today, and I know many of you have only recently become American Crafts fans and just buy into everything that they do. The deal that we have and the relationship we have with American Crafts, I've never known a relationship like it. We can do deals that no other retailer can do, and the fact that it's come all the way from America direct to us, and we can still give you that £34 saving. It's a new collection. Look at the beautiful button gems there as well. They're gorgeous. There's 60 of them in there. TCXC94. Oh, another clock on the screen. Laura?
Of course. It's AC.
Okay, so $49.99. Everyone that's checked out, Diane's gone for two. You think you've spent $99.98?
You ain't.
You ain't. Okay, what we're about to do now is a surprise to me, and it's going to be the final price. I thought $49.99 was good. It's still going to be on split pay wherever we go. 3, 2, 1. This is the deal of the afternoon as far as I'm concerned. It shouldn't be on split pay, but it will be $39.99 because it should have been $49.99, under £40 for all of this. Just think about the projects you can use with all these elements. Think about the cards you can make. Think about the fantastic books and journals you can make with all the ephemera. The die there to cut the tickets out. You've got the stamps there to actually decorate the tickets too. Absolutely unbelievable deal. $39.99. Everyone who checked out at $49.99, don't worry. You pay just $39.99 because all your orders get collated at midnight, okay? So no one's paid $49.99. Everyone's paying better than half price. I didn't know we were going any lower. Maybe you didn't either. Or maybe you thought, oh, I wonder. Well, we have. There you go. How about that?
So when we're getting it for half price, this is where with anything we start to come in and we grab them. We're talking about paper packs, we're talking about high-end quality. It's AC, so whenever we're using tools, we always get the things that we can get cheap. I love Hobby Maker. Do I want to give them all of my money? No. Would I rather you got a better deal? 100%. We can do it with AC. So if Liam is being ridiculous, let's take advantage of that. We do usually anyway, but it means you guys can take advantage of it so you can get it out in your basket for less than half price. Thank you very much for so much stuff. You're going to be using this for the next couple of years. It is going to just be your handy little stash. Grab a basket, pop your ephemera into it so you can go through it. It's got all the joys of modern. It's got the joys of kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of vintage feel to it as well. You've got those tickets that you can make yourself. There's so much going on.
What is it a ticket to? Is it a ticket for a journey? Is it a ticket for a cinema, for a show? What could it be? That's up to you. Now, we've got to get serious here for a minute. Half the stock has gone and we're not even halfway through the show. It's only in this show today. You may never see it again. So if you've fallen in love with this, and you love everything AC, American Crafts, this is an opportunity that people tonight watching this evening won't get. People that watch this on repeat won't get this opportunity. If it's sold out, that's it. We can't get any more stock. So please take advantage of the fact you get everything you can see there for under £40, and it's only $19.99 on split pay. That's all we ask you for today, plus your P&P, and that would cost a lot more than $4.95 to send in the post, believe you me.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And if you're watching this in America, and you want it, we've got stock in our warehouse. We can ship it to you for $14.95. So TCXC94.
I'm just going to be really naughty and open this because it's Dave's. I've got one that's open, but I've taken loads out, so I'm just going to blame you for doing that, Dave.
Everyone does.
It's fine. It's
Don't
fine.
open it, Dave.
I just want to show you this, okay? It's the card making kit. I'll take the blame, Dave. They're scared of me. Right, so in here, you're getting a massive pack of ephemera. This is just in the card making kit, which you're also getting.
Yeah.
So this is in addition. It's inside. I just wanted to show you the inside. So you're getting the full card making kit. You get all of this ephemera that's in here, and there's loads, and they're beautiful, and they're different to the other ephemera.
Right.
Okay.
And
then
ephemera
you're getting
basically means die-cut images.
Yes, you're getting loads of different cards. Now, these are double-sided, so you've got the different colours. You've got your gorgeous greens or your dotty yellows. I'll be honest with you, do I think this is the greatest cardstock for cards? I do if you're making cards for teachers and stuff like that, or your Litley's friends, something like that. Your best cards, I'm not really convinced, but what I tend to do is split these in half and use them as mats and layers because it takes me double the time, and I've got other card that I use for my other bits. So that's my advice. Up to you entirely what you want to do. Now,
stickers?
In here, I've got stickers, upside down stickers. You can have those the right way. Stickers in black and white. Look at these. Look at these gorgeous frames. I absolutely fell in love with those. They're so beautiful. Then I get all of those. Then I get all of the envelopes and...
even foam pads.
Foam pads, and I get washi tape as well in there.
Is that
foam
washi
pads,
tape?
that's washi tape, little strips of washi tape to put in your journals.
Okay.
And then I also get my pads. Now, this is all just one tiny little bit of the bundle you're getting today.
That's a kit within a kit. Think of your planners, think of your journals, think about your, if you don't necessarily make your own journals like Carla does, and most of you do probably at home, if you've got a diary that you just get bored with, you want to decorate the pages, got a Filofax or something like that, decorate the pages. If you've
Insider cards.
If you've got Sharon's planner that she did the other day, you want to decorate it with all of these, fantastic.
I've got Sharon's planner.
I bet you have.
And do you want to say something really exciting, which has got nothing to do with this show? Miss Sharon, who is, you know, organisation to a T, I rang her last night. I was like, what time are you in tomorrow? And she said, I'm on at 2 and 5. And I was like, I think you are, kiddo. And she was like, I am. And I was like, no. And then I said, I better check because it's usually me that's wrong. So I'll check. And then I was like, Sharon, I hate to say I was right.
Sharon got it wrong. You got it right. Yeah.
Sharon got it wrong.
So she had
Never
an extra
happened
show
before.
that she didn't realise.
She had 3 shows, not 2. It's never happened before in the history of Sharon's, and now it did. So I'm very proud. Anyway, that's decided. Stop talking. Let's look at this. Right. So we've got a little journal that I was making with this collection here. So just using the papers. Now I've only filled half of it. We'll do a little bit more while we're on air today, just to do some demo prepping. Get your mini envelope punch board out because they seat so well in these. And I think we might still have some on the website. I don't know for sure. We've got your little tickets coming through and they're so sweet to just pop in. Now that obviously could be some kind of gift card or something along those, but they look so sweet. Bless you, whoever's sneezing in my logo. Then you've got all your little, that was such a girly sneeze. All your little pieces of ephemera coming through here. Make little pockets, add in your inserts. This just gives you little ideas as to how to make those journals to pass on. Journaling's a huge community. One of the things that I think crafting lends itself to personally best is the fact that for a lot of us that craft, we lead quite lonely lives. Not all of us, some of us. And I think if you can join a community somehow, like a journaling community, where you're swapping journals, there's something really nice about having your own community that you've built. I get lonely, you know, I find communities really important, be it on social media, be it here.
It's a bit like with Sanntangle and the tile swaps.
Absolutely.
They do and stuff like that.
And there's a massive journal swap community out there. And, you know, this obviously really lends itself well to it. It's a really important fact to just make sure we're always, you know, taking care of those things. Little community bases help a lot. So journaling becomes very important and they're not hard to make. In fact, we'll do some pages. But we've got some little flowers in some pockets here. Again, these could be all different things. The little butterfly sitting, a cup of tea ready, just stuck on a couple of tags there, nothing too fancy.
We're talking about journaling and bookmaking, that sort of thing. But if you're a card maker, this is perfect for you as well. You can make gorgeous cards with all the ephemera that's in there and all the little extra additional elements that you've got in this bundle. So it's not just for journalers and bookmakers, it's for everyone.
Everyone, of course.
Absolutely.
I think crafting, look, I think crafting is really important for a lot of different reasons. I've had this conversation with a lot of you before. And I think the more we can journey into it and find out new ways of becoming that stronger community and doing more things that way, things like this. So if it could be a card swap, so if you can find a group or form a group where you maybe make 5 cards each and you swap those with other people, blank cards, so that they can send your cards out. There's ways of making community bases really, really strong, and we need it. From here, some of the other stuff that we've got. So looking at your scrapbooking page here, we've got variants. Now, you obviously might put a photo inside this. I've already shown you guys so many photos of my boys. I think you're probably sick of seeing them. So I didn't put one on here. But you've got the gorgeous, aren't these brads just indescribably beautiful? They're so pretty.
So are there kind of like metal legs that go through the back, yeah?
You've got metal legs, Dave Bradford. Look,
I've got
there's
metal in my leg, yeah.
That's your war shrapnel. Yeah. You've got your little pieces here that sort of splay, obviously, to hold them. That is obviously your ephemera seated there.
Can I just let everyone know, nearly 60% of the entire stock of the bundle has gone. $39.99. This is a one-off show. It's not being repeated later on. And we'll probably never see it again. So it's a one-off show, a one-off opportunity to get this complete Bow Bunny collection for under £40. It should be over 80. And on split pay, you pay under 20 today.
Are you having a hot flush?
No.
Anyone at home? Leonie, hot flush?
Do you want me to fan you down?
Don't waff me. Right, so let's get back to this. So all of the things that we can do with it. Now we're going to have a look at doing some journal pages. We can also make a card in a little while as well. Just some ideas to bring it together. You don't have to follow what I'm doing. You'll already know. You guys are so insanely talented anyway. You already probably have ideas when you've seen it. Yeah. One of the main things I'll say to you guys at home in terms of inspiration, doesn't matter who you're watching, doesn't matter what collection somebody's making. If you're watching something when you're on the telly, you're watching them on the telly and you go, oh, if I had that, I'd make this. That's your time to shine. Your brain's saying, this is where my creation's coming, my inspiration's coming. They're the ones we take advantage of. And it's your way of knowing, isn't it, that you can go, oh, I would have done that, which means you already know that you would have had a construct for it. Now, we don't always have to go within certain boundaries. I very rarely go within boundaries, so I'll just play. I think playing's part of the joy.
You don't have any boundaries. Often.
I got no
Took a while, didn't
filters.
it?
I've got no filters, Dave. That's
No.
very different. I've got no boundaries either, Dave. None, Dave.
No?
None.
We wouldn't have you any other way.
I try sometimes. It just never works out very well for me. And also, I think it's overrated.
What, having boundaries?
Yeah. Just be free.
Absolutely. Free spirit.
So I'm just going to go through the end here.
Could have got a bigger gun.
I know, Dave. Go big or go home, kid. No? So I'm just going to go in. No, you're not allowed to go home. Stay where you are. Right, here you go. So we're just seating a little pocket into there. Okay, I don't want it as naked as that. So I'm going to bring in some gorgeous, gorgeous washi. These washes are just stunning. Hey up, Dave, you might have to find the end for me because I've not got my thingy.
Now, we have got individuals available. So if, say, for
Grab it.
example, you know you're going to want extra washi tape or you're going to want an extra paper pad or something, extra washi tape, 8 rolls, 6 yards, $4.99. I don't do yards. Do we know meters in that?
Meters is from your nose to your fingertip. That's a meter.
Is it?
That's a meter.
Depends how long your arms are.
No, that's a meter.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tip of your nose to your end of your middle finger is
Okay.
a meter.
5.5 meters it is, 6 yards. Okay. £4.99 if you want extra of the washi tape. I mean, some of these, all of these are, you know, you will use everything up eventually. So if you do want to buy any of the extras, what do you use more of? What are you going to run out of first? More ephemera. Do you want more ephemera? We've got all the individuals on the website right now, I believe. So if you want another of the 8x6 pads, want another of the 12x12 pads, feel free. The individuals are there, but get the bundle as quickly as you can because that's a one-off opportunity. And when it's gone, it's gone. If you're watching this on repeat, I'll bet my hats that basically it's sold out. And I'm afraid if it's gone, it's gone. We can't do anything about it. So.
Do you like wearing a hat, Dave? What sort of hat do you like, Dave?
I'm not fussy. I look a bit stupid in the hat, to be honest.
No, you look good in a hat. You should wear a fedora.
Fedora?
Yeah, you look nice in a fedora.
I look stupid in a baseball cap.
That's not a fedora, Dave. You don't catch Humphrey Bogart in a baseball cap very often, do you?
No.
You want a nice fancy dapper one for you, Dave.
I don't know what a fedora is.
Fedora, tip your fedora. It's got like the, somebody Google it.
Okay.
And then somebody we can see it. Fedoras are beautiful. Right, I'm just popping some ephemera in here. Or we could do you a bowler hat.
A bowler hat? I'd look ridiculous. I look right with a
cowboy
peak
hat?
cap. Yeah. I don't mind a Stetson. Yeah. Okay, they're showing me what.
There you go. There's a fedora.
Oh, like an Ollie Murs hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's like a Humphrey Bogart, Ollie Muir's.
Ollie Murs hat.
Murs.
He wears a hat like that.
I could tell you a very funny story about Ollie Muir's.
Go on. We're all eagle-eared.
I didn't run him over, no. Why would that be the first thing that comes to your head? No, it was worse than that. He was a friend of my friend's and he friended me on Facebook and I'm all like, you know, like, look at me with my famous friends. And then somebody got hold of my phone and typed something very untoward on my Facebook as if I'd typed it and Ollie Mills unfriended me.
Oh, no.
Literally instantly.
Oh.
And I
It
did
wasn't
not
you.
do what they said I did. I had more self-control, just so you all know.
Was that Don Wheeler?
No. It was in the pub. Oh, have we got the brads?
Have we got the brads? Now, you'd get 2 packs and 2 packs of the stickers. So if you want extra brads...
As one bundle?
Oh, OK. So 2 of these and 2 of these together. If you know that you're going to run out of the stickers and you're going to run out of the brads first, you can get an extra set, 2 of each of them, for $14.99, OK? So if that's what you're thinking, I don't want to use them because I've only got a few, stock up on these. They are available as, well, a foursome, basically.
I think if you went to a shop and you were to find those brads, I reckon you'd be looking about $7.99 just for one pack of those brads.
I think you're right. I mean, these are $9.99 each normally. So you're getting 2 of those and 2 of the jewellery for crafters.
So
brads,
well over 20
$14.99.
quid's worth for
Oh,
$14.99.
massively.
You'd probably be looking at what, 35 quid?
Yeah. $33.96 is the full value if you were to buy them elsewhere. If you can buy them elsewhere, we can't find them anywhere else, this collection. $14.99 if you fancy an extra 2 packs of brads, an extra 2 packs of stickers.
It might be brand new. I don't know how old the collection is. I think it might be brand new. That's maybe why we're...
Well, I don't think, because it's American Crafts, I don't think everybody stocks everything that American Crafts does. Maybe this is an exclusive, I don't know, but certainly we've looked online and we can't find it anywhere else.
Right, I'm just going to seat some of these. I'm just playing really, and we're just going to place on. I just really, to be honest, want to show you as much of the stuff as you get as possible. But what I do want to do is use one of those brads that we've been talking about, because they're so blooming pretty that I think it would be a shame not to. Dave, do you want to choose one?
I like the tickets, actually.
The tickets at the bottom. So as I undo this...
I think it's the case that we're the first people in the UK to have it. We have found it on one website in the US, but it's on pre-order. It's not available with no arrival date or anything like that.
Yeah,
so we've actually got this in our warehouse here. It's ready to be dispatched straight away.
There's a potential that this might be the world launch, but I don't want to say that in case it's wrong, but I think we might be world launching.
It's on a pre-order with no dispatch date listed. So you've got it here knowing it's here in our warehouse to send to you. You could be the first people in the world to have it. We're not saying that that's the case, but certainly we can't find it anywhere else where it's for sale and available right now.
We like stem apples. Right, I'm just going to put this in here. Let's pop this in here. And chuck it in. And then all we're going to do is splay Dave's legs at the back. Just like that, okay? And so that seats.
Didn't feel a thing.
And then, see, Dave, I said I could be gentle at times. And you've just got those sitting there, and they're just so pretty. And now we can start to add in those extra elements. We can make this into a pocket. We can do different things with them. Now, essentially, if you were to neaten this up and put some mats and layers on, you could be making cards with this. It doesn't have to be. Obviously, journaling, there's so many different things. Journaling is a big passion of mine. I love it. And like I say, community-wise, it's so important. So I think journaling's got more to it, in the sense of how far outside the boundaries it goes. So I do love to journal, but there are so many things you can do with this whole collection. Like, obviously, it's not stuck to one thing or another. It's card making and all sorts. Of course it is.
Can I also just show you one other thing that's in the bundle, obviously, but if you don't want to go for the bundle or can't afford that yet, maybe it's not payday at the moment, and you're thinking, I do like the ticket idea, though. I don't know what it was. When I was younger, I had to think about tickets for trains, tickets for buses. I used to collect them. And maybe you do too. I think a lot of people do. Or keep tickets as memories of days out or journeys somewhere. You're going to get the stamps, the dies. Is there a stencil in there? Oh, and stencil set, yeah. Or maybe the die becomes the stencil. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. But certainly, yeah. Stamps,
There's a
dies.
stencil at the front. Can you see it?
Oh, I see it. Yeah,
It's see-through.
Yeah, I can see it.
You can see at the bottom, there's holes missing.
Got it. Yeah, yeah. It's clear. That's why I couldn't see it. Okay, so you get the stencil, you get the stamps, and you get the die. And the die will give you the serrated edge and the perforations as well. But what are those tickets to? What are you getting admitted to? Is it a fairground ride? Don't answer that. Where should I be admitted to? KP4637 is your item number. Only $3.99. Oh, that's great.
That's such a... And also, what a great stocking filler, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Who doesn't love a ticket? KP4637, stencil, die and stamps, £3.99. Thank you very much. But it is in the big bundle as well. But if you just want that on its own, that's fine.
We like stem apples, Mr. Davy B.
We do.
Right, I'm just... Hey, sorry, dudes. I'm merrily entertaining myself then. I do forget sometimes I'm supposed to be doing a job. Now, I've got that seated on there, just little tags going through. Now, if this was me, I would have a tendency to then want to stick down the bottom edge, leave the middle open and place things into them. A lot of the idea with journal making is to have hidden pockets, is to have hidden things that we can take from. So we can do various things with that. Now, if I was to take... How long have I got, Dave? I've got plenty of time,
about 20 minutes.
We're fine. Now, if I take another piece of card, I could have done with my other tools here. Ah, well. Never want to be organised.
You left them at home? Or the outside?
What are you saying to me in
Your
English?
other tools, you left them at home?
I did, Dave.
I was thinking if you left them outside, I could go and get them for you. But I can't go the way you live in...
Is there an all-in-one tool sitting on the back set?
All in one tool?
What tool do you need, love? I need a little half circle punch or a circle punch?
No. Oh, yeah.
I'll do it with some scissors. It's fine. So all I was going to say to you is this. This should be a half circle or a circle punch that you just do a semicircle from. Now, if I do it by hand, and we just go around. Okay, obviously not straight, but that's fine.
It's not bad.
It's not the worst thing I've ever done, believe me. And at least this one can't go to prison for it. Right, so I'm just going to bring this down here and down here. Now, if ever I'm making pockets at home, I use red liner tape because it's the strongest and it's the quickest adhesion. It's also the most dangerous out there and should come with its own warning.
Why is red liner tape dangerous?
Because it sticks immediately. There's no going out. There's no coming back from it. Once you're done, you're done.
If it goes down wrong, yeah.
Yep. So with that little pocket there, I can sit this to that edge, seat those down, and now I've got the wee pockets to bring things out of. I can then disguise that with an alternative strip on here. And it's about building those scenes, isn't it? Let's make the drama happen. Let's involve your tickets.
One of my favourite things are these acetate strips.
I know. Should we put some of those on?
Yeah.
How big is this piece? That's not going to be wide enough for that. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to take it out of your hand if you want to look at them. Let me do a different piece of colour. Let's have a look. What colour should we do, Dave?
Go with that.
You want something where the orange shows, so you're looking at
yellow?
Probably something.
Yeah, that'll work.
Where you've got the brightness against it, right? So you've got your contrasting elements. Now, if I take
those
this...
sheets are perforated, are they?
Oh, yeah, they're all perforated at the
great.
top. And don't throw those away. Use them. So you can just cut them down, and you can use them for little bows if you fold them in the right way. So don't throw those little pieces away. I use them all the time. They're incredibly useful. Right, so if I want to use this, let's go in here. And so if I measure this is how my little brain works when I'm at home, when we start crafting on the hoof. Let's go in. So that is 1 3/8. So let's take this. We're going to go in at 1 3/8, which was there. Okay. What's 1 3/8 plus 1 3/8, Dave?
Oh, God.
1 3/8, which is there.
2
then.
6/8.
Well, I might have gone into the wrong one there. 1 3/8 and what? 2 and
6/8.
Am I just believing you? Yeah. Is there such a thing as 2 6/8? 5/8 or 3/4? We'll go 3/4. We'll just make it up as we're going along,
Well,
Dave.
that is 3/4, 6/8. Yeah.
Maybe in your maths. I failed maths GCSE twice, Dave.
Did you?
Terrible.
I was no good at maths.
I don't enjoy it. I don't like maths. I don't see any reason for it. I think it should be illegal, frankly. I know other people disagree. Now, I've got that there. So what I want to do, that was 1 3/8, wasn't it? So if I put that to there and I score in, I'm making this so much harder for myself than I need it to be, Dave. What did you say is 2 3/4?
Yep. 2 3/4.
That looks massive to me, Dave. I think we've messed that up. But anyway, right, let's have a look. Now that we've got our pieces, we want to work with the orange. When we're working with double-sided card, we always have more alternatives. So now, if I cut that down at the top to size, I'm not worried about it being the size particularly, but if I fold this in and I start to concertina, so folding in and out, and then in. This is how we start to make those journal pages just that bit more interesting. So there, and I've now got something to work with. So when I stick this down, and I'll do this bit. Now, I would obviously cut this down. In fact, let's be a little bit more sensible about it. Let's cut this, and then place it in. There. Right. So, got my book the right way round. I want to really cover up that brad. It's not exactly the nicest looking thing, so this gives me all the alternatives I need to do that with. So the first thing I'm going to do is come in on my orange panel. It is a good sound, isn't it, that? It's very satisfying. I do love my big glue gun, I've got to tell you. As somebody who has a little bit of rheumatoid arthritis in the morning, that is the best glue gun in the world.
Well, many of you are coming in for this, and many are coming in for 2. Maybe you're buying it for craft groups. It's perfect for craft groups. There's so much content. It is like a craft compendium. So many elements. You get the 2 different size paper pads, one's 6x8, the other's 12x12. Remember, we have got single elements available, so if you know you're going to run out of the ephemera first, you know you're going to run out of those little gemstones first, or maybe the brads you're going to run out of first, they are available individually. The ephemera on its own is proving really popular as well, but go for the main collection and then think to yourself, what will I use most of? Do you want an extra paper pad, the extra 6x8 or the extra 12x12? They're available singularly too. The project pad, if you want that, the 12x12, yeah, we can give you another one of those for just $21.99. Yeah, and that's got so much in it. It's not just cardstock and 12x12 sheets. You've got stickers, you've got letters of the alphabet in there, tags in there, project
They're so good, those pads.
pages.
Because it gives you so much inspiration.
Yeah.
I think if you look in the front cover, is yours open, Dave? Do you want to look in mine?
Oh, I've got it here.
Is it open?
Yep.
If you look inside it, I think when you open the front page, it's got layout ideas for you here.
I can see that. Oh, yeah, look.
There's like things for you to kind of learn from, you know, springboard from, where you've got different pieces to do different things, different cards, different makes. So we've got all of these really lovely ideas that sit there free for us to use.
So card making, scrapbook layout making, lots of ideas, yeah.
For those of you who've ever had crafter's block, and I know lots of us have suffered from that on occasions, those sort of things are ideal, aren't they, for us to just go, oh, okay, I can copy that. And then you've got your mojo back then, and that's a wonderful feeling. I'm just going to place this on here. So we're starting to build those pages. Now, once I then shut that, and I close that in, once my journal is obviously closed and my recipient is going through it, and they get to that page, obviously there's something sort of more exciting to look at. We've hidden the brad from the back, and they can now fill in those pages and get all of those extra details in, which I think is lovely. A little bit more washi tape down here, and you've really started to outline it. So think about how you're going to tuck things in. There was a great example. I'm really sorry because I can't remember the customer's name, but she made the most gorgeous journal with the Paige Evans stuff, and it's in the official Hobby Maker fans page group on Facebook. I'm so sorry that the name's, I can't remember my own children, so this is not meant to be offensive at all. Just purely the way my brain works, I'm sorry. But it was beautiful. So go and have a look at that. Get some inspiration about where we go with journaling. You know, you've got Leonie coming on in a minute with the AALL Create, so you'll start to see as well how you can utilise all other stuff from different companies as well. You saw Sizzix earlier. Again, all of it coming together, right? Those frames that Sharon had, the dies for those, where you start putting in your ephemera from here. Beautiful pieces.
I mean,
Stunning.
No one in a craft room just has one brand or one type of craft.
No, and you shouldn't have
mix and match it, no.
We're all beasts of change, right? We don't want to always be doing the same thing. It's so important to use different things to get a taste of it. If all you could ever eat was rice, you'd be bored of it very quickly, right? We need to feast on our crafting, raise our potential by using different things. If you've never had a go with AC, this is a great time to try it. And if you've never had a go with AALL Create, it's coming up. There's so many ways of crafting.
Isn't it, though, a lovely thing that you can get hold of this collection, and in the scheme of things, not many other people will get it. I know how many we have imported and we've got for you. We're talking triple figure stock, but not high triple figure stock, and it's going fast. And we can't find it anywhere else apart from one retailer in the States who's got it on pre-order and has got no dispatch date for it. So we're the only people that we can find to have it available readily. So you'll be working with this and crafting with it, you and a very few other people.
I know, right? In a few days as well, because we've got it here.
It's in warehouse. Yeah.
It's not in the Americas. It's in the Englands, and we can post it.
But if you want it to be in the Americas and you're watching us in the USA, we can ship it to you for $14.95. So we can send it to you if you're watching it in the States. I know there's some of you in New York that have checked out in this one already.
The really exciting thing about that is if you order it from the States, you're probably going to get it quicker than it will go on sale in the States, and it will be cheaper here than it will be in the States, probably even with your shipping and handling.
Absolutely right. Yeah, so $39.99 today. If you are in America and you want it, it's $14.95 shipping and handling, capped for one day. In the UK, it's capped at £4.95, okay? Now, the card pack, which is basically this is a kit within a kit. You do get this
incredible
in the main bundle. If you want this on its own, it is $6.99.
And it's insane, isn't it?
Is that all it is?
How many cards do you get in total? It says on the back, and I can't remember.
116 stickers, 20 cards,
20 envelopes,
5 washi stickers, 391 pop dots, 38 ephemera.
It's huge.
20 envelopes. Wow.
It's huge.
$6.99 for that on its own. Go for it. Order another one of these.
It's worth it just for the ephemera.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, it's full. It's absolutely packed. Maybe if you're buying yourself the big collection and you want to get this, as it's in the big collection anyway, get this maybe for a younger member of the family that you want to craft along with. It's only costing $6.99, but there's hours of crafting in there.
There's so much stuff in there. And it all mixes in with this. It's the same design theory behind it. They're not the same pieces necessarily. There might be some crossovers, but they are different pieces. Those stickers are different. You've got variants there. So you've got loads that you can bring in and add to, swap and change. But like I say, if you think, well, I'm not going to use 20 of those cards, fine. Use them as your mats and layers. Use them to make tags with, use them to cut those tickets with that you've now got the dies for. You know, there's so much you can do with them.
I cannot believe £6.99 is all this is. I was expecting $16.99 minimum.
590 pieces in
I know,
there, Dave.
590 pieces in a presentation box. It's a kit within a kit. Go for it today, KA4614. Or maybe if you treated yourself to the main kit, the main collection, and you're thinking, I'd like to get this maybe for a really good friend at work or whatever that wants to start making cards. And because you've got it, you can give them hints and tips and show them the way how to put cards together. And you've got lots of inspiration on the front here as well. KA4614, okay, KA4614. And don't forget, very soon we're going to be finding out about Craftopia, the latest Craftopia that you're going to be at.
Don't let that put you off. It's
Debbie
fine.
Kershaw's going to be there as well with a bit of jewellery making. And who else is going to be there? Julie Peplow from
Julie
upstairs.
Peplow, Catherine Wright.
Yeah, come on in. It's Andy. Because this has been on our website for a little while now, Andy, hasn't it?
Hello, everyone. It's been on the website since basically, what day are we today? Wednesday. Since Monday.
Right.
I feel like Wordy from Words and Pictures. Do you remember that? Just hovering above.
Just a hovering
head.
What was it? What was the what no wall?
Oh,
What no wall?
What was that called? Yeah, I had a name. Anyway, yes, so I'm here to say that the Craftopia tickets are now available for our next Craftopia weekend. It is bigger and better than ever because... Oh, thank you, Dave. Oh, keep your hands to yourself. In the fact that you can either join us for the weekend, which has kind of been our standard weekend that many, many people have enjoyed, but we've expanded it to include Friday night as well. So you can either join us on the Friday and the Saturday, just the Saturday, or if you just want to come for the day and not stay over because you live locally, that kind of thing, you can do all of that. So
Can I get drunk on both days?
I don't think you need my permission to do that, as today's been evidence. But Carla is going to be one of the demonstrators there. So what are you
Only
going
so
to
I
be
can.
doing?
So I'm going to do bingo.
Not just bingo. You are going to do bingo. What else are you going to do Craft-wise?
Journaling.
Could you say it with a bit more?
And bingo.
There we go.
Journaling. We're going to do full journaling workshops. We're going to be using the new cinch, so you'll see that using with the laminator and the cinch. We're doing the mink foiling. We're going to do the whole lot, and we're going to. So if you come in, bring some of your own personal stuff that you like to put into a journal. We'll bring all that together. I'm going to absolutely take everything I can steal from Hobby Maker to bring for you to use as well. Don't tell them. I'm going to fill my car before the event, so you can use all of that.
Do you know what she handed back today? A load of USB leads that she's stolen.
Oh, really?
Which they have accused me of stealing. And I did not steal, I just happened to have them in my trolley.
Yeah, well,
That's different.
we'll see what happens in the court of law.
I made Scott apologise, and he did.
No, true. All right, so if you would like to join us, you can find full details on the website. If you just type in Craftopia, there's basically 5 tickets available. I'm not going to run through them all, but I'll kind of highlight 2 examples. So let's bring the details if you want to
Not
join
only
us.
5 tickets available left,
No,
there's
five
5 variants.
Five variants. All right. So if you just want to join us for the day ticket, now this came about if you live locally, you don't want to stay in the hotel, you know, you just want to travel locally, that kind of thing. You don't want to join us for the evening meal, which I'll get to in just a couple of seconds. There is your ticket for £249. That gives you access to all 4 workshops across 2 days, plus your lunch as well, plus a goodie bag that you get at the end. The goodie bag gets better and better each year.
Amazing.
Last year, it's worth £250 in its own right. So if you just want to join us for the day, then you can do that. Both days, I should say. That's for both days, by the way,
very good.
£249. If you want the full experience, now what's going to happen on the Friday night this time, so it's the first time we've done a Friday night, is that Julie Peplow is going to be talking us through an exclusive. We've kind of called it a bit of a sip and stitch, but there's not going to be any stitching. It's going to be a project.
Sip and sip.
Sip and sip, that's what it's going to be. So she's going to be
Just
making...
drinking.
A little bit of drinking. There's going to be opportunity for you to make something extra special that you can take with you. There'll be food provided as well. It's an opportunity for you to meet us in a, well, it's fairly laid back anyway, but in a bit more of a casual setting. Then you'll get access to all the workshops, all the dinners, all the goodie bags, all the fun for the remainder of the weekend, okay? So 2 different options there. Those details on the screen. If there are 2 of you coming and you want to share a room,
that is the one to go for. Okay, so for £849, that's for two of you. Do it on the Friday night, the Saturday
That's
night.
good, isn't
All
it?
your accommodation, full accessories, full access to the workshops. You don't need to bring a thing. We'll provide everything.
Find a friend.
And you'll go home with a load of friends as well. So far, that has been the most popular.
I would think
surprised.
so.
Yeah.
If you can take a friend, that's an
Very
amazing
good, isn't
deal.
it? Very good. And of course, also available on Split Pay. And if you have recently treated yourself to a Hobby Maker pin badge, there's a discount code attached to it. You can use it against your ticket.
That's good.
But don't tell everyone.
That is
all right?
really good.
Yeah.
So tickets are available now. Keep an eye out on your email. We'll update you in
When's
that
it?
respect.
End of May?
End of May, 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Brilliant.
Other days. That's a Friday, Saturday. It's the bank holiday weekend.
It's my dad's birthday.
We'll be doing something special for that as well. So if you'd like to find out more, just go onto our website, type in Craftopia. If you've got any questions, you can contact us, but we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you for your time,
Cheers,
both.
Andy.
Bye.
Tickets are on sale now if you fancy going, and I know you had a great time last time.
It's very funny well, it's just, listen, it's very silly, but it's also incredibly informative. So to have, last workshop I did a needle felting workshop not that long ago, it's a few years ago now, and that was about 180 quid, and that was just for 2 days, no staying over, no hotel, nothing. You're getting 4 workshops, and you're also getting, like we say, your food. The food's really good, the meals are really good, there's snacks there all day. You've got all your drinks, all your teas and coffees. Everyone's really lovely. Again, that community feel, right? You've got everybody coming together for the same cause, which is always really nice. And then you'll have the 4 of us crafters there to come and talk to. And I think one of the feedback that we've had from a lot of people is that they felt very nervous coming. Some people have come on their own and they've never done anything like that before. They've braved it because they wanted to craft with fellow crafters, and they just felt immediately
Had a great time.
at home with new friends. I know people have then come back to, the same time next year together, so they've made friends for life. These things are really special, right?
Well, tickets are on sale now. Go on our website, or indeed you can call the call centre if you want to book tickets that way as well. But go on the website, you'll find more about it, but it will be a great weekend. The bank holiday weekend, isn't it? 23rd,
Yeah.
24th, 25th.
It's really good fun.
Great. Okay, now back to our bundle, the Bobo Bunny. Now remember, this is going very fast. Have we got much of it left now?
There won't be huge amounts.
If everyone checks out their baskets, we've got single figure stock left. So we are, basically with that in mind, limited stock. Now, loads of you are multi-buying. Loads of you have it in your basket. But remember, with us at Hobby Maker, if it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check the basket out. And people now could beat you to checking out. And then you could get to checkout and say, sorry, no longer available. We haven't got any more of this. This is what we've imported. We can't find it available anywhere else for immediate dispatch in the UK or anywhere else apart from the USA. And it's not actually out there yet.
I don't think it's launched.
No, so we've got it ahead of everybody else. You'll be one of the first people in the UK to actually get this collection and to be crafting with it. And in the scheme of things, there aren't many people in this country that will have it because we've only got a few hundred of these available. So you'll be in a pretty unique club. The whole collection is $39.99. It should be nearer £90. It should be.
I don't think even if when they release it, like I say, in this country, I doubt you're going to get it for that price, Dave.
No.
What should it be? 18?
It should be $83.90.
They're not going to get it for that
No.
price. You'll get it for the $83.90 when it comes out properly in the country, unless people are doing a tenner off here and there. So to get it for over half price is silly.
So if everyone checks their baskets out, we're down to single figure stock. So this looks like it is going to sell out just after the end of the hour.
Guys.
If you're watching us on repeat and it's not available, all I can do is apologise, but it's TCXC94. Remember, if you want to go for any of the individuals, so you know you're going to be running out of the washi tape first, we've got that available individually, I think, as well. The Bobo Bunny card kit, which is a kit within the kit, that's available at $6.99 if you want an extra one of those. If you want the extra paper pads or the 8x6 or the 12x12, it's looking very likely that this is going to sell out and you're saving over what you're spending. You're saving £43 off what you should be paying, and it's on split pay, which makes it hopefully affordable as an option now. $19.99 today, plus your P&P, $19.99 in 4 weeks' time. Or if you don't want split pay, you can pay in full on a debit or a credit card. What other shows have you got later, Carla? Because it's not.
Well, I'm still a little bit confuddled about this, so it's going to be a make it up. So Liam messaged me and he said we're going to do Bobo Bunny first. Then if there's any Paige Evans left, we'll do that. And I was like, well, I've got 3 shows. Then he came back about 4 hours later and he was like, the last show is going to be a sale show. And then I walked in and Dave said, Carla's going to be on later with the electric scissors. And I'm like, Just put me on with whatever.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
It'll be great. Whatever.
Make it up as I go along.
If you want the Bow Bunny, remember you've got to put it in your basket, and more importantly than that, you have to check the basket out. 1p&p for the whole day's orders. If you're watching in America and you want this, we can send it to you. The shipping and handling is capped at $14.95, so we can ship it to you. You'll probably get it quicker than if you wait for the release in the USA, and probably cheaper, even with the shipping and handling added to it. Lots of you have done that. I can see lots of American addresses checking out right now. Loads of you have gone for 2s. Ellen in Kent's gone for 2. Crafter in Tyne and Weir has gone for 2. Many more of you have gone for 2 as well. Full screen, meaning that this is looking like it is going to sell out just after the end of the hour. Coming up, like Carla was saying, we've got the lovely Leonie here with the latest release from AALL Create. So whatever you do, stick around for that. It's going to be fun. And you're back at 5 and 6?
5 and 6.
Cheers, my dears.
Thanks for having me, Dave Bradford.
No problem. And I'll see you with Leonie even after the short break. Leonie? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
At Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Just after 3 o'clock. Look who's back. Leslie Leonie's back. You're right, my love.
Oh, I'm
Good to see you.
grand, Howard David. I like this mat as well. It gives me an inch.
It's a little bounce.
Gives me an extra. I mean, yeah.
It's supposed to stop your legs getting tired, evidently.
Oh, yeah, and they work.
They do work.
They really do.
Well,
I used to work in a mill once upon a I used to work in a mill.
Did you?
And, yeah, also Twistle Mills. When I first worked with Dawn Bibby,
yeah.
it was a proper mill. But because it were hard floors, I ended up getting really bad legs, but the mats.
Yeah,
work.
the mats help.
Anyway, we're not selling them.
No, exactly. AALL Create are back. Leonie is the #1 fan of AALL Create, so I can't think of anyone better to do the demos on what we've got here today. This is a new release, isn't it?
It's the very latest. It is brand new. Our lovely Abs, I'm going to say straight from the top, he was meant to be here bringing you this because Abs loves bringing you the new collections, but he's not so well.
Oh.
And so we're sending our love to our
Get well
lovely
soon,
Abs.
Abs.
And I tell you what, he has to be poorly for him not to do it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, that boy is a fighter. So for him not to be here, he's not feeling well. So we are sending all our love to our Abs,
Get well
my
soon.
colleague. I mean, I'm really happy that I can bring it because it's gorgeous. There's so many cool elements. The cardstock is beautiful. I know it says paper. It's not. It's 350 GSM. The dies are amazing. It's one of those collections that has so many so many standout elements.
Well, let's start with the dies because we've got the Forest Tales die bundle. Now, we've got them as a bundle. We've also got them individually on the website as well. But most people historically will go for and will want to go for the bundle. So you've got basically here the woody vibes, the furry forest, and the house huddle. How cute and how unusual are these? You get a lot of dies in there, as you'd expect.
So cool. They're so cool. Let me just show you some of the ideas and some of the concepts behind this. I have got boards, so I am going to be showing you the boards when I show you in proper detail. But the design team as ever, thank you, team, because you are amazing. Now, what you're going to get in these, so you're going to get a frame that will fit perfectly on an A6, but of course there's loads you can do with that. You've then got loads and loads of accents. So you've got like your foxes, you've got toadstools, you've got leaves. I mean, look at that frame. Look at the detail.
It's fab, isn't it?
It cuts the frame, but you've got a separate die where you can cut inside so you can create that aperture. That is gorgeous. Doesn't it fit?
Absolutely.
What an amazing card. Look at the colouring in. I mean, beautiful. Let me show you one of the others. So this one is, and I love this. This is so cool because these are little tree houses.
Yep.
Again, you've got it so it's open and all of these little dies are separate. So you can build up your own scene.
This is the house huddle. And they are like little tree houses. There's another one, look.
Honestly, it's so cool. And again, I will show you in detail so you can see what you can do with this. This is such a cool die. And you can cut it in half, so they've been designed so they'll go back to back, so it'll give you a completely different look.
Now, you've got in total 40 dies between the 3 sets. So you've got, obviously, the house theme, you've also got the wonderful woodland creatures, and you've also got the leaves as well. Now, all 3 die sets should be $58.97. It's a launch today on Hobbymaker, and you can have your lot for $52.97, saving you £6 off the price, and it will be on split pay as well. So that is $26.48 to pay today if you want to spread the cost into 2, and $26.48 in 4 weeks' time. But you'll get these beautiful dies, and just look at these cards around it.
Isn't
Look
that
at some of the
amazing?
amazing finished samples. I love that kind of sunrise or sunset card.
Doesn't
Love
that
it.
look cool? Honestly, they are so different. They're so quirky. They're so unusual. I love that because I love tree houses anyway. I think they're one of them things that that I'd love to live in a tree house. I don't know
I could see
why.
you living in a tree
I'd
house.
love to live in a tree house, even though I'm a bit scared of heights. But I'd love it. And it's because they're unique. I love that you can make a card so easy, or you can really get carried away.
Okay, well, that's our first die set to get your teeth into, HY8L54. We're going to go through everything that we've got in the show new before we get to demo. So the next thing I want to show you is the Bubble Fun Stencil and Die Duo. So that is your stencil. and this is your die. So they kind of complement each other.
These are an essential. Absolute essential. I love both of them because there's so many ways you can use them. I can show you my stencil, but my stencil's a bit dirty.
That's all right.
So you're gonna, my stencil has probably got like an extra few millimeters on it because it's filthy. Yeah,
it looks like a metal die, but it's actually a stencil.
Cleaning your stencil is so overrated. This is so good because it's got, what I love about this, and I've been using it on gel plate, which is why it's so dirty. I love the open end. I love that there isn't the straight edge. The die is fabulous. It's your backgrounds, it's filler inners, it's using your scrap card. It's so ridiculous.
But also, what could those bubbles be? Is it bath time? Is it champagne time? Is it cheese? I mean, it could be anything, couldn't they? Really?
Oh, just really good backgrounds. And I love it because it's not, they're not perfect.
No.
You know, you've got a lot of open space there. And let me show you some finished samples for these as well. And you can use as well, you're using the waste. I mean, that's the waste from the bubbles, of course. The die makes such a cool background. It's one of those, this is one of those collections where it's an absolute essential. I will use this tons, both of them.
Okay, so £21.98 is the price this afternoon. It should be £23.98, so we've got a couple of pounds off that in your favour, which is really good. But to have the stencil and the die, and once you've die cut that shape, you can snip it, you can make it into other shapes, obviously, but as backgrounds, they're going to be so handy and so useful.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Really good.
And I love, it's funny actually, because I've got a lot of circle stencils, and I tell you what, I still want to design more circle stencils. When I'm buying stencils in, I always go for circles because they're really handy. And because you'll go for ones that are in straight lines, ones that are wonky, so you'll have such a wide variation.
Now, I've got to move on and show you the ephemera because these are amazing. This is the best. Look at the colours. Now, you've got two packs. You've got one pack that's 59 pieces. The other pack, which is this one, is 35 pieces, and you get them both together. This is going to fly. It really, really is going to fly. You've got all those different shaped leaves, all those different coloured leaves. You've got autumn. You've got all the seasons covered in there. £13.98 gets you both.
I'm going to show you these in more detail when I get over yonder. These are magnificent. They look, when I show you in real life, they look like fabric. They're so rich. The colours are so rich. I would be buying extra of these. These are absolutely the thing that you'll be running out of first.
10% of this is already gone. You're just instantly putting it in your basket. Many of you going for two. £13.98 is your price. Do we ship to the States with AALL Create?
I can't remember, love.
I think we do. Well, have a look. We'll double check for you. I think we do.
I'd say yes, but I don't really know, so don't listen to me.
RQ8L64. RQ8L64. We'll do a bit of investigation. I think we do, but I'll double check. Oh, no, we don't at the moment. Not at the moment. Sorry, if you're in the USA, we can't ship AALL Create yet. We're working on it, though. It takes a while to set that up. OK, now 20% of the ephemera has gone.
I'll show you them first when I get over there.
OK, now the papers.
And I'm going to show you papers in more detail as well.
OK.
But these are beautiful.
Now, we've got the mega bundle and we've got two smaller bundles. So let's do the two smaller bundles first of all. So the first one we've got for you is the Muse, which is the closest one to me. So basically, it's the first three near me. So you're looking at that one, and the one beneath. That is the Muse, okay? So you've got 28, 29 and 30. Shall I take one of the 29 to just flick through? Shall I do that?
Now, you get in, every single pack won't be repeated. They're all double-sided. They are the same in the A5 and in the A6. However, they're shrunk down as opposed to just chopped up. Now, these are stunning, and I will show you in more detail. They are not paper, this is cardstock.
This is 350
the
GSM.
Double-sided, one side has got so many layers on. There's at least 46 layers on the heavily layered one. The other side, what they've done, before they build up all those layers, they've given kind of the base. It's not a plain base by any means, but it allows you to decorate, it allows you to play. Maybe you want to stamp, maybe you want to stencil, maybe you want to spritz. So it gives you that that craftability. They are beautiful quality. I love that you've got such rich colours as well.
And look at the smaller version,
Aren't they
same
stunning?
artwork, but scaled down, shrunk down to fit that size. So you're going to get both sizes, and then you're going to get 3 sizes.
So you're
actually down
getting
the bottom there as well.
A4, A5 and A6 in each one. You get 10 sheets in each, and of course they're all 10 sheets are different.
And all sheet is a work of art.
Absolutely.
Each sheet is a work
So
of art.
30 sheets, 350 GSM. And obviously your first collection is different from the second collection.
Yeah, so that is your Artful Muse, and then the second collection is your Patchwork collection. Now the Patchwork collection is basically this one, and this one, okay? So this is, again, similar but different artwork, okay? And again, it's 10 sheets in each, so you get 30 sheets there. You can buy it as individual trios at £26.97, or you can buy the bundle of all of it together if you want to. But look at what you can do with them.
Aren't they beautiful?
Each sheet is a complete work of art.
I mean, look at that. That's just the card.
Yeah.
You know, and this is the thing. If you don't like getting inky, maybe you haven't got all the different inks and the stamps and the, you know, the script, etc. Maybe you haven't got everything to do that. Then this will give you the option. However, maybe you have and you want something to build on. This is also going to give you the option to build on. It's a heavyweight cardstock, so it's going to take all your inks. It's going to take your gel mediums, your texture paste. You can use it for so many different things. It die cuts like a dream.
Okay.
I mean, look at that. That's the way. They're the dies that we've got today, but married up with some of the other dies. That must be. Who's done that one?
Look at
That's
the A4.
well cool.
Look at the A4. You get it all 3 sizes.
And that
with this
beautiful.
artwork.
Look at that colour.
Look at it. It's an explosion of colour, isn't it? Bright pinks, bright
divine.
greens. Wow. And
Isn't
one
that
side
good?
is more understated, whereas the other side is really kind of going for it with the colour,
One
isn't it?
side is absolutely in your face.
Absolutely.
It's so beautiful. But I love it because you can break it down. You know, when I was using it the other day, I was cutting it up and just taking out some of the sentiments. So you start looking into the cardstock. You don't look at it as a full piece of card. And what I love about the brand new collection that they've brought us, you've got a lot of tools, but then you've got the things that you're going to be running out of first, you know, like the cardstock, like the dies. But if you're going for the big collection of cardstock, you're getting 60 sheets.
Well, let's give you details for that. We've got them individually as sets of 3. If you want to go for the big bundle, which gives you all of that brand new artwork from AALL Create, it's WR8L45. The whole thing, £51.94. Now, the whole the split pay payment, the first split pay payment is actually less than if you bought one of these collections on its own, okay? So you're getting all 6 elements for £25.97 for all 60 sheets. That's the first payment of 2 if you want split pay. Otherwise, it's £51.94 to get you all 60 sheets there. Absolutely stunning.
Beautiful.
Really gorgeous.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
WR8L45 is your item number. That's everything in the show. So you've seen everything. Time to do a
Shall I
demo
go?
then. Yeah,
Yes.
time to play.
Bye.
Playtime.
Bye.
Right.
I'm ready.
Okay, fantastic.
Shall I show?
Could you?
Right, what I'm going to do first is show you. So I'm going to show you in proper detail because I know these are going to sell out, so I'm going to sell you these straight away, okay? And this is your beautiful, beautiful ephemera. Now, this is just adorable. Look at the colours.
Wow.
Okay, aren't they? Aren't they beautiful? Look, I've been really good and kept them in the packet.
It's like they're on fire.
Yeah, yeah. And I tell you what I really, really love about these, let me just show you. Right, so I'll just get a few out. I'm not going to get everything out. Now, for starters, when I start showing you, what I love, and I remember when Abs were first showing them on Facebook, it was like, oh my gosh, they look like fabric. They look textured, doesn't it? I mean, look at how rich the colour is. Look at the layers. They're just beautiful.
And they look so believably real.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That looks like it's 3D, doesn't it? And look how fine, look how delicate that's been cut.
And these are brand new launches today. You're seeing them for the first time here at Hobby Maker.
Isn't that just beautiful? Utterly, and look at that. And look at the colours. It's the colours. Oh, I love these so much. And I would be multi-buying these because these you will use. And when I was chatting about these the other day, like you only need, say this was my card, okay? You only literally need a few elements to make a card. You know what I mean? Like that, if I've got that there and then a sentiment, it makes a card.
Totally.
Because, and you could make a really quick and easy card that's a simple, but it's got a wow factor. Now, that's a really bright collection now. The more autumnal collection. Look, this is what I love about these. Can you see that it's got a hole in it? Holly leaves. But when it's it's your holly leaf, everyone. When you look at leaves, the best ones aren't the perfect ones.
Yeah.
You know, the best ones are the ones that have been nibbled a bit.
Leaves do have holes in them.
Yeah.
Do have tears in them.
And I really like that because I can't remember ever seeing die cuts that have got holes in. And for me, that makes them way more realistic.
Yeah.
Look at the colours. The colours are blinking gorgeous. I was chatting about this one before when I was showing this on Facebook the other day, right? And I know people get bored of me saying that. Well, I'm sure they do. But when I really like something in my own space, I swear about it. It's just my natural, you know, because it's that exciting. I swear. I like swears. But this is the kind of collection I really have to be careful because this makes me want to swear.
Not only will they be great on cards and great in maybe journaling and things like that, but also if you've got picture frames that have just got plain white mounts around them and things like that, why not put a couple of them in under the glass?
Absolutely.
They'd look great, maybe around a picture and a picture frame.
And this is the thing with stuff like this, isn't it? The ridiculous. I won't make you watch me put them back in the packet. They make something. They give it the wow factor.
Yeah.
You know, and they are just so easy to use. Now, that's your ephemera.
And think about decorating maybe MDF with them and box lids, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't need many of them because they're so beautiful. You don't need many. Now,
you've got 94 pieces between the two packs.
See, that'll last you. About a week. No, I'm joking. It will last you. It will last you. Now, cardstock. Okay. Now, you've got your options with your cardstock. The first one, this is your Muse. So it's number 28 to 930. I'm going to show you A4. What you have got, okay, you've got... So you can see the print is the same on the A4, the A5 and the A6, but of course it's been reduced. So as you go down, the print is reduced, but it is the same. However, all 10 sheets are different.
Right.
And it's not repeated artwork, and it is artwork. Now, the whole concept behind this, and I love this. This is my kind of thing anyway, because this is what I like to create. I like to create all that ink. I love the colours. I love that you can see under, you know. That for me is just exceptional. But I really love that on the other side, if I want to create that, I've got that opportunity. I can bring in, and I've done a few here, so maybe I'm going to bring in my spritzers, you know, and add shimmer and shine to it. I've got that option. Maybe I'm going to bring in my my paints and my dribbles and things like that.
So although there's a lot going on anyway, you can still add to it, make it more your own.
Because the other side, one side's got a lot of print, the other side hasn't.
Right.
So the other side has been designed, if you want to bring your own design, you know, and I love that. I love that they've given you that option, because you might look at this side and think, oh, I can't put any stamps on that. It's already really busy.
Yeah.
You've got an option.
Yeah.
The other thing is there's no black ink being used on here. So the idea behind that was, if you want to stamp with black, it'll stand out.
Yes.
So there's nothing that's going to jar.
The darkest
what
colour
you do.
really is like a dark grey, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. And I think that's genius, because obviously, it's not fighting. You know, you've got your dark grey there, but it's not fighting whatever you use. These are just stunning, absolutely stunning. Now, obviously,
I could have those on the wall on their own.
Exactly.
Because every time you look
that
at it,
in
you
a
see
frame,
something new,
yeah. And you could just pick out, if you were doing something like that, for instance, I love that you've got a lot of words in this. That sings to my heart. But what you might do is just cut this out, mat and layer that so it's raised, 3D it, and then frame the rest.
Actually,
so
there's
you've just got one element.
There's a picture gallery near where I live that actually has artwork bigger than that in a frame, and it's thousands and thousands of pounds. It's an original, but it's thousands of pounds. You know, this look on the wall would look fantastic, and your projects would look amazing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's so usable. You know, again, if I wanted to bring in that ephemera, for instance, right? So you know, think about framing this, okay?
Yeah.
So you're just framing it. In fact, I can frame it because I've got dies to do that. So just framing it. So I'm taking part of it. And then you just bring in some of your ephemera. You know, all of a sudden, just that little bit, I've got something that works. There's so many ways you can use it.
That leaf is a rainbow leaf. How incredible did that look?
Yeah, and when you move your frame round, you see a different part.
Yeah.
Even on the one that's quite bright, maybe you're going to frame one of the sentiments. You know, you've got that beautiful sentiment.
The word
there.
life in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, you frame that and then bring in some more of your ephemera. Boom, you've got something that's proper easy, but it looks amazing. So this is your first pack of cardstock. Let me put that there. I'm trying to be so organised, everyone. So this is your first part of your cardstock. Again, the other side, they're all different as well. So you've got different designs on the back there. I love the font. You know, I love those layers. There's at least 46 layers gone on here.
Wow.
But that is stripped back, all them layers stripped back, but you've still got something really cool to work on.
Does abs keep the original?
Yeah, it will do, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you imagine?
Now, most of you are going for the big bundle, the 2 sets of 3. £51.94 is all it is. With split pay, remember, that takes it to less than what you should be paying for just 1 set of 3. So it's basically £25.97, was it? £25.97 split pay? Yeah, £25.97 on split, WR8L45, and it's more than that if you just buy one of them. But everybody's going for the bundle of 6, you want all of it, which we cannot blame you for. I do exactly the same. WR8L45.
I would too. I would too.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you choose? This is the second set. I'll be a bit quicker because I want to show you those dies as well. But again, the colour palette is beautiful. And let me just show you. Oh, it's bright. It's fabulous. It's the same concept. So the back of the card hasn't... Oh, it does me in when I do this.
I'm glad it's not me that just does that.
It's like, oh, you trickster. And I love that. I mean, you might not have all the ink to do this. It's okay. You might not have all these different stamps underneath to do this. It's been done for you. Maybe you hate getting really mucky. You know, maybe you hate getting really inky. It's been done for you. Or you want something that's quick. You don't want to dry and spend time drying it and waiting. It's done, but it looks like you spent hours creating that background. And I like that you've got a mixture. You've got a mixture of different colours in here. So it gives you such a beautiful array. And of course, you've got it in A4, A5 and A6. That's all your cardstock.
Okay, AALL Create have got an ardent fan base. They absolutely love everything that Abs and his team does. If you want the cardstock, imagine how many hours that artwork would have taken to do, and you've got it in A4, in those 3 sizes, and those 2 collections for you. Brand new today, and everything is available on the website individually. If you just want the A4 on its own, you can find that on the website or call the call centre and they can help you out. And also the dies are available individually too. If you don't want the set of 3, you'll find them on the web. The sets are always the best value for money. So if you want all 3, then please do go for all 3. We'll go on to those dies next and show you the stencils
now
as well.
the dies. These are the piece de resistance.
Yes.
Abs would be able to say that so wonderfully, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas mine sounds a bit northern. Now, these dies, oh my gosh. So, first things first, your backgrounds. So, this is your backgrounds. I love, look how cool this is because it's been cut into. So, it's not perfect, and I adore that. It's such a good die. You will use that again and again and again. Even if, and this is something I like doing. This is Paula who sort of inspired me to do this. When you've got a scrap of card, cut it. Use your card, and because just bits of this look so good.
I mean, that could be part of an engine, couldn't it?
Yeah, could be anything.
It looks quite industrial.
Could be anything. I mean, again, maybe you're just going to bring one of your beautiful ephemeras in. You know what I mean? Because that's been cut out of the cardstock, maybe you're just going to be bringing this in. Maybe you're going to be having the ephemera sort of laced in between it. So it's going to be growing through. You know, you can do so many
and
things.
if you've got any cogs or anything like that, it could look like maybe a clock mechanism. It could look like all sorts of things. Steampunky.
So useful,
Yeah.
so useful. And the stencil, this, as you can tell, I've used mine a lot. It's chunky now. I've made it even thicker. But I mean, this is just quick backgrounds. So picking up the ink, you know, spritzing through it, again cleaning my stencil, spritzing through, using different textures. You can do all sorts of that. That one is such a usable bundle.
You've had fun with this collection, haven't you? I can tell.
I love this collection. It's so, you shouldn't have favourites, and it's really difficult when you love everything, but this collection is so strong.
Yeah.
It is such a strong collection. Now, these dies are fantastic. They're fantastic. This first one, for starters, you get the frame, okay? Now, that frame you can use in so many ways. It's also got texture. Now, I've put it through once and then reversed it. That helps make that texture pop. And then you get an inside die. So the inside die fits perfectly in there. But perfect, but not perfect. So you've got little bits, you know, and that is so AALL Create, that you've got little sort of bits missing from it. It fits with all the dies that they do. And then you've got all the leaves. And again, look, you've not got perfect
Got
leaves.
the holes in the leaves, yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
And whether you're cutting them out of black card, whether you're cutting them out of the cardstock that we've got on today's show, whether it's just scraps, every time you put this through your die cutting machine, cut extra leaves, because you will use them.
That one, to let you know, if you want that one individually, it's Woodsy Vibes. That's what you need on the website or talking to the call centre. That one's Woodsy Vibes.
Oh, that reminds me of Glastonbury.
Oh, Woodsy Vibes.
Yeah, only because, well, there's one at Stages, is Woodsy's. It used to be John Peel, but they've renamed it to Woodsy's, so that reminds me of Glastonbury. I've decided I can't go this year because, you know, with everything that's happened. And now everything's reminding me of Glastonbury.
Right.
I know, right? I'm already getting the, honestly. Ridiculous.
It's the first year you've been for years.
For years.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm saying this, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh. Anyway.
You have to watch it on the telly instead.
Oh, don't. I can't. I'll sit and cry. It'll be awful. Okay, next. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
This is seriously cool.
This is
What
the house
a
huddle.
design. Yeah. This is ace, because what you've got, always last weekend of June. So what you've got is this, okay? Now, your frame is seriously good. It looks good as it is. I love all these little houses. They are beautiful. But you can chop it in half and these will fit back to back. So it gives you a completely different look. You then get in all of these. And all of these start allowing you to build. So maybe you're going to pop a little, let's have a see. Maybe you're going to pop an extra little branch coming out here.
I could so see you living there.
I can.
Yeah.
But I couldn't live at the top one. I'd be crying every time I had to go home. Can you imagine trying to get back to your house when you're a bit tipsy? I mean, you could, so you're building it.
Yeah.
You're building, but obviously, maybe you're going to bring extra elements in, but maybe you're going to bring extra leaves in from your other die set, you know, because maybe you're going to bring the extra, maybe you're going to chop that and have this in. So there's loads and loads of ways.
I love the way that
mix it.
Abs gives you all those other buildings and all the other dice to build the scene the way you want to.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
And they don't have to be in this.
No.
You know, that doesn't have to be tree houses. These are just lovely little houses. So you might just be building a scene with little houses. You've got your moon, you've got your sun or your planet or your full moon. So you've got loads and loads of options. I love the quirkiness. That for me is one of my favourites ever.
And then the other one is the furry forest.
Oh, and this again is sensational.
Yep.
And you are delving into the fairy forest. Now, what you're going to get, for starters, you've got that canopy. Now, that canopy can be a canopy, or, of course, it can be the roots,
Yep.
or, of course, it can be a bird's nest. You've got so many beautiful things. You can make this pretty. I love that, making it into a wedding card, because obviously this, you can actually go in.
It's
you
like
can
a
create
gazebo, isn't it? A
diorama
little bit.
and have it going in.
Yeah.
There's so many ways that you're going to use this. You can, again, cut it up and have more and more trees if you want to. There's texture on these as well. I should have brought my gilding wax, but I actually took it out of my box, which was silly. But I'll be able to show you actually with my ink in a little while, maybe. You've then got all of these. Now, again, this is so easy to decorate, because what you can start doing is bringing these elements in. You beautiful fox. I mean, look how gorgeous that is. Now, I love this, because within seconds, you can easily build up and make something beautiful. And again, it's so easy to make something amazing,
And
but you can start chopping it up and doing all sorts.
It looks great as black silhouettes, but equally you could be cutting out of white cardstock and painting them, colouring them in if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you've got texture, if you go over with ink, that texture will pop as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, cut them out. I mean, I love cutting them out of the decorative cardstock, because they look different. You know, the leaves look beautiful cut out of there. And look how delicate they are.
Yeah,
You know,
stunning.
this is such, again, they're all such strong collections. I like them because I love the frame. It'll fit on an A6 card, but it's the fact that you can cut that up and do so many different things
Now,
with it. So that, I think, is everything. That's the collection.
$19.99 each of the die sets are, but if you buy the 3 together, you get an extra, what, £8, £8 off the price to $52.97, and then you can split it into 2 interest-free split pays if you'd like to. And remember, if you're new to Hobby Maker and you haven't ever shopped with us, all you've got to do, give the call centre a call. They'll set up an account for you. You can do it yourself on the internet and on the website if you'd like to, which is hobbymaker.com, and also on the app you can register with us too. And you can have split pay, provided split pays on offer on the item you want. You can have it absolutely no credit checks, nothing like that. Just give us half in this instance and it'll be shipped out straight away, and then the next payment comes off your card in 4 weeks' time. Okay.
Dead easy one. I'm going to start with a dead easy one.
Okay, great.
Because I can. Because that's the beautiful thing about the collection. So I could just take one of my beautiful A6 backgrounds. Okay. And yeah, job done, that's it. First demonstration over. Beautiful. But taking one of my first A6 cards, up to me what I want to use. Do I want to go for the side that's not as busy? Do I want to go for something busy? And then I'm going to take the die. Now, I've already die cut this, but it is easy to die cut. I'm not going to put it, maybe I should put it through the machine just to show you. Now, look, if I put it on the black, with a black surround, I mean, it does look cool, because it kind of looks like, they're just part of the background, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's continuing.
It's got a real atmosphere to that. However, if I wanted to use it as a matte and layer, then it really pops. You know, it really stands out. I won't die cut this one. I'm going to play first, and then I'll do a die cut the next one. So, dead easy to actually matte and layer this if I want to, but I'm going to show you how you can chop it up, because I think that's super important. And I did demo this the other day on my live, but I think it's important to show it again just in case you didn't see that. So I'm just chopping it in half, but it's wherever you'd want to cut it. I mean, I could chop more off, it doesn't matter. And then what I'm going to do is put them back to back. Now, they've been designed to sit perfectly.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Back to back. See? So it gives me a completely different look.
Yeah, I love that.
Cool, innit?
Really good.
And I'm going to stick this down so I don't faff too much. Now, you've got loads of options, because these are all little houses. If you wanted to, if you had much more patience than I, what you could actually do, so for instance, if I want that really nice sort of orange behind one of my doors, I could actually take, and some people would do this, I have not got this patience level, but if you have got the, no, it's okay, it might work. I hate you. It's okay. Literally every time.
It always happens.
Every time. Okay, this one will work. See, I love you. So, email in, do you talk to your glue bottles? What crafty stash do you talk to? What crafty stash that you've got in your stash does that either makes you go, oh, you're brilliant,
Who gives
or
you what?
make
What?
you swear?
What crafty item gives you the best answer?
Yeah. Which answers you back?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to know what you talk to. You know, is it always like that tiny die that you always drop on the floor?
Yeah.
You know, what's the bit that you swear at the most? But see, you might not swear, you might not be like me. See, so you can, if you want to, pop little cardstock behind it. Obviously, you know, it's up to you. But you can, and it looks really cool. And
If you put yellow cardstock behind the windows, it'll look like the light's on.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that. And some people will do, or colour it in.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very easy, to be fair. It is very easy, did I dig out my pens, to actually decide where you're going and just put bits of colour behind it.
Also, I think the houses can look really fun, but also you could actually make them look really spooky and
Yes, you
quite, yeah.
Oh, it's perfect for Halloween. I mean, and this is the thing with this collection, it could be any season. I could make this Christmassy, I could make it Halloweeny, I could make it spring.
Spring and summer.
You know, you change what
houses.
you cut it out of,
Yeah.
you've changed the whole look of it.
I wonder if there are some houses like that somewhere in the world. I bet there are.
Well, actually, of course, I've looked at things on Airbnb, like staying in, of course I've, staying in tree houses, and there are. You can literally rent tree houses to stay in. I mean, they don't look as cool as this.
No.
They're a bit more, you know, but you can definitely stay in tree houses. That is a thing.
It says that programme on telly, is that George Clark's Amazing Houses or something?
Yeah.
They
There were one on other day, I think it were on that one, but it was round corner from my unit in Azzy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did up an old pie factory. How cool. I know.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you see? This
Yes,
is literally round
yes,
corner
yes.
from where I
Oh,
live.
okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it used to be Hollands, because Hollands is near me, up the north. And yeah, it was like, so I drove past it this morning.
I saw the beginning of it. I didn't see the ending of it, what they turned it into, but...
Yeah, it looked beautiful.
Was it good?
Yeah, I obviously drove past trying to look in the windows.
Right.
Of course I did. But look, how cool
That's
is
great.
that? And then you can start decorating. So look, I've got all these little dies. And obviously, every time I'm putting it back through, I'm cutting again and again. So I'm creating lots of different looks every single time. Now, I did say about texture, and it has got texture on it. Now, I didn't bring my Distress Oxide, so I'm not sure if Lisa's will show. I don't think it will, actually. But did I cut this? Right, I'll show you in a little bit. In fact, I'll show you on one of the toadstools, for instance, okay? See, if I go on with my ink, I just want to show you the texture. So can you see? So all of the little dies, even the small dies, have got texture. And you can see that now. Look how that pops.
Yeah.
You know, you could easily cut that and start matting and layering that, so you could 3D it. There's so many different things that you can do with your dies. So the moon, I know you can't see it, but even the moon has got texture on it.
So they emboss as well as cut?
Yes,
Right.
yes. And I found they'd emboss even better when you put them back through the second time.
Right.
And then they really do. I can't believe I took my wax out my box. That's really annoying. So I'm going to, now remember this is my quick and easy one, so I'm not going to faff too much, she says. So I'm going to, but it is one of those you like to faff with. Now that, you see, it could be flat on the ground, or because that's got a wobbly base, it actually looks like a branch.
Yeah.
So it's either the earth or it's a branch. When that one again is dead easy, if you wanted to put little bits of card or colouring behind it, you absolutely could. I love that you've got your little step ladders, because the little step ladders, look, you can have it.
Well, you've got to get out somehow, haven't you? You've got to get down.
I love that. So you've got a little step ladder. I just think they're so cool. You've got little stars, so you can cut as many stars as you want.
It's escapism, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, it's playing. But I adore this because it gives me lots and lots of options.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to make the same thing twice if I don't want to. But it's actually quite easy. If you are making, you want a set of these, it's easy to actually create the same one twice. And actually, they do come together quite quickly. Once you start doing it, they actually do build up really quite quickly.
I mean, it could be a really quirky set on a film, couldn't it? I mean, it could be anything, really.
And it's not literal, you know. And I say this about cards a lot. And I mean, this would be beautiful in an art journal.
Yeah.
But houses and buildings, for me, they represent so much, don't they? They represent family, they represent love, they represent stability and care, and you know what I mean? So homes mean so much, you know.
I mean, new home card, welcome to your new home card. This would be fantastic.
Absolutely. And it's up to you how you use it, whether you use it literal or whether you're just using it because the artwork is magnificent. Now, that's dead easy to put together.
Yeah.
If I then wanted to, I could take one of my beautiful bits of card and look into it and decide what sentiment I want. So from a piece of card, I can lift a sentiment. So for instance, I've got the love there. And what I do love about this, I didn't plan which card I was going to pick up. I could pick up any one of these pieces of card, and I bet you any money I'm going to find a sentiment that suits my project. So I'm going to cut that out and then have this on there like so, which I like it falling off the card as well.
Me too.
I'm going to pop a little bit of ink around this so it will stand out, and then that is it. So realistically, to create something that's really unique, that's really different, that's really cool, it doesn't take much at all, and that anybody can do, and I think that's important. It looks, that especially because of that background, it looks like I've spent hours doing that. I haven't.
I think AALL Create, what their skill is doing is thinking out of the box and helping you think out of the box as well, giving you ideas and inspiration. So the die sets today, you've got the house one, which of course Leonie's just used in that demonstration, but you've also got the leaf and foliage one, and you've also got the wood themed one as well. Now we're calling it Woody Vibes, Furry Forest and House Huddle. What Leonie used was House Huddle. If you want to go for all three of them, that's where you save the most money. It should be nearly £60. It's £52.97, and there are so many elements there as well. Now, the ephemera, bearing in mind there is another show of this, Leonie, later, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
The ephemera is now limited stock. I'm not at all surprised that that's the case. Look at the vibrant colours you've got on these leaves. They are absolutely electrifying. You've got 35 pieces in this one. You've got 59 pieces in this one, but they're all pre-cut for you, and how you use them is entirely up to you. 80% of the stock of the ephemera is gone, meaning only 20% left. You have got QR codes on the packaging as well, which gives you tutorials and ideas how to use them. And of course, you can use them in lots of ways. Obviously, card making, scrapbooks, journaling, anything like that. But also for home decor, decorating things that you've either made or built out of MDF, or maybe upcycling furniture, incorporate it into that if you want to as well. But they are beautiful. They really, really are. Miniature works of art, each and every one. And they're £13.98. Sheila's in, Patricia's in County Durham, Terry in the West Midlands is coming in as well. All of the ephemera, be quick though, because less than 20% of the stock remains. We may not even have it in the latest show. So it's brand new to us today, launching here today. It's RQ8 L64. RQ8 L64 is the product code if you want the ephemera. And you got another demo up your skip?
I have.
Yeah?
I have.
Okey-dokey.
Right, okay. So what I'm going to do this time, I'm just going to take one of the pieces of card. Now, actually, as usual, I've changed my mind what I'm going to do because I kind of like seeing both sides. But, no, do this. Don't go off on tangents, kid. So,
you can if you want.
Oh, honestly. So one side is obviously, as we were saying, one side's heavy. It's decorative. It's really. The other side, we've got a plainer cardstock. Now, this is where we can start playing. Let's start playing first of all with that stencil.
Okay.
So I need to find my stencil because I've gone and buried it. Where have I put my stencil? Oh, I've annoyed myself. I've put it somewhere.
You had it a few minutes ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I've literally, it's here. No, I brought it
I've not
back,
got it.
didn't I?
I think it's over there by the machine.
Eh? No, that's the die. But sorry, I will be back with you. There it. No, it isn't. There it is. It's here. It's in this pile. Yes. Okay, so let's use a beautiful stencil first of all. Now, loads of ways you can use stencils because it's a really handy little tool. So I'm going to get some ink and I'm going to be quite random. Let's go for a beautiful blue. Let's go for an orange because this will suit orange and maybe a brown actually, a burnt orange as well. So. And as usual, it's like all the colours and we'll see what happens. So let's start building on the cardstock. On the cardstock, what I love about this, there isn't, like obviously there's text on this, but it's because it's quite random, it doesn't matter where I'm going with it, you know, it can be anywhere. Now, when you start building up the colour, I'm being quite light with the colour. I'm not going in heavy. And I love this because gently, I start building this up. You might want to use stencil tape or adhesive, you know, a stencil spray. I'm not doing, I'm just sort of layering nice and quick. And look, just a tiny bit of ink.
So all the cardstock's uncoated so you can do your own?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can really play with it. And I love that because obviously that's what it's designed for. It's designed for you to be able to create with it, you know. But I love that it's so different and unique because you can use it in so many different ways. So just a little bit of ink there, which doesn't that look pretty already?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it just looks so effective. And I mean, I've only put a little bit on, but look how well it blends into that background. It's almost like anything I used would blend into the background.
Yeah, because they've not given you too much. They've just given you a background, a very light background for you to play with, really.
And I just think that's fabulous because it does allow me to be the designer and the creator. Taking a bit of ink and just edging. So going around the edge, but literally dragging some of that ink in. And this will start giving me just, can you see, just dragging it in. Now, I'm using the edge of an ink pad. Because that's a felt ink pad, it's got a harder edge. So when I come in, you can cut into your ink. Can you see how it gives you them lines?
Yeah, I like that effect.
It's really effective. And it just allows me and I'm hardly touching it.
It's like streaks of rust, isn't it?
Yes.
Something.
It's kind of rusty, it's kind of woody. So again, it matches the whole theme. If I go in with my brush, I can start blending that ink a little bit. So it means that if you don't want it as heavy, just start blend it a little bit and it breaks it up a bit. See, I love that.
I do too.
Cool, innit? Before I even do anything.
That looks like sheet metal now to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside
for a year or something like that.
Yeah. Now, one die, I will die cut. It's one of those you think people know how to die cut, but I think it's important to show you one of the dies. So I'm going to show you the circle. Now, the actual circle, it's a solid die.
Yeah.
There's loads of ways you can use this. Are you going to use it on maybe your decorative cardstock? Are you going to use it on black? It is up to you. I'm actually going to use it on the one that I spritzed.
Okay.
Because then it'll give me a different look.
And what have you spritzed it with? Because you've got a lovely sheen coming
Yes.
off.
Now that is Tim Holt's the Distress Spritz.
Nice.
Beautiful. Oh, they're well nice of those.
And you spritzed it and then just let it drip down the...
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and the other one was using Distress Oxide. So, come on you. So that one there, that one is Distress Oxide.
Oh, wow.
Which looks so
That's not got the
nice.
shine, that's got the chalky finish.
Yes,
yeah?
yes. And it's Distress Oxide is more chalky.
Yeah.
So it gives you a really chalky, beautiful effect. But yeah, they're just so nice. Now, I wanted to die cut this because it is important to show you that it die cuts beautifully. It's quite good actually because my machine at home, I think, is losing power.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I have
for
to.
a new one.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna, or maybe I just need new plates. You know, they're a bit banana-y. So look, now I've got the die. If you're careful, you could get a piece of adhesive, and actually pop these out to make a cool background with the waste.
Yeah.
But you don't lose any of this waste because it's so usable. All of these beautiful little circles, you can use them in so many
Well, you've got
ways.
a galaxy there.
Yeah,
haven't you?
and
Instantly.
because it's shiny, look how lovely they look. And because it's on that cardstock, and also because it's on the cardstock, maybe I'm going to use it the other way about. Do you know what I mean? So I can start mixing and matching it. Doesn't it look cool?
Yeah, it does,
And that's
actually.
the waste. I love that. I love when the waste is almost as good as the dye itself. I think that is so cool. And then the dye itself now. It's a delicate dye, believe it or not. Even though it's a big, solid dye, you have got some really delicate little bits in here. And let me show you. So
the die cut is delicate, not the die itself. But
No.
what it cuts is
the
delicate.
dye itself is a really solid dye. I like dyes like this.
Yeah.
Because you don't feel like you're going to damage the dye when you're smashing it on the table. But look how fine that is.
Yeah.
Isn't that a beautiful background?
And just like with the stencil you said earlier on, there's no straight line to it.
Yeah. And, I mean, of course, yes, you've got your stencil, but you might be using this to stencil with as well. You might be cutting this multiple times. Every time you're cutting a little bit of scrap, pop that through at the same time. And you're definitely keeping all of this. You know, you will, and I'm
Put it in your bit box.
Yeah, absolutely, because you will use it. It's really quite handy. Even this one, and I chopped this one off as well. But it's nice because you can come in and start sort of filling gaps in. So you can actually use it to fill back in again, which looks really cool as well. Let me just get a bit of black card so you can see that. Because honestly, it looks, see, when you come to fill back in, so if you leave that in situ, and maybe chop off, and then you start filling back in again.
And
that looks so cool.
Don't try to overthink things. Just go for it. Do the most
play.
random thing, and very often you'll think, oh, that actually looks quite cool.
Yeah, and I love that because as you start to play, as you experiment, you find more uses, you find more things, and they look really good. Now, with your beautiful die, I don't want to use the full die, I'm just going to use parts. So where I've got my circles there, that's what I'm going to do. You might want to cut it, you might want to tear it, whatever you fancy. So just chop in this, and I'm just going to tear that. So I'm going to have a little bit here, just because I love that texture. Doesn't it look effective?
Yeah, and it looks totally different just by literally snipping it in half.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's so cool. And I might be filling that back in again, like I was saying. So you might create a full pocket with it. You know, with that open die, you could create a full pocket with it. This is the thing about dies, isn't it? They're such good tools. You know, they're the kind of tool that you can create so many different looks. And I love experimenting. When you've just got like all afternoon or whatever, just to play, just to experiment, it's the best thing. Now, I want this in this corner, but again, I'm going to rip a bit. I'm not cutting because I kind of like those torn edges. I think that looks really quite effective, and it suits it. It suits that more sort of worn bit. You know what I mean?
It takes on a totally different look when you just snip away at it, absolutely, with your fingers.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
It really does. So, just ink in this.
Well, you're watching the new AALL Create collection, which we're launching today. We've got the dies, we've got the fantastic printed cardstock, 350 GSM cardstock, and we've got this stencil and die with the bubbles, all available as bundles, or you can buy them individually if you want to on the website.
There, isn't that just...
That is stunning. I love it.
Oh, I love that. So dead easy, right? All I'm going to do with this now is choosing which ephemera to use, because do I go for the autumn? Do I go for the really bright? I love them both, but I'm going to go for the autumn. Okay, so...
Kind of coppers and golds.
Let's...
The ephemera is looking like it is about to go. We have single figure stock on the ephemera. That's all we've got. Whether we can get any more, Leonie's saying we've probably got more. So, yeah, we can see if we can get some more added.
Yes. I'll have a word afterwards.
Okay.
I think I'll have a little chat.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we sell out this show, we'll probably be able to get more for the next show. So.
Now then, let me just pop this here like so. Beautiful. And look, look at these little bits. And maybe I'm going to tear that one off just so I don't have to glue it. That's 5 minutes, quickly, honey. So, but it is quick. I'm doing a quick card again because, and I wanted to show how this works with the look of the leaves, because you don't, it isn't necessarily autumnal. It's whatever you want it to be.
And also because all those circles are instantly tuckable. You can tuck anything into them, can't you?
Yes.
You could have characters popping out of them if you wanted to. And the leaves.
Dimension, that's it. You can do so much with it. I mean, if you wanted to, you could bring in maybe some of the characters, but obviously in the next hour I'll do some of the other characters, but maybe some of the dies, because I think that looks really effective. With the black in there, you know, because that black makes it pop, and it's really, really strong. Just using a few of these bits of ephemera. Oh, I love these. See, don't they just look so effective? Now, I would glue these down. I'm planning first. Before I glue, I'm planning. I love that, how that drops down. So actually sort of planning my design before I start gluing them, but then I'll definitely go through and glue them. But if so I'm just creating my frame. Now I might be creating a wreath with this. There's a card that's with the dies that's creating a beautiful wreath, which you could do. You could do all sorts. And remember, these have got texture. So even every single leaf has got texture as well. And I quite like just a little bit of one of the black showing underneath. I think that looks really, really beautiful.
That
and
really makes a big difference, doesn't it, having the black behind it?
And if you don't want the full piece, I don't want the bigger piece, but just break it down. You're getting a lot in those packs. Every single pack is just full of goodies.
The ephemera has just sold out, so apologies it's gone, but we can get more stock. Leonie said, so we'll get that back on the website in the next, hopefully, half an hour or so.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Now look, see? Just bringing that, playing before I glue it down. So I'm just having that all falling down the card. Which, doesn't that look beautiful? Look at the movement. It's just so ridiculously effective. And then, do you know what? To finish this, yes, I've matte and layer it, obviously. But then, same as I did before, taking that one of these cards and looking at the sentiments. I've got so many sentiments on these, you know, and I could easily now just take part of this, just deciding what you want. You know, it might be this bit.
Whether you want it as a square or a strip or whatever.
And also what size.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if I then go to the bigger cardstock, maybe the sentiment I need is, and I get a little bit obsessed with this, with the sentiments.
Do you think a lot of people chop them up, or most people leave them whole? What would you... Do you chop them up?
Chop them up.
Chop them up.
Oh my gosh, yeah. But I'm obsessive the way I chop up as well.
Right.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, well, I'm not chopping into that bit because I might want one of them sentiments. So I'm going to have to chop into it this way. Ridiculous.
I'm just thinking as well, they make amazing journal or book covers, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And it's heavyweight cardstock. This is 350 GSM.
Yeah.
So because it's cardstock, you can use it in so many ways. Make journals out of this, make beautiful bases out of it. There's all sorts. And then all I'm going to do, I would matte and layer this all up, put a bit of ink on, but I just wanted to show you how easy it is to just make a beautiful layout.
Leonie,
that look pretty.
We're out of time. That is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant demos. You're back later at...
Yes. 8 o'clock.
Last show of the day. Last show of the day.
Last show of the day. So I'm going to do something constructive in the break time.
Okay, and we will get more stock of the ephemera. So if it says out of stock at the moment, we will get more for the latest show. It should be on the website in about half an hour or so. Leonie will work her magic. Right, coming up next, more from the lovely Sharon and Sizzix. We've got great deals with them today. Sizzix Deal Show on the way. Then after me at 5 o'clock, it's Hayley to see you through till 9. Thanks, Leonie, love.
Thanks, love. Bye.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel Sewing Street is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there is something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everybody, hope you're having a lovely Wednesday with us at Hobbymaker. I'm with you till 5, then Hayley takes over till 9 tonight. Every day, 1 till 9, 8 hours of inspiration, fun and amazing products with amazing guests as well. Sharon's back.
Thank you.
You all right?
Yes, I'm good.
What a busy 1 o'clock show. I'll tell you something, you know the layering stencils and the layering stamps, anything layering, everyone's really keen on them or wants to get hold of them. One layering stencil set we had in the earlier show completely sold out. Ahead of schedule. We thought we'd have enough to last 3 shows.
We thought it would last, but...
Completely won't.
Yes.
But good news, we do have another layering stencil bundle for you that we still have stock of. Now, what is a layering stencil? Basically, it's an image that allows you with 4 stencils to create different colours in different places. So you end up with what looks like, at the end of the day, a real piece of modern art.
It really looks like a piece of art. And that's great. And also these are 6x6, so they are big enough that you could pop them in a frame and use them as home decor.
And they're worthy of that,
They
absolutely. Look, you've got stencil 1, gives you the background. Stencil 2 gives you the first part of the flower. 3 and 4 give you different parts of the flower. So as in this case, the background's a certain colour, a different colour's been used, a different colour family's been used for the flowers, a light, a medium tone and a darker tone with Stencil 2, 3, 4. And that's what you end up with. So this is the first one, 4 stencils in there. Now these normally, I can't remember the price of them on their own normally. They vary. $21.99, $23.99, it varies. But that's the first one. This one I adore. I love this, the peony.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And you can get such different looks with this one by using different colours. It's very pretty, and it's a lovely bold design that I even saw Pete did a card with this where he did kind of quite a monochrome colourway, and it looked stunning.
Like brown and grey.
Yes,
I remember seeing
like
that. But also,
sepia.
equally, if you're a pop art fan like I am, you might think to yourself, well, I'll do it in yellow, and I'll do it in bright pink, and I'll do it in bright green, and make it really funky and way out. You know, it's entirely up to you. But that's the second one. Then we go to this one, which is the Geo background. Now, that's like you're walking on Moroccan tiles on a floor or a wall. And again, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Each step, use a different colour, and you'll just be amazed at the results. And of course, these stencils will work with the stamp press and stencil tool. If you've got that, the brilliant stamping platform from Sizzix, these have got the little holes in the stencil. But if you haven't got that, don't worry, you can still use them. Just use low tack tape.
Just tape them, put a little pencil mark through the holes. Then you can line them up that way. So yes, you don't need to have the stencil and stamp tool, but obviously it does make your life quicker.
And then the last stencil or set of stencils is this one, which is your flower patch. So again, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Now, all of these stencils are etched with numbers, so you know which order to use them in. But what you end up with at the end of the day is the most beautiful work of art, 6 by 6 in size. And today, they should be £91.96. On average, they're between £21 and £23 for a set, because there's 4 stencils in each set. We are doing what we did with the other stencil set earlier on. If you got that set, treat yourself to this set as well. You'll really, really love working with these. $43.99. It's a Sizzix Deals Day today. So you've got them basically for well below half the price they should be. And look at the finished cards. They are magnificent. Look at that flower.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Beautiful.
And the beauty is anyone will get this same result, but that looks like something that's really advanced level, doesn't it? That, you know, you'd look at that and think, oh, that's someone's that's been crafting a long time. But actually, you could give that to the kids and they'd come out with that same result.
Exactly. Yeah, all you've got to do is choose which ink pads you want to use, which inks you want to use, and away you go. I mean, that's just 3 different or 4 different shades of pink and red.
Yes.
And it's magnificent.
It really is, and it's a great process as well. It's very relaxing. It's very enjoyable. You can't go wrong. And you can get so many different looks just by switching the colours on these. You're not going to get bored. You know, it's not something where you do it once and think, bored of that now.
Now, if you're wondering about sentiments, have we still got Pete's stamps, sentiment stamps? Have we still got stock of those? If you want those, they're on the website now. I just want to show them to you because they work so well with these stencils. If you looked at that card that I showed you a few minutes ago, or Charlie showed you, that one that we've got here, there we are, that beautiful floral one, on your special day. If you're thinking, oh, I like that font, well, that's in the stamp sets that we've got here of Pete's sentiment stamps. So these are available as well at a special deal. We'll give you details of those in a minute or so. But just to let you know, they're on the website if you want to get hold of them. Right, shall we show them?
Shall we have a look? And actually, I'm going to do that one that we just looked at, because I'm going to show you how really, really easy it is to create that. So let me grab my stencil and stamp tool. Now we've got this back in stock as well, so if you've been waiting for this, now's your chance, because it kind of goes in and out, doesn't it?
I tell you what, so many of you bought this on the 1 o'clock show. If you haven't got it yet, even if you've got a stamping platform already, this is a game changer.
It is.
This is your stamp and stencil platform. You can see the size of it. Also, it's got tacky sheets, gripper sheets, so you don't need to use any magnets, because sometimes magnets can jump and sometimes you can lose them and that sort of thing. Whereas these tacky sheets, they kind of go on for a long, long time, and you can get easily replacements for them. They're not very expensive.
Yeah, we sell them, I think, packs of 5. will last you a long while. It will last you even longer if you look after it, basically. Put the release paper back on it so it doesn't get dusty, and it will keep its tackiness for longer.
And it just means that nothing slips, nothing jumps when you're stamping on it or stenciling or whatever you're doing. So
no, it's such a clever idea, because if you think about all of your other stamp platforms, the concept is you're generally butting your card up against a corner and then using magnets to hold it. With this one, there's no corners, so it means you can put a 12 by 12 sheet on here if you want to do bigger projects, because there's no edge getting in the way. And you've got no magnets in the way, because you just pop your cardstock on and it holds it in place. Now, if you're using a smaller piece of card, I'm using A4 just because it's easier, but you can line up with the grid as well. So first of all, your card's going to be straight. And secondly, if you were doing, say, a big background stamp, when you do those where you're covering your whole card front, the magnet's in the way. And you have to keep moving it around.
It can be a pain.
They can be a pain. Also, if you want to do a whole background, if you want to cover your whole card front, if you've got a stamp platform where it's got to be butted up in the corner, you can't stamp right up to the edge.
No.
So such a clever invention, simple thing, but it makes a massive difference.
And of course, there are accessories available to go with this, and there will be more coming out in the future.
Yes.
The Stamp and Spin, that's on our website, which allows you to do stamping in a circular motion. It's the base that so many other things will work with.
Yes, we've already brought out an extension to the hinges so that you can stamp directly into your journals.
Yep.
And I know there's lots of other things in the pipeline. Sizzix generally work about 18 months ahead.
Right.
So they've already designed Christmas, and they've probably done all of next summer as well. They really work ahead, so there's lots of things coming for us.
And you know what they are, but you can't tell us.
No, actually, I don't know all of them.
Are you like me? Do they not tell you in
No,
case you
well,
let the cat out of the bag?
It's not so much that. It's more because I don't work in the Sizzix office. I'm freelance.
Right.
They forget to tell me stuff. So, yeah, it's not so much that they can't trust me with it, like you, Dave.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how I've got that reputation.
Poor Dave has got this reputation, and actually, if you ask him not to spill the beans, he can keep things quiet.
Thank you.
I'll stick up for you, Dave. No one else will. So, the beauty of the stencil and stamp tool is this little adapter, because I can pop that over the hinges. And then the stencils have got holes that fit on these pegs. Now, each stencil is numbered. It's got the number etched on it. Now, they're just etched on. You might find you want to just get a black Sharpie pen and write it on.
Okay.
Because it is a little bit hard to see.
Can I just say as well, I've just remembered to tell you that the stamping tool is not £50.99. It is on Sizzix's website, £50.99 at the moment. We've got it for £39.99. And because it should be £50, that's kicked in split pay. And it's not come off, even though we've dropped it down to under 40. So it is available at £19.99. If you've thought about this, today's a really good day to buy it. You won't regret it. And it's the best stamping platform I think I've ever used, and certainly one of the best well-made as well.
It is, and having
out for it in the future.
And having the other things it does as well. You know, you would happily pay that for a stamp platform, but this has got the stencil adapter too. You can also bring in the Stamp and Spin at some point if you want to add that. So yeah, and all the other things that are coming. So yes, for the money, I think it's a really good value because it's not just a stamp platform. So I've added my first stencil. Now, when you look at the packaging, it shows you what's on each stencil. So this really is just going to give me this background. Now, depending on how adventurous you want to be, you can see on this one they've used a few colours because it's quite a large area. So feel free if you want to add in, you know, a few different colours. It's very easy to blend.
It's a bit like the crystal maze.
It is, isn't it? And cleverly, it's blocked out where the flowers are going to be. So when I bring in my flowers, that area is going to be white because that's protected. So having the layering stencils means you haven't got to worry about getting ink where it shouldn't be and going over the design because the stencil will cleverly cover the areas that need to be protected. So we're going to start with the first colour. Now, in terms of what inks to use, really any inks, and you will know from, you know, the inks that you've got which ones are best for blending. I've got a mixture here. I've got some oxides. This is a Catherine Pooler one. Catherine was here last week, and I know we've got a bundle. We had a bundle of, I think there were 10. Started off with 12, didn't we? And I think it went down to 10 different ink pads. So these blend really well. And I might even do a couple of colours on this one. We'll go a bit adventurous.
And all the ink pads that Sizzix bring to us, remember Sizzix have got a brand shop. All of our suppliers have got a brand shop on our website. So whenever you want something maybe from either Sizzix or from AALL Create or from Carnation or Craft Buddy or Hunky Dory, whatever the company may be, just go to our website, hobbymaker.com, and go to the brand page and you'll see all the brands listed, and then you can just see all the products they've got. You can order whenever you like.
Yeah, it's fabulous to have so much choice, isn't it? And really, don't feel you've got to stick to one brand either. You'll notice I'm going to flip between...
Not brands of ink, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Use what you've got. You know, don't feel you've got to have the whole collection of anything. Choose the, you know, it's all about the colours really. We've all got our favourites. Now I haven't covered all of that because I think what I'll do is show you how I would bring in another colour. I've got a purple here. Let's bring in a little bit of purple. Because the beauty is, first of all, this is a nice big area I'm working in.
Now, if you're asking for the hinge adapter for stamping into journals and books, I'm afraid we're out of stock of that at the moment. We're working on getting that back.
Yeah, it will be back. No doubt Pete will be back on with that soon because I know we've got new things coming for that collection, so I'm sure Pete will be on soon with those. So I'm just going to bring in a bit of purple just to mix it up a little bit. And the beauty of having the tool is I can lift it off and check I'm happy with what I'm doing.
Love it.
That's nice, isn't it? See, I've missed a bit down here. And I can just put this back on and I'll be right back in the same place. So I can fill in that little bit that I hadn't covered. And I can blend these colours together. See, I feel that's a bit strong there, so I can just blend that out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's given me a lovely background.
Very nice.
Lovely colours, aren't they?
And that's step one.
That's just the first one. So on to stencil 2. Cleaning your stencils, just give them a wipe with a wet cloth or a baby wipe, anything like that. With ink pads, there's no hurry to wipe that off because it's a non-porous, it's very shiny and slick. Your ink's going to wipe straight off even if I do that tomorrow. If you're using pastes and things like that, clean it straight away because they're terrible to get off then.
Hard, don't they?
Yeah, you end up having to get a toothbrush out and scrub at them. So inks, don't worry, but anything else, clean it straight away. So stencil 2, you can see straight away is the flowers. So when I look at this, you can see this is kind of the main shape of the flower.
So is the rule normally start lighter and go down to darker?
Yes, if you look at the large areas are going to be sort of the overall flower, and then my next stencil you can see is where they've got like a darker blue. So with this one, I'm going to go in with my lightest shade. I'm going to do the flowers pink.
Okay.
So I'm going to go in with the lightest pink. So my lightest pink, I'm switching it up. I'm going to go with Distress Oxides, Tattered Rose. This is my favourite pink. Now, I don't tend to keep separate brushes for different ink pads. I just keep them in colour families. And I just make sure that I haven't got any ink left on this from last time I used it. Just brush it off with a kitchen towel. I very rarely wash my brushes. That's all I do in between. And
is it a bad thing to wash brushes, or?
I just think it's unnecessary.
Okay.
I get it if you haven't got many brushes and you're mixing between colours, but really if you've got enough brushes to have one per family, all you need to do really is just brush them off on a bit of kitchen
So just
towel.
have one brush for your reds, one brush
yeah,
for your
one
greens,
for your
one
pinks.
For your,
yeah, exactly. That's what I do. And then I never really clean them. I just wipe the excess off on a kitchen towel. Because with oxides, they've got that chalky finish. If I now went straight onto a dye ink pad, you'd end up with that contaminating it a little bit.
Right.
So particularly if you're using oxides, make sure you give them a good wipe off on a kitchen towel, but that's all you need to do. So that's a nice pale pink for that layer.
That's a nice colour.
Goes nice with the sort of the turquoise, doesn't it, the aqua. So the next one, checking I've got the right one, number 3. Pop it over the pegs, and you can see straight away this is going to leave me some of that pink, but I'm going to bring in a darker shade.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have tons of ink pads, I could come back in with this same one because adding another layer of the same pink will darken it anyway.
Right.
So don't sort of feel you've got to rush out and buy loads of different shades of pink.
So if you just want a subtle difference,
If you,
2 layers. Yeah.
You can layer up the same colour. I'm going to bring in a different colour. I don't know if this one's darker. Now I'm going...
Hundreds of ink pads, haven't you?
I have. And because I'm going from oxide to a dye ink, I absolutely don't want that oxide going on that ink pad. So I'm just going to make sure I brush that off. And I think this will be a bit darker. Oh yeah, it's just a little bit darker, but not too drastic. So it's still a soft tone. So there we go, this works perfectly. This colour's called Quartz if you are looking for it on the website, because this is one of the ones Catherine had last week.
Well, loads of you are coming in for the layering stencils today. Remember, you're saving half price. Actually, it's below half price, better than half price. $43.99 for $91.96 worth of layering stencils. And this is the only bundle we've got in the show. Remember, you're going to get the one that obviously Sharon's working on. You're also going to get your amazing peonies. That's incredible, that one. You're going to get that. You're going to get this, the mosaic tile, and you're going to get that, the flower patch. Yeah, all 4 sets, that's 16 stencils, $43.99. If you've never done the layering stencil technique before, you'll be hooked, you'll be loving it. Do it in all sorts of different colours. Use it for wall art as well as card making too. TPXC32.
You absolutely will be hooked. Now, this last layer, on the image here, they've done the stalks, stalks, with blue, and it comes up onto the flowers a little bit. Now, I want to have green, so I am going to be a bit careful. So I'm going to come in with a smaller brush for my green.
Stencil brush.
Yeah, these are Lisa Horton brushes, because I want to just do the stems in green, and then I want to do the detail on the flowers in maybe might even go over with the same pink just to darken it up. So I've got a couple of little brushes. I think this small one will do, because I do. This is an area where I do need to be a little bit careful. So now the trick, if you're coming in with quite a strong colour as I am, put your ink onto the stencil first. You can see there I didn't. I went in and it's a bit darker than I wanted. If you put the ink onto the stencil and bring it in,
oh, that kind of mutes it a bit.
It mutes it a bit, and you know you're not going to get too strong a colour to start with. So do the same with this one here. There we go.
This is going to look good.
And I'm not putting any colour on the flowers. So I've got a bit of green there, and then a bit of green here. And then I think that's a bit of green there. Then I'm going to come in with a bit of pink. Now, because I don't want to get pink where I've put the green, I'm going to also use a smaller brush for the pink. And I think we'll just come back in with the same colour we just had, actually. Just put another layer on, because by going over, it'll darken it. And I'm going to just dab there so I don't touch the green. And here, same thing. There we go. You can use an ink blending tool if that's your preferred way to use your ink pads. I like the softer look of a brush, but you can do either. Oh, there's a little bit there I've missed. And I'm just going to almost dab into those.
Are you ready for the reveal? Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
Isn't it beautiful? So you can trim that down, and it needs a sentiment, so we'll bring one in.
And look how different it looks in the blue.
Yes, I've gone with
same stencil completely.
Yeah, I've kind of similar background, but then I've gone for pink rather than blue. And I wanted the realism of having green on my...
And you can do it 50 times in totally different colours. It'll look completely different.
You
That's
can.
The thing. But the result will always be professional and mind-blowingly beautiful. I'm a massive fan of layering stencils and layering stamps. This is the only set we've got now. We hoped we'd have 2 sets to last 3 shows. The first set sold out in the 1 o'clock show. This set is going very quickly now. And you've got 4 in each set. So 4 numbered stencils in each set, 16 stencils for just £43.99. And that, thank you very much, or thank you so very much. Those sentiments are part of this bundle that I talked about.
We've got, yes, I don't know if the thank you's in the ones we've got, actually.
Isn't it?
because there are in total about 6 of these sets.
Ah, okay.
I'm going to pick a different one to show you anyway.
Now, these flew in the earlier show, just to show you. These are all designed by our good friend Pete Hughes. So have a little look. You've got So Very Thankful, Sending Hugs, Wishing You Joy. Half the stock went in the 1 o'clock show. You've got, what did I say? Choose Happy, Life is Beautiful, Find Your Wings and Fly, Be the Rainbow, Sending Happiness, Sending Love Your Way. So that's the first set. Next set, I love these, especially the ones that look handwritten.
Yes.
On your special day, just because you are special. Happy birthday to you. Love and laughter forever after. Just a little note to say hello. This is the one that you used in the earlier demonstration. Thanks for...
Yes, thankful for you. Yeah, that's the one I used.
Then you've also got Every Day. See the beauty in every day. Happy, oh happy day. Sending well wishes your way and so on. So they are absolutely lovely. And then this one, it's like you've got a fine fountain pen.
Yes.
And written it yourself.
This set is a bit more delicate. This one's designed by Lisa Jones. And this really covers you. It's one of those essential sets, really. It covers you for all the occasions, really, because you've got birthday, you've got new baby, you've got Easter. Congratulations will cover all your sort of weddings, anniversaries.
Mm-hmm.
You've got happy birthday, and then you've got sort of general sentiments like have a wonderful day. And
just imagine how fantastic these are going to look with your layered stencil pictures.
Yes.
I mean, one of those sentiments across what Sharon's just done.
Yes.
Can you add one of those?
I'm going to add one of these, yeah.
Now, these are $29.99. They should be $48.96. And you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 packs of sentiments. There's about, is it 40 stamps in total? Did we count them earlier?
Oh, I don't know. They usually say how many's in each.
Oh, 13, 5, that's 18, and 17, 35.
It's a lot.
35 stamps in total. And look at the classy way they look on the card. The handwritten look is, I don't know if you're like me, my handwriting as I've got older has gotten worse.
Yes.
Because I'm not writing much.
I wouldn't ever handwrite a sentiment on a card because it would just look a little bit too messy in my writing.
Yeah, my handwriting used to be all right, but because it's all text and emails now, I don't write very much.
You don't write very much.
Don't write
these
checks,
days,
you don't sign your name very often. $29.99 is your price. That's saving you £20 off the price, roughly. Well done to everyone coming through. Crafter in Worcestershire, Janet in West Yorkshire, Dee in Manchester has checked out. Caroline's in, Tracy, Sylvia, Sandra, Robert, and many, many more of you coming through. But yeah, a sentiment, the right words on the right card make all the difference.
And what I love is with these sentiments from Pete, these were designed to work with the stencils.
Yeah.
So they're quite bold because obviously if you're going over a stencil background, you don't want anything too delicate. And what I like to do is take off the release sheet and use this to see.
See what works.
And what I love is the way that there's a mix. So I feel that I've got a nice gap here. So just a note to say hello would fit beautifully without going over the flowers. So would happy birthday to you.
Good way, though, to use the carrier sheet as a guide.
Yes, because you can see exactly. Now, I don't want to cover the flowers, so I'm going to pick a sentiment that's going to fit in this area.
Now, half the entire stock went in the 1 o'clock show, and now half of the remaining stock has gone in this show as well. This may not even make it to the later show.
So I'm going to do happy birthday to you because it fits perfectly in that gap I've got. And I can pop my stamp there, check it straight, and then when I bring my lid in, there's a grid on here.
So that just confirms
so I
that
can
you've got it in the
double
right...
check that it's straight. I can see the line goes straight the way through there and lines up with the top of to you. So I can see that straight. Then I can lift the lid off. This is another key thing. Have you ever tried?
Huge, don't they?
Yeah, have you ever tried inking it up while you've got it at an angle like that? You get ink all over the lid.
Yeah.
This one, you can lay it completely flat, which does make it easier for inking.
And always make sure that you're putting your stamps on the smooth side of the top, because there's a ridged side, and the stamps won't stick to that. So you've got to put it on the smooth side.
Where the grid is, you can feel it. It's etched in, and it's not totally smooth.
Here we go.
And the beauty is, if this doesn't stamp perfectly, which it always does when I say I can redo it.
Doesn't that look great?
It's so easy. And if you wanted it a bit stronger, maybe if your ink pad was a little bit dry, you can ink that up, stamp it again, and it will be in the same place. So
That just looks so classy.
It's
The image
lovely,
is
isn't
classy.
it?
The sentiment is classy.
it's pretty, isn't it? And if you're selling your makes, how fabulous would these look in a display? Because you could do a whole series of them in different colours, but the same design. So you could sell them in sets.
Okay, well, we're halfway through the show and we've got lots more to show you, so we're going to move on, I think.
Yes.
If you want those sentiments, please be quick. Now, this is our next demo, I think. Now, we didn't do the demo with these in the earlier show, and I think you need to see how they work.
Yes.
Because I did a show with Pete a little while ago. He's designed these dies, and these dies, unbelievably, make all of these frames. Now, they're not wood, but they're paper, they're card.
Paper.
Look.
Clever.
Look at that. Now, the benefit of this is you don't have to hammer nails into a wall to hang pictures. You don't have to worry about the weight of them or the glass or anything like that. You can make all of these different shapes of frame from these dies. Amazing, isn't it?
It's a clever concept, which, we wouldn't expect anything else from our Pete, would we?
I know.
Now,
this,
very clever.
this die set on its own normally is $48.99, okay? You can get that and from Eileen Hull, this die set, which will allow you to make box frames, rectangular and square, to get both for basically £9 less than what you should be paying for Pete's frames, is ridiculous. It's $39.99 and you get both of them. So you can make these sort of box frames. So these are the more kind of cube-like frames, and they're deeper as well. And you can make, obviously, all the different sizes of these with Pete's dies as well. But how do they work? Because they don't look anything when you look at them, but...
No, they're very clever. And let me just pop these out of the way. There are instructions in the packaging.
Right.
I'll show you. So let's pop those.
So how many different sizes can you make? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 10 different sizes.
Yeah, because you can do, you've got, basically, obviously, if you're making a frame, you need 4 sides. So you can have 2 long and 2 short of different sizes to make rectangle shapes, frames, or you can do the same size and you'll get a square.
Okay.
So let me open these up and I'll show you what you get.
So Pete's one's kind of dome on the front, which I really, really like that. But if you want
Yes.
something a little bit deeper, then Eileen Hull's is more of a square and a box frame. So you can do rectangles and you can do squares, and we've got them both here to show you the different sizes that you can do. So there's a square box frame, and then the one down there I think is the rectangular one. There we go.
Yes, yeah. So
They're card, but they look as if they're wood.
and they feel very solid.
Yeah.
Considering I've used Sizzix cardstock, which is 216 GSM, so it's not like it's not like a 350 GSM construction, heavy cardstock, but they still feel really, really sturdy.
And actually, we do have lots of Sizzix cardstock in the show in lots of different colourways. So after maybe we've shown how the dies work, I'll give you details of the Sizzix cardstock, because we've got it in neutrals, we've got it in all sorts of different colourways.
Yes, and it does work beautifully for all of these things because it's designed, with die cutting in mind.
Yeah.
So let's bring in. I've got some pieces of card, and I need to remind myself which sizes I use. So I've got 4 sheets of A5. I've cut mine. Actually, I've got 3 because I can do 2 from 1. And then I've cut a piece of card, which will be my backing. Now, obviously, if I were actually using this for a project, I might emboss this, I might have a scene going on here, but I've kept it plain so I can just show you how I made this frame.
Okay.
So the sizes I've used, I need to remind myself. I think it was that one, yeah. So that's the long, and then I think it's this one, yeah, and this is the side. So you've got 4 different sizes, so you can make all sorts of different configurations.
I'm mixing them together.
Going from a really narrow one like this one, by using the really long sides and the short, or with 4 different sizes, there's all of these configurations really. So you can get all sorts of different sizes.
A whole wall filled with your artwork in cardboard frames that have cost you pennies, and you haven't got holes in the wall everywhere because they can get stuck up with blue tack, can't they? Really, I suppose.
And you can go down to this one's only just over 2 inches, so you can really. You've got a really wide variant of sizes. This largest one is about, it's going to be from there to there. about 6 inches, maybe a bit more actually. Yeah, because it's from there to there. Yeah, about 7.5. So you get a real mix of sizes. So I am going to use this one for the long side and then that one for the short, so I don't confuse myself. And then if I bring the packaging back in, it does actually have instructions here. So it's very simple to do. So what we're going to do is cut 2 of the long and 2 of the short. So I'll get 2 of the short off one piece of card. I'm using Sizzix cards, so I'm just looking. I'm going to have the texture showing.
Okay.
So I've got this side.
Okay, now we're in single figure stock for this bundle of the dies for making your own frames. That could be our second sellout completely. So if you do want to do these, bearing in mind you should be paying $48.99 for just Pete's dies, let alone Eileen Hull's. You're getting both of them for $39.99.
Wow.
It's a Sizzix deal day today.
It is. So that's one, and we'll do another short.
Eileen Hull's frames are £20 as well. So,
and do you know how much I use those? I use them all the time. You'll see me quite often when I'm doing shows for other companies like Ciao Bella. It's nice to frame your ephemera and your lovely papers and things.
Of course, frames, if you go out to try and find them in the high street, A, they're expensive, or they can be. I know they come down in price a little bit, but finding the right size, finding the right colour, you've got all your coloured cardstock. You can make your frames yourself out of whatever coloured cardstock you want.
Yes, and if you're selling your works, if it's framed, you can charge a lot more than you can for a card.
That is very
and there's not really, you know, look at this. I've only used three A5 sheets of card here.
Does not cost,
so
once you bought the
it
dies,
hasn't really
it's not
cost you anymore. And you can suddenly charge, you know, double for something that's framed as opposed to a card.
Good point.
There's a limit to what someone will spend on a card because they're giving it away. But if it's a framed piece that they're going to keep, they'll be willing to spend more. So yeah, it's nice to be able to frame.
Oh, these sold out, the frames? Oh, they're completely gone?
Oh gosh,
oh,
well,
wow.
I'll just show you how they work.
Okay, we'll just show you how to put them together. That's our second complete sellout. I'll tell you what we can do then, maybe give you details of the cardstock.
Yes.
The multicoloured 80 pack, first of all, is that one or that one?
That's the 80.
That one.
That's 60, I think. 20
That's 80.
Oh, that's 80.
Yeah, so this is
the
the bold one. Okay, now this is one of our best sellers. These are the colours you've got in here. Now, I know Sharon and everyone at Sizzix uses Sizzix cardstock religiously with the dies instead of colouring, rather than using paints or pens. You can do if you want to, but using the cardstock for colouring whatever it is you're cutting out, it just gives that unique, very classy Sizzix look. And also, of course, we're making the frames out of this as well. This one is the Brights, I think. This is the muted one, is it?
Yeah, let me see. No, that's the Essentials. That's the original one.
Okay, this is the one we want. Okay, so beg your pardon.
Are they calling this?
That one says muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the Essentials. There we go. We're limited in stock on this though, so 80 sheets of this. Again, these are all the colourways now. So you've got, again, beautiful pastels through to spring-like colours, yellows and blues and turquoises and through to greys and browns. But 80 sheets of that, $17.99, and that's delivered for that 1 P&P for the whole day of $4.95. So if you bought anything already today, it's delivered free of charge. SL1S31, and you can make all your frames out of all those colours. And then the muted one, which I showed you first of all, sorry, is that one there. So you can see if I put them up side by side, you can see they're similar but different. And that is also $17.99. Both of these are bestsellers for 80 sheets of cardstock.
They're fabulous, and it's got a lovely linen texture, but just on one side, which is key.
Yeah.
Because if you're stamping on it, you don't want a texture. You need it smooth. So you can use the smooth side if you're stamping on it.
Yeah.
But if you're die cutting from it or making a frame, as I am, you probably want that lovely linen texture to show.
All Sharon's doing is just basically
I'm just doing the
creasing it
folding.
on the scores.
Yeah, you've got your score lines, and I'm just doing all of these.
Maybe you're thinking, oh, I don't really want picture frames in all those colours. I'd rather have picture frames maybe in a cream, a black and a white.
A bit more classy.
If that's the case, we've got this cardstock for you. So this is for frame making, brilliant, but also for general crafting too. So you get black, you've got cream, and you've got white, classic colours, 20 of each. This is available too, and this is QT1S78. Brilliant if you're making frames, this one. This is £12.99.
It's fantastic.
£12.99. It should be £13.99. We've taken it to £12.99. QT1S78. And then the last one is kind of in between because this is your neutrals. So you've got white, off-white, khaki, brown, taupe, peach, black and grey. Really, really classy colours.
All your neutrals. This is going to cover you for all your animals. All those lovely sort of fur colours that you're going to need.
So it's 10 colours, 6 of each. There we go. And again, good for frame making as well.
Yeah, very good for things like frame making where you might want some sort of more.
That one's £13.99. So all the cardstock is in stock, available and ready to be delivered to your door. All of it's in our warehouse here, so.
It is. So
you use red liner tape?
I'm using red liner tape because these are, you know, anything construction. And what I've done is I've folded on all the score lines and then I followed the instructions. If you look at the instructions here, it tells you to put your tape along here. So it's very clear and easy to follow. So I've just got this last one to do. So I'm going to follow, I've got to find the end of my tape now. Here it is. So I'm just going to follow and pop a bit of tape along that bottom score line. There we go. And then what have I done with the pokey tool? Let's grab another one. I've always got several pokey tools in my pot.
One is never enough.
No, I always end up burying them. It's here somewhere. But anyway, I've got another one. So you're just going to peel the release paper off the back of your tape and then you just fold it on itself and you kind of push it. You don't really need to do anything apart from make sure you're lining up the edges.
And that then gives the dome to the front.
And that gives it the curve, yeah. So you just sort of keep your finger along the top to make sure they're aligned and push the tape down. And then it automatically gives you the curve.
Nice.
So I'll do one of the long ones. I don't want to spend ages on this because I'm teasing you if you've missed it. But if I do this side, you can see how it fits together.
Okay.
I won't do all of it. So it's the same thing. You just bring it round on itself and then kind of just push it and feel along the top just to make sure they meet before you sort of push it together.
But Sizzix's pictorial instructions are always really, really good and very clear.
And then this little tab will fit in there.
Genius.
Now, you don't even need to glue in here because if you know, generally when you're making a frame, you'd have to glue that tab. But actually, because that slots in there quite neatly,
kind of locks in place.
It locks in place. And if you then glue all of the back to a backing, that holds it all together without you actually needing to glue each piece. So it's very clever. I mean, you know, Pete is very clever, isn't he? So you would just do the same for the other two sides, and there you've got your frame. So.
Fab. Okay, well, sorry that the frame dies have sold out. They've gone. That's our second sellout of the day in a 3-show day for Sizzix Deals. Let's go to the embossing folders that we have stock of. Now, we didn't spend too long on these earlier on, but we have got stock. 3 of them are 3D, and one of them is 2D. We've got some boards to show you. So let me show you this one first of all. Yeah. So this one first of all.
Mark Making Hearts.
Mark Making Hearts. Why is it called that?
I don't know.
Maybe someone called Mark designed
it. Maybe.
Who can say?
You'll probably recognise this one because one of these is over on the set, I think, and one of the other sets, it's been in the background on the shelves for a long while. But I like this design. It's very modern. And it looks beautiful from metallics.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just, you know, emboss that with some of your opulence and you've got a really quick card. You just put a sentiment on.
Okay.
Equally with a bit of wax, it really highlights the designs.
This one, we haven't got a board for this one, but we don't really need it. I mean, look at that.
Stunning, isn't it?
This is called Fallen Leaves.
Fallen Leaves.
Imagine that on gold mirror or something like that.
Beautiful with metallic card, this one.
Wow.
It's a bit different as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't
Looks
seen
quite tropical,
anything
actually.
like that. It could be, couldn't it?
Like palm tree leaves.
I always think of it as autumnal because of the leaves, but actually you're right. It could be summer tropical.
Then you've got this one, which is a summer foliage, and I've got a board here that
I use
Sharon's
this
done.
one a lot because it's quite subtle. If I want to add florals to a card and I want the embossing to very much be just something nice in the background, this one works really well. It's quite elegant.
Yeah. So getting that one, that's a 3D one. And then this one is a 2D.
It's a 2D,
but you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, palm. This one, again, quite tropical, isn't it? Because it's palm leaves. Very sort of geometric in feel as well. Although it's leaves, it has got geometric style to it.
So all 4 of those embossing folders, today you can have them not for $43.96, basically £11 each normally. You can have them today for $29.99. $29.99 for all of those 3 3D and 1 2D embossing folder for £29.99. VEXC82. VEXC82 is your item number. There we go, $29.99. Okay, now, we've also got the everyday basics for you. These are basic shapes. I say basic shapes, they're not really basic shapes at all, because you've got the sun, you've got the flowers, you've got the stars, you've got the clouds, butterflies, little ladybird, ice lolly, and then that lovely flower and leaf as well. But then you've also got these words as well, these verses. Happy Valentine's Day, mothers, fathers, Easter, New Year, Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy Easter. So yeah, you can basically make with those dies your own sentiment, your own verse.
You can. You've got a really nice, it's a good essential collection there, really.
Yeah.
Basic essentials is really how I would describe those, because they're the sort of things that you're going to use all the time. You've got, you know, butterflies. We all use butterflies all the time, and the florals on that. And then I think those sentiments are brilliant because they're a great size and they're nice and legible.
And because they're all separate words, so Happy Valentine's Day, Happy Father's Day, Happy Mother's Day.
Yep.
Happy New Year. And yeah, you can mix them around.
Yeah, you can mix them around and you've kind of got all the occasions there.
$45.98, not today. It's down to £27.99 for both of them. And if you've got maybe journals or anything like that, any books or binders that you're making, scrapbooking, that sort of thing, those images really kind of come into their own. Even if you haven't got that, maybe you've got a Filofax or a diary, you just want to jazz it up a little bit, you can use those icons in there really easily. And just simple cards. Sometimes the simplest cards are the most effective. That's just the flower and a couple of leaves on a simple thank you card.
Yes, you don't need to do a lot.
No.
The butterfly I quite often use with patterned papers because I think it's a nice, simple butterfly. You could even cut it from like a book page and it would look lovely.
Well, yours today for £27.99. Rex C86, REX C86. And the nesting dies that we got for you as well.
Now these are essentials.
And they are
essentials.
They're on a cracking price as well.
They are.
The nesting dies are probably the most versatile dies you can ever own because they give you apertures, they make you toppers, they make you frames, you can do inverted cards, you can do pyramid style cards, make them into tags, whatever you want to do with them.
Yes, so much scope with these. That is a lovely star as well. I was saying earlier, I quite often use this star with my shrink plastic because that big one shrinks down to make a lovely sort of key ring size. So this is a set I use quite a lot.
And then you've got your traditional shapes of your circles, 8 individual circles going up and down in equal increments.
There's your mats and layers and your frames.
There's
the
your
ovals are nice as well, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're great either that way or that way. And finally the squares, you've got 8 squares or 8 diamonds. And they all together come to just $52.99. You're saving basically £35 off the price today. So if you're in the early stages of crafting and you haven't got any nesting dies and you're thinking, okay, I've got my machine now, what are the first dies I need? What are the most prominent dies I need? Nesting dies.
Definitely. Any beginner crafter, I would always recommend get a good set of nesting dies to start you off because you don't want to just plonk something on the front of your card.
No.
You always want to mat and layer it. And yes, you can cut squares yourself, but they're never going to be perfect.
No.
You've got the square nesting dies, they're always going to be perfect. Circles, you can't cut a circle with a pair of scissors.
No.
You really can't. So these are your basics that you're going to use every day. Even I can't. Even I can't.
VJXC58 then for those fantastic nesting dies today, and that's down from £87 to £52.99. And the only other thing that we've not shown you is the layering stamps. So we've done layering stencils. The next thing is layering stamps, which are just as eye-catching and just as brilliant. You're just basically layering with the stamps the ink.
Yes,
it's
very
a 1, 2,
clever.
3-step process.
I would recommend using a stamp platform, not necessarily the Sizzix one.
I recommend the Sizzix one.
I recommend the Sizzix one highly, but I wouldn't attempt doing these just with an acrylic block because it's quite hard to line them up.
Yeah.
With a stamp platform, it's so easy because you can literally lay your stamp on top of the layer below.
So the yellow goes down first, another shade of yellow goes on next, and then the centre, you've got your brown, and then it suddenly becomes a three-dimensional, well, not a 3D, but
It's a very striking one, that one, because it's a lovely big flower. And of course, if you change up the colours, it will look more like a gerbera.
Yeah.
So you can play around with that.
This one is the cutest little hedgehog. Now, he stamps on his own, but the other elements make up the wreath that goes around him.
And I like the way they've done that, because it would have been very easy to give you the hedgehog in the wreath and let you layer it up. But of course, having them separately means you can just use the wreath. That looks stunning on its own, so you can do a full wreath with those stamps.
That stamp there is going to deliver the block colour to colour in those flowers at the bottom
yes.
there. So.
Yes, and you can do it either way round. You can stamp the hedgehog first and add the colour to the flowers on top, or vice versa.
Okay, now the next one is, now this is a lovely, lovely effect.
The next two are kind of my favourites.
20 stamps you've got here, but look at the effect, that kind of curved, what would you call it, like a border?
Yes,
Could
it's
be
a
a
lovely
topper,
sort
could
of,
work that way.
like a cascade. And you're not stuck with that layout because all of the elements are separate.
Yeah.
So if you literally just want to have one flower and one leaf, you can do that.
But it does show you, if you follow the step-by-step process, how to get what's on the front. So
yes, and it's a lovely sort of design that works really well, either down the front of a card, or you could even do the card corners if you're doing a big card.
And lastly, this was the demo that Sharon did in the 1 o'clock show. Look, there's your block colour. So that will go down as the lightest colour, and then you can add the detail over the top with maybe a darker ink and so on. Look, all those stamps will make that. But again, because they're separate, you can choose how you want your spray to be.
Yeah, you can choose whatever layout you want, and also what colours you want. So that one, you can mix it up. You could even do Christmas with that one if you chose reds.
These are £7.50 each.
Isn't he adorable?
$29.99, down from $48.96, a £20 saving. If you've never done layering stamps before, get yourself the stamping platform from Sizzix today, which we've got on offer, and also treat yourself to these stamps. You will be absolutely blown away with the results that you're going to get. You really will be.
And it's so easy. It really is. It takes all the effort out, because you literally just lay the stamps on top of each other, lay the stencils on top of each other.
Here's that sunflower, look.
It's lovely, isn't it?
So striking, so
It's
beautiful.
really
It's so
striking.
easy.
Yes. And of course, if you're using a stamp platform, you can production line.
Yeah.
You can do all of the first layer, you just put a new piece of card in, work your way through. So if you're selling your cards, you could kind of production line do them and do a whole batch.
Can we squeeze in a quick demo?
Should we do a quick
About
one?
5 minutes?
We'll do one of the embossing folders.
Okay, cool.
So I've got that lovely palm repeat, and I've got some white watercolour cards, and I thought I'll do a bit of an ombre effect. So let's start, we'll go from light blue. Let's grab a blue brush. So I'm going to start at the top with a light blue. Let's get a bit more ink on here. I shouldn't have cleaned my brush so well. There we go. There we go. And then we'll go into a green. This lovely eucalyptus. This is a nice kind of, it's more of an olive actually.
And these are the Catherine Pooler inks, which we may have still
you might
on our
find
website.
them on the Sizzix brand pages.
Are they water-based or?
They
dye
are dye inks, yeah. I think they are water-based as well. It will tell me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, they are actually. I know that because they're water reactive as well.
Right.
So if you want to do your sort of spritzing techniques and things like that with them, you can. So I'm just going to get a bit of colour all over really, and then we'll go to a really dark green at the bottom. So I'll turn that round and we'll come in. Catherine's inks are so juicy. I mean, look, there's a load of ink just in the lid there, because because they're so juicy. So I'm going to come in from the bottom and just smooth that out a bit. So I'm going from a really nice dark, and I'm going to put a bit on the mat and bring it in just along the bottom like that to darken that area up. And then where you've got the two colours overlapping, you can always kind of just go over the line a little bit. So that looks like a nice ombre.
Lovely.
Let's put those out the way. And then what I'm going to do, now this one's a 2D, but it is still quite a thick folder. So I still like to spritz it, but I don't really want to activate that. If I wanted splatters on that, I would, but I'm just going to spritz the back because it's just going to soften the card enough to give me a good emboss,
okay.
But it's not going to do anything to the ink on the front. And think about, I mean, it doesn't matter for this design because it's kind of a repeat, but think about which way up you want it. There we go. So I'm going to pop that in. And the sandwich for the Sizzix thicker folders is just your base platform and then one clear plate on top. And we'll run that through.
Now, although this is a 2D embossing folder, it could easily be a 3D because the emboss is very, very deep and impressive.
It is. It really is. It's a lovely design, this one. Look at that.
Look at that. That's such a good emboss.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
There we go.
Really pretty design.
Hold that up to the camera. There you go. There's the 2D emboss. Very beautiful with Catherine Pooler's inks in the background.
It's lovely, isn't it?
So the embossing folder bundle is only £29.99. Now, although it looks good as it is, you're going to add some...
I'm going to put a bit of luster wax on it. So I've put a bit of wax just on a bit of card, actually.
So is this like gilding wax?
Yes. The Sizzix luster wax is... it smells lovely.
Is that the one that smells of oranges?
Yeah, it's got orange oil in it. So it smells lovely. And I've had this pot a couple of years now, because this came out a couple of years ago. And you can see it's still as good as new. These aren't the kind of waxes that, you know, back in the old days, you used to buy a wax and then it would all go hard. Mm-hmm. Because these have got oil in them. They don't, because this one's got to be about, I'm thinking it's about 3 years now that we've had the waxes available.
Okay. Well, they'll be on our website under the Sizzix brand page if you want it.
Yes, and they come in, we've got, this is the gold, you've got silver, you've got rose gold, we do a charcoal, lovely ivory. So you've got a nice, really nice mix of colours. And I can just highlight this. And I can just choose to highlight the leaves.
Very nice.
I just think that looks really pretty, doesn't it?
So you're here with the final show at
7.
7.
Yep.
7 o'clock, Sharon's going to do her third and final show of the Sizzix deals. Remember, we've had a couple of sellouts already. If you've just got in, turn the telly on, and you're thinking, oh, what have I missed? Have a little look on the website. We're really limited stock on the sentiments, the stamp sentiments. We've only got 3 of those left. We sold out of the frames, the frame dies. We sold out of the floral stencils as well earlier on in the first show. So there's lots of deals that are going, but we've still got plenty of deals there, including, of course, the stamping platform and the stenciling platform too. Don't miss out on that. On Sizzix's website at the moment, this is £50.99. If you buy it from us, we've got it for £39.99. So it's a good time to buy it. And also it's on 2 split pays as well. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will see you on Sunday evening. Got a few days off. And Hayley's here to take you through until 9 o'clock. So enjoy the rest of the evening with us at Hobby Maker. Have a great Wednesday. Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
We know you love crafting, so why not join us live on Facebook every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday from 11 AM for an extra dose of creativity.
Welcome to Craft O'Clock.
Mondays are all about Make Along Monday.
You're trying to find a calendar, like.
Grab your supplies and craft along with your favourite guests. On Wonder Why Wednesday, we'll answer your biggest crafting questions and share some expert tips. And don't miss Super Sunday, packed with unmissable deals and limited stocks on best-selling craft supplies.
Welcome to Hobby Maker Live, Craft O'Clock. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Hit follow on Hobby Maker's Facebook page and join in the fun.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's 11 o'clock, it's Craft O'Clock.
Live every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to the second half of our fabulous day here at Hobby Maker. And thank you to Dave as well.
Yeah, no, bless him. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, is our Dave.
He's a good boy.
2 hours of we are.
Absolutely, and we've got some amazing things to share with you. Might be a few sneaky peeks of what's coming up in an hour's time, but everything is on the website and good to go. And dare I say, you've got 60% saving on this one. Cracking deal.
You have it indeed. Go and check out the 6 o'clock because they might have put it on the website because they've got to load it before we go to air. And even though it's on at 6 o'clock, we would normally then load it later, but we can't load it later because we're on it both hours.
Got to get going.
So you can go, and we haven't got many left. So go and jump ahead.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant bundle. But let me tell you what else is coming up. We've got 2 hours of American crafts, and the fabulous Carla is with us, as you can see. So we've got lots of fun and creativity, and lots of tools that are going to help you with that creativity coming up. Then, our lovely Sharon is back again. My goodness, she had a busy hour with Sizzix earlier on. Just hope there's something left by the time we get to 7 o'clock. So fingers, toes, and everything in between crossed. And then topping the day with a little bit of AALL Create and some news on some of those items that we saw with Leonie earlier on. You might like to chance your luck on the website for some of those things. If you thought you missed out on them earlier on, give it a go. You may well be able to get hold of those if you're shopping ahead of that hour too. So we're talking tools really this hour,
tools,
aren't we?
Always with We Are. So we've got actually the paper pack in the 6 o'clock, which I do advise anyone who wants the Paige Evans.
I didn't realise how much was in that kit.
In the Paige Evans, it's
Yeah.
huge. It's an enormous bundle. So if
Yeah.
you saw the Bow Bunny this afternoon, but saw this morning for me, then you'll see the, you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah. So then you'll see the Paige Evans. That's actually bigger as well. It's a bigger collection. There's more in it than, the other as well. Go shop ahead because there's not many of them left. I know there's not many of them left. I know exactly how much stock we've got. So you do need to sort of chop ahead.
Available
But
now.
tools galore.
Absolutely.
In this hour. And this is where you get them, where you've got good prices, where you go and you kind of fill your basket. There was one thing, and I can't remember what it was. This is it. So before we even get started, am I allowed to just do this one?
We just mention this because this is just add it in.
It's a stupid deal. So if you've already bought something today and you go, well, I don't even like We Are Maker and I'm not buying anything of those, put these in. Just put them in. It's 3 notebooks, right? You don't need to like anything. You don't need to sort of go with anything. They're 3 notebooks. Really nice notebooks.
Yeah, worth having in.
And as you can see, they're supposed to be £26.97. Okay, they're your notebook covers. Yep, sorry, your notebook covers are supposed to be near enough 27 quid, right? We're not going to give you them for that today. So my advice, put these in your basket, because if you bought anything else today, your notebook covers are here for a stupid price, and I mean stupid.
Absolutely. You've already covered your post and packing with whatever you've placed an order for today. So you don't have to worry about adding £4.95 post and packing. So with this, you're going to get your one notebook, which is the centre one there.
A notebook and then a couple of covers.
So that notebook with that gorgeous foiling on there, and then 2 wraparound covers, dependent on your mood for the day, maybe.
I know, right? So you can change your fancy. And if you don't want to use the one that's in the canvas, just cut it up and use it to sew something else with, right? Because when you see the deal...
on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you see the deal... In fact, I would multi-buy on this.
I was going to say, lots of people are just hedging and going for one. When you realise, I'd go for a couple, maybe even 3 with these. So, here we go. Let's see what happens. Let's get that price down,
Just
Alex.
put it in.
Straight down to a plummet of £1.99.
Yeah, you want to be grabbing them.
Absolutely.
I'd be getting a couple of them because you can use the fabric.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So do take advantage. Details are on your screen. Lots of you adding multiples in now, so it does make sense. It's what I call a just-in product, just in case you need it.
Just in case you need it. It's one of those that I just sort of think, well, you're always going to need a notebook, right? You're always going to need a bit of fabric. You can start making things for Christmas out of the bits of fabric if you don't want all the notebook covers.
Stitch lace on there, buttons,
little
all
presents
sorts.
for people as well.
Yeah.
You give them a little notebook and a little cover, and it's something super lovely. £2.
Yeah, that's all you're paying, £2. Helen, you can come shopping with me anytime. You've gone for 5 of these.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
We've got huge quantities of these, which I shouldn't really say out loud, but already half of that stock has gone. So, yeah, it's too late. It's out there. If you've shopped for these... Somebody's sending us a kiss. Isn't that Leanne? I don't know how that you did that, but well done. I love it. So yeah, multiples, go for multiples. If you've just gone for one and you've got a bit of kind of fear of missing out now, then do come back and get more of them. While we have stock available, you will be able to get them at £1.99.
Yeah, £1.99.
When they've gone, I don't know if we'll see them again. So take them while you've got the chance.
If you've already paid your P&P today, it's £1.99 for a notebook and 2 journal covers. Like, it makes complete sense.
Absolutely.
And if you've got any of the other We Are stuff, you could use the journal covers on some other notebooks you make yourself as well.
Play around. So there you go. I'm going to leave those details with you because it's not the main focus of the show. We've got all sorts of different things, but I'll keep you updated with those. Where are we going next?
Right, should we start with the scissors? Now, a lot of you have seen the scissors before. I didn't know I was doing these today, so I've stolen them off Hobby Maker and serves them right. So I've also stolen batteries off them as well. It's been a whole day. It's been a whole day. What are the electric scissors? Well, it's one of our highest selling products. We have, way up.
Yeah, I'll get them.
It's fine. It's just some ribbon. It's one of our fastest selling products. So we've sold it on Jewellery Maker. We've also sold it on Sewing Street. We've also sold them on Hobby Maker. They fly. Now, originally, when we first brought them, they were in the teal colours, which are synonymous with We Are. And then we got some made for Hobby Maker. And when you see the box, which I don't know where it is, there it is. They actually got together with Hobby Maker and they made Hobby Maker's own colour.
I didn't realise that was unique to us.
So
Okay.
that is American Crafts in collaboration with Hobby Maker. The only place you can get these is here, and we've got them in the Hobby Maker colours. Thank you very much. Now, listen, I've said it to you a million times. Do we care what colour things are? Not really. Do we want it to work? Yes, it's nice that it's in the right colours, but I don't care. Yeah. I'll be totally honest with you. I know we're supposed to use that as a selling point and I'm supposed to tell you all the good stuff. If I want it to cut, I want it to cut. I don't really care if it looks pretty. So what's the way we work with them? Well, they're designed to go in a straight line and they're designed to go pretty fast if you want them to. Great for dexterity issues. It's also great for trying to get those straighter lines that we want with scissors. They're brilliant for wrapping paper, you know, boom, straight across. Now, there's different ways of working with them. If I want to create, say, a shape, now listen, I ain't going to fussy cut in these, that's a no-no. But if I want to create a shape, and I'm on acetate here. Okay, you can do so I can do wibbly wobblies, right? Okay, so I've got like a wibbly wobbly shape. Can you not really see that, but you can see that I can go round. Now, its main focus is for going in straight lines, of course. Now, when I'm doing something in a straight line, I'm not going to hold it in my hand. I'm going to put it onto my desk, and I'm going to sort of just gently pull the material, whatever material I'm using, against it so there's a resistance, and pull it. Now, I've seen Liam demonstrate this many times before. I will say one thing, because I have seen Liam doing it, and when he did it and I was at home watching him, my teeth were itching, so I'm going to tell you one thing from the beginning. Do not cut sticky stuff with your blades.
Ooh.
Have a separate pair of scissors that is for sticky stuff. These are not for your foam pads. Please don't use sticky stuff on blades unless you've got a specific pair of scissors that's designated for it. So I don't advocate using these with anything sticky, any scissors with anything sticky. That's just me and my personal thing. But it gets
sticky is sticky.
It makes glue is sticky. It makes my teeth itch. Don't do the things. And so you just leave it on the desk and you just pull and you have a resistance going through. So you get this really simple, easy cut. Now what you're looking at with these is that these don't go together. It's not doing a scissor action. It's actually just vibrating at a very fast pace. If I turn it that way, so that vibration is obviously what's causing the very sort of, and you know, like a pencil sharpener, it's sort of like that.
Yeah.
It's causing that to vibrate very fast so it goes through the material in a straight line. Thank you very much. It runs on a couple of AA batteries, so no great shakes there. If you've got a pair of, you know, some Duracell in there, it's going to last for a long time. But you can do all sorts with it, so I can do fabric with it. I can do cardstock with it. I can do grey board and stuff like that. I wouldn't go too thick on it. Something like this should be fine. So you're just cutting through.
And it's kind of a mixture of the pushing and the pressure.
Yeah,
the resistance
you're
the
doing a
card.
resistance for it. So just straight through. That's
you can hear it,
So that'll be about 354. It was probably a 400 GSM, would you say? It's thick. Now I've got thick watercolour here. Now, if you're finding some resistance against it, what's happening is you see where these two are here, the two little lines that we've got there. That's just pushing against the cardstock. So it's not the actual blade that's causing any issues. It's just here. If you find it's not cutting straight because of that, when it's on your desk, just lift it and then you won't get that same resistance through. It will just cut straight through, no problems at all. That's the joy of these scissors. Now, I can also go through super, super thick, really thick cards.
You can hear it working.
You can hear it, so it starts to vibrate more. Or I can go through vinyl. Can you just hold that for me? So I can go through this. This is fine. This is not the same sticky as doing.
It's designed to be cut with a swivel blade,
because,
isn't it?
it's designed. But it's got the protective cover on both sides, and it's the thing with if you think of foam tape. The foam itself is neither here nor there. It's nothing to do with the stick, is it? What it's got is another layer on it that is a thick adhesive strip. And it's that adhesive strip that's causing you problems because your metal's not designed to go through it. With vinyl, it's not the same. It's a sticky surface that you're going through, so it's not the same issue. So I will say that's very different. Ribbon, I can cut straight through, and also fabric. And I'll just do this, and then we can move through. You can cut this pretty thick as well. I will say, if ever you cut through something that is super sticky, like your adhesive foam tape, you're gonna have trouble cutting fabric. That's just the nature of any scissors.
Well, quite often with scissors, we will keep a separate pair for fabric
it's
anyway.
It's not designed. So if I push too hard, you'll get it trapped, you'll get your fibres trapped. You don't need to push with them.
I suppose you learn how to use it with different types
it's just
of
making
cardstock
sure.
and things,
What we're not trying to do is force it. The quickest thing that you can do with this is wrapping paper, which I don't have any here. It's amazing for wrapping paper. It goes straight through. It's, you know, when you're cutting wrapping paper and you try and get that grain where you can do a straight line with your scissors, if the grain of the paper is going the other way, which often it is, especially with cheaper wrapping papers, you can't do it because it won't cut it. You're going against the grain and you'll get tears all up your paper. That's no good for when we're doing stuff, and especially for when we're doing crafting. What we want are those straighter edges, and that's where these come in. My advice, always try a test piece and always try it with it flat on the desk. It's designed to work that way. So you just need the press of a finger here and it'll go straight through, okay? So my scissors don't leave my workbench. All right? Now, if you're struggling with that, of course, you can lift it and you can go through. Now, if I've got straight lines on here, I can just follow that straight line. It'll cut straight. Thank you very much. But I can use it again for different shapes.
See, my personal opinion with these is if you've got bigger pieces, like you say, bigger pieces of wrapping paper that might be a metre long, that's going to be tricky to actually cut with a pair of scissors. I'm also thinking as well, wallpaper.
I'm made of whale.
Oh, look at that.
It's not really a whale. It looks a little bit like a whale. But you can do so many different things. They're just really handy. Listen, it's a tool. We need tools. It has got its on and off button for you here as well, so you can keep it sort of as such locked. As soon as you've got it on, you've got the little pink button on the top. Can you just see that there? Little pink button, and you just... Now, if you're wanting to know more about these, there are lots of... what's the word I'm looking for? You know the people who make the trouser suits for fancy people in posh shops? There's Savile Row, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you go onto YouTube, there is people from those, or there are people from those kind of shops using these and demonstrating them as well. They're not just used as craft scissors. They are used actually within haberdashery because you can go through 4 or 5 pieces of fabric at once. Brilliant. But for us guys, you can go through quite a lot of cardstock at once. Bear in mind, anything has a limit. So if you're going to start trying to get through really thick grey board, you might struggle a little bit. It's got its limit, of course it has, but they're an incredible tool to have. They're super fast, super easy, gorgeous to use. Grab a pair because they are at a good price.
They are at a good price. Now, the price on your screen, they're worth every single penny of that because they're going to help you in whichever way you're using them, whether it's your paper crafting, your fabric crafting, it doesn't matter. But let's look at that price. That price is coming down, and it's coming down to a price that I think many of you will be taking advantage of because it's a better than half price deal with these. So if that's suddenly got you thinking, well, hang on a minute, I'm going to have some of that, because when you look at that, you can kind of think, well, £40, £20. It's going lower than that. Details are on your screen if you want to get involved. Get them into your basket, but make sure you're checking the basket out to take advantage of the price that Alex is going to share with us now. $14.99. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Also, as well, I'm thinking about, when you get things in foil bags, you can't tear them open sometimes, not in the kitchen or
when
whatever.
you get wrap ridge.
Yes. And you go to tear it and it kind of goes off on an angle and all the contents of the foil bag fall out.
Go straight through that.
Yeah.
You could go straight. And also, there's been a question that's been asked every time I don't demonstrate these and somebody else does, and people have asked the question. And I can tell you the answer because I used it at home. Shh, I did not use hobby maker scissors at home to cut my bacon. Yes, it does cut bacon.
But that's not on my list, I must admit. But there you go. Now you know it is. So it's not just about being in your craft drawer. Have maybe a drawer in the kitchen drawer. So a set in the kitchen drawer.
I don't think they're designed for cutting bacon, but it went straight through. I love to cut bacon with scissors. I'm that weirdo. I love to cut all my meat with scissors. I don't like cutting pizza with scissors.
I cut meat with scissors. I don't like the feel of it with a knife. Yeah.
But not pizza. You shouldn't cut pizza with scissors. That's all of the wrong.
I do use a rotary cutter for that one.
So that's your scissors. While they're at an amazing price, grab them. Obviously, we're still on a hangover from the birthday shows, so some prices haven't gone back up because there was too much that was put down. We're springing back slowly but surely. So while we've still got these prices, this is the time to grab them. That's where I would go with it.
Lots of you doing so. Lots of you shopping for multiples as well. So maybe thinking of gifts, maybe thinking a set for yourself, then a set for the family potentially. You can do that all on the same item number. Don't forget to keep an eye open for the other goodies that we've got on the show. Remember that deal that we had, the $1.99 notebook and 2 covers? Add those into your basket. I know lots of you have been taking advantage of those just as Carla gets herself ready for her next demo. These have been flying out. So if you've not added these in yet or you missed out on these, we've actually got more people with these in baskets than we have them available. So don't wait until the end of the show. Check your basket out now, because it doesn't matter how many times you check your basket out in the show today. You might be looking forward to, I don't know, seeing the layering rulers and things like that and not want to confirm your order till then. These could well have gone at that point. So check your basket out, make sure you've got these, and then when you need to shop for anything else, you can check those out when we get to them.
And if you got the cinch stapler that I showed you last week, make your own notebooks to go in that as well, because your stapler, you only need some.
I missed out on the cinch last week.
Oh, you fool. You're a fool, Hayley, a fool.
I missed the show.
Hold on, Alex is wanting me to do this and I can't see which way my battery's going.
Oh, you've got to get your pointy bits and your flat bits, haven't you?
I'm hopeless at this, with your Dubry and your Firkins.
I want us to go one way, yeah.
Oh,
Let's see how we get on. Now, we're moving on to something that I have recently started using, and I have to say it's brilliant. Absolutely
Ellie was
brilliant.
very excited
I was
earlier.
very excited because we're getting ready for a wedding and there's loads of ribbon involved with little decorations and all sorts. And this just means that the ribbon stops fraying. So that piece of ribbon that you've got is so long, when you don't seal the ends, it unravels and unravels and frays until it's only about that big. So this stops it. Don't have to knot your ribbon or anything like that. Get that unsightly look. You're getting a professional result. And I will urge you to get hold of one of these.
This is just one of those tools that everyone should have. I just think everyone should have this. It's for want of a better way of phrasing it, it's a no-brainer to me. It's like having a pair of scissors, but you have it specifically for your ribbons. It's absolutely brilliant. All we've got in here, so you'll see there's a little red light on mine here at the moment because it's switched on. However, if I open that, the red light goes off. Can you see? And that is because it's got a safety mechanism to stop you getting burnt on the inside. So as soon as it opens up, you're opening up the mechanism, you're showing the metal, it's going to turn itself off. Now, it will still be hot, but it is just letting you know that it's turned itself off. Inside, you'll see a metal bar, a metal rod running across, and that's going to be the thing that sort of seals your metal. On this side, you can see some chevron detail that's going through, some diamonds, and actually they're very clever. They're specifically designed. Now, if you look at them, they've got lines going down diagonally, so if I follow this pattern across, I can actually place my ribbon diagonally and have like a design going down so I can see where my diagonal should be for my ribbon. Why is that important? Well, it means I can do my tails. So if I want to do the fancy little, you know, flag tail for a ribbon, I can do that on here with absolutely zero effort, except for my brain doesn't like turning these things around in my head, and so I get a bit confused. As a ribbon cutter, it simply goes, open it, close it, press the button. Okay, I usually give it a little tug, just make sure that it's come separate, and you've got an instant cut on your ribbon. Now, what it does, it doesn't just cut it, it also seals it. You can smell it when you do it. And that is sort of sealing all the ends so that you cannot fray your ribbon afterwards. Everything is set. Can you smell it?
Yeah, it's not a horrible smell or
I like the
anything.
smell. I like the smell. You can get a pen zapper that you use for leather, which is to cut your threads, and it's a similar sort of idea to that. Same idea to it. So your batteries will last forever because we're only using a filament. You can buy extra filaments as well, so you don't need to just do the one. If I take my ribbon and I fold it into two, so I fold it in half like so, and I just give it a little bit of a crease, okay, so that I've got it held and it's keeping its shape. And then all I need to do is put this in at an angle. Now, whether my brain has turned this the right way or the wrong way, Lord only knows, we'll soon find out. Hold it. Let it do its job, and then I'm just going to pull that.
Gentle little tug.
Gentle little tug. I'll pull that in a second and get this out of here, she says. That's going to smell. I'll leave you to do that. But here, I've now got my beautiful sealed tail end. It's designed for you to work with your ribbons in all the ways we would want to, which means we now can make rosettes. We can now make banners with our ribbons. We can do all kinds of different things with our ribbons. You know, if you're doing like a journal or something like that and you want to have a ribbon bookmark coming through, we're using the cinch tools all the time. It means you can make your own ribbons that come down your page. You can seal them. You can also do your little banner tails for them as well. Or you can do the pointed ones, whichever way you want to go. You just cut it in the opposite way. We're also, I believe, giving you 14 ribbons.
There's loads of ribbons.
11 ribbons.
There's loads of ribbons.
11 ribbons.
Different widths as well.
Different widths. Really nice ones. We've got your polka dots. You've seen me using the stripes. The one with the what, sorry?
The glasses on.
The little glasses. I know, the little sunglasses. Beautiful. These are all AC ribbons, so really good quality. Polka dots, chevrons, wibbly wobblies, whatever they are, arrowheads. You've got baby girl. I think you've got baby boy here somewhere in my hand as well. Tiny little pokies, and then some leopard print for maybe a Dawn Wheeler. So you've got all of your elements there. All of that is coming together in this bundle with this ribbon cut. Do I think everybody should have a ribbon cutter? Yeah. Do I think it is just... You should just have one. Of course, you should just have one. They're so good. They're so quick and easy. And
Absolutely,
before we came to air, Hayley was like, oh, I'm so excited we've got this. I've been using it so much. So that she's testament to it.
And the thing is, you will find yourself, in the past I used to put like a bit of sellotape on the end of a ribbon and cut through the middle of the sellotape, but as soon as you take the sellotape off, it starts fraying again, so it doesn't really kind of make it the way that you want it to. With this, it's precise. So when you're doing anything that you do multiples of, you can very quickly and easily get them all the same length as well. And I love the fact that you can do the little chevrons. I've not done the tail ends on.
Oh, have you not?
Before. No, I've never thought
I
about
actually
that.
watched it on a demo on YouTube.
Good idea.
That's how I knew. I wouldn't have guessed either.
Yeah.
The main
Clever.
thing with this, I'm going through really thick glitter ribbon at the minute, so it's taking a couple of seconds longer. What I'll say, the best thing I've found to do, and there is a fine line, so find your balance. Once you're putting it through, my advice is you press and hold. What I usually do is hold for a couple of seconds and start to tug, and you'll feel it coming away, and then get your extra piece off. That means we're not sitting with anything on the filament, although you can buy new filaments, and they're super cheap. So this tool will keep you going for life. It's one of those things that you'll just always have next to you. It's of course you need one. Of course you need one.
And different kind of natures of ribbon as well. You'll have your organza, you'll have your satin, you'll have your grosgrain. Grosgrain is probably the thickest of the ribbons that you'll find yourself using within this bundle. So just give it that extra few moments. But I need to address that price.
I was just going to say, are we doing it at that price?
No, not
because
at
I've never done
all.
it at that price. So I'd like to see something lower, please.
We are going down. We are going to go lower, and we are going to give you a fabulous deal with this one. So you guys have already checked your baskets out. You can rest assured you're not paying £50.95. So how much are you going to be paying? Well, let me tell you, just $14.99. Gosh,
and that's including the 11 ribbons.
Wow.
So if you think of it as £1 for a ribbon, that's like £11. That's like £4, £3 for your actual ribbon cutter.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
It's worth £11, $14.99 for just the ribbon cutter.
Grab
and
it.
The ribbon's been a bit of a bonus, to be fair.
Exactly. Again, if you've already paid $4.95 today, another,
Yeah.
just pop it in your basket. You're going to use it.
Absolutely. And it's just so useful. As I say, if you can stretch for a couple of them, you can have one in your craft room, one in the kitchen drawer again.
One for your bacon.
One for your I don't know whether you can cut bacon with it. Have we tried bacon?
I've done
Maybe
bacon at home.
With a ribbon cutter?
With Hobby Maker's ribbon cut. I didn't use my own. I'm not stupid. It's Hobby Maker's and it works.
There you go. If you like the idea of getting a hold of yours, all you need to do is add your batteries in and you are good to go. Lots of you have been shopping for these and lots of you going for them in multiple. So I do, recommend it, definitely. Well, yeah.
11 things of ribbon. And also it's because ribbon has started to become really popular for a load of different things.
Yeah.
So we're now not only using ribbon in kind of gift wrapping and card making, also in journal making.
Yes,
we're actually starting to use it more and more around the house with glass jars that are labelled and that sort of thing. We put some ribbon around them to make them look very rustic. That's now become a massive thing as well. So it's starting to find its feet again. Ribbon's one of those things that comes and goes in fashion. We're back into a massive ribbon range. Everybody is using ribbon all the time. And it's a really great thing to just have at your fingertips.
It is something that gives your, whatever you're creating, your cards, your gifts, your tags, you're going to give them a professional finish because you're not going to have kind of like the tatty ends to your ribbon. So yeah, do go for it. Go for it in multiples. As I say, if you're wanting to, well, we have the stock available and we have that fabulous price for that deal. Then take advantage while you
That's
can.
a nice price, isn't it?
That's a good price, absolutely. It's almost one that you could get and keep it as almost like gifts for people as well. You could do it as a bundle if you wanted to, or just keep the ribbon for yourself.
So Alex is telling me which item to go for next. Alex, can I change your mind?
Oh, okay.
I will go to what you said in a minute, but can I just? Because I want to explain this to you first, because I want to explain to you why it's such a stupid price.
Okay.
And then tell you that it's still worth you getting, okay?
Right. So what are we talking about? The
When
planner?
they said this to me upstairs and they were like, we're bringing the planner, and I said, okay, well, you do, because they were like, this is a really, really stupidly low price. And I was like, you know why, don't you? And they were like, why? And I said, because it's got the dates 2019 and 2020 in it. And they were like, oh, well, we can't use that then. And I said, no. It's still perfectly good. So if I show you, all that it has is 2019 there.
Okay.
When I turn it, it's got 2020 there, year at a glance.
Okay.
Now, if I tore out those pages, you wouldn't have a Scooby, because when I then go into it, January, undated, got a month to view. Then I've got, let me just go through.
Oh, wow.
Then I've got all of my days undated. I put in the days, I put in what it needs to be doing. I've got all my little to-do lists. I've got all my dates going through. I can put loads in here. Look at this. And it's massive. And you've also got really, really beautiful, I'll keep going. I don't want any smoke and mirrors here. And I want you to see that I'm being
love a
absolutely
planner.
honest. I love a planner as well. Keep going, keep going. You can see none of this is dated. You can do what you need, and it's huge and thick. And look at these gorgeous inserts.
Beautiful.
Tear those first front 2 pages out, and you would never have a clue. It's beautifully lined in your stripy papers here as well.
Nice.
Hardback cover, spiral bound, so you can tear your pages out, no problem. And it's massive. Look how thick that is.
You could give that as a gift, like you say. Take
Just
out those
take
pages.
out the first
Nobody
2 pages.
would know.
Nobody would have a clue. That's the only point, as far as I'm aware. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had a really good scout through it. It's the only point at which there is any reference to a date. And this has got a stupid price on it because of that.
Yeah, so take advantage of it. $19.99 is not the price you are going to be paying.
Nope.
Not today. Anyway, you have got a very, very good price, a brilliant price, a better than half price deal with this one.
Much
If
better.
you like the idea of that one, then do get it into your basket. But let me show you exactly what you are going to be paying, just $7.99. That is
Perfect.
brilliant.
Thank you
as
very
well.
much.
Yeah.
So that's a full year planner, and obviously you can use it. You can start anytime you want. It's absolutely beautiful. It's
nice,
really
isn't it?
expensive
It's
looking.
nice as well if it's an educational diary as well, because of course that starts at the beginning of the school term, so September time. But also you might be saying, well, hang on, you've got a diary system there or a planner there, and we've already had January and February and
March.
March. We'll start it in April.
Start in April, and you've
then
still got
you've
it going
got
through because
exactly
it's almost
the
what's
start of
word?
2025 and 6 in
It's
there.
like an
haven't you?
open
Yeah,
annual
yeah.
sort of journal for you. It's just those 2 front pages. Things like that I don't care about. I know some people at home will. I understand that. But for £8 for what would be a very expensive journal, you can have this just sitting in your handbag. It's perfect for all of your uses, and it's super, super pretty. So my advice, grab it while you can.
And if
Rip
that's
out the 2
something
front pages.
specifically that's very precious to you is having that whole year of you, you can download that off the internet, can't you? You can get a calendar made up for the year or the period
If
of
you've got
time.
a
So, yeah.
normal cinch, you can make your own pages for these as well.
Yeah.
Because you could rebound it.
Yes.
So you could take the spiral out and rebind it if you wanted
That's
to.
a good point.
But it is literally only your front page, 2019 there and 2020. So that's the only thing that's got a reference to a date.
Not
And that's
encroaching
just a
on
year at a
anything
glance.
else.
Take them out and then it's
Absolutely.
done. And beautifully packaged as well in plastic here. So everything going through with all of the labels.
Love it. Proving to be very popular. Lots of you going for multiples of those. So maybe you kind of have several planners for different purposes. Work,
Yeah, of course.
pleasure. Yeah.
Of course. It's just a really beautiful book as well, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
So I'm sorry for taking you on the wrong trail, Alex. It was a really stupidly good deal, and I was like, well, I don't want to forget, so let's get that in.
Or it could be for like a birthday book or something
Yeah.
like that, that you just, it doesn't really matter what
Just
year it
scribbling
is. you
notes
just-
in.
yeah.
It's just really pretty, and I
Yeah.
didn't want you to miss out because we've got so much to get through on the show, and it's one of those that'll end up just being like, oh, well, the date's wrong, so we'll just leave it. And I'm
Shove it
like,
to the
yeah,
end,
but
yeah.
actually,
Fair
everyone's
enough.
getting a really nice
Okay.
deal with that, so let's get that on.
There you go, and lots of people are taking advantage of that deal.
Right,
So where were we originally
Do you
going
want me to
I
go to
can't remember.
glasses?
The magnifying glasses.
So that's these, Hayley.
Okay,
Have you
all
seen
right.
these?
No.
Shut up, though. Have you not seen these?
I probably need them.
These are so good. I love these. I
Okay.
use these more than I care to admit because I have got poor eyesight.
Okay, right.
Magnifying glasses, right?
Okay.
So they have got a foam sort of piece. It's a silicone type of thing here. So it's comfortable on your schnoz. These
Right.
obviously have got like a cover on, a cling film sort of thing that you take
Okay.
off. And that's just to stop them getting my dirty fingerprints all over them. But they're there for you. They've got 1.6 times magnification. So they are massively magnified, right? They are really, really. But what's really exciting is, hold on.
Okay,
They've got headlights.
Oh, wow.
They've got headlights.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And do you want to see them? Do you want to see the little trick? Because we don't want to waste batteries, when I close the arms,
oh, they go off.
They turn off.
Oh,
so the lights only
genius.
work when they're open.
That is
They
brilliant.
are so good. They're so strong in magnification. Now, I'll be honest with you, because my eyes are so bad when I'm working close up here, I can't see a thing. So I tend to wear my glasses and then put these on top of them as well. And then I'm like, whoo! And then I take them off because the world's in very high focus at that point. But I once did, it's on my Cut by Hand page, I once used a little drill and I drilled a sculpture of a cat on a pencil lead.
Wow.
And I did it using these. That's the only way I could see it, because obviously that's tiny. A pencil lead is tiny. And I did a whole sculpture with them. If you put them there, you can see. They are so
gosh,
good.
yeah.
They're so strong.
And
Can
like
you
you say,
see?
there is enough there if you wanted to actually put them on
there's
top of
enough
another pair of
room.
glasses. Obviously, for you guys, for you to actually look through them, let's see if we can manage to do this. So if I...
Oh, are you going to do a thing?
Well, I don't know whether it'll work or not, but there you go.
There you go.
Okay. So obviously it depends on how far...
What distance you go.
how long your arms are, but you can kind of see there how it's kind of magnifying the text that is the actual size
That's
into
beautiful.
the size that you've got there. So very, very
They're
easy.
eggs.
If only I
Honestly.
could speak Spanish.
If only you could. But they're also super comfy, which is very important to me. They've got like a little watch battery in the side of them, and it just clips open. You change that battery out, tiny little battery.
Nice.
And basically that means you can use them again for life. So you can keep using them and using them forever.
Yeah, idea. Love it.
Again, it's one of those things I just think every crafter should have.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we do things.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter if your eyesight's bad, because sometimes it's just about being able to see up close when we're working in those fine details.
Just that thread in a needle, maybe.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
those kind of
yeah.
things, isn't it? And we use those things a lot. You know, when we're working close up. And obviously I do an awful lot of close-up work. So for me, they're incredibly important, incredibly useful. But again, one of those tools, I think, this is why I love working for We Are. Because the whole point of working for We Are is pretty much all of my needs have been sort of covered by the craft tools that they come up with. And they're so good at what they do. And these are just brilliant. There you go.
I love
5-star review
there
for
you
them,
go. You
because
can
they're
see.
amazing.
Colleen, she's loved these. She shopped for them previously. Of course, you've got the glasses with your magnification in there, as you can see, 1.6 times. And then it just depends how close up you want to go, whether you've got... I mean, yeah, you can be
Amazing
as
if
close or
you're
as far
doing
away.
embroidery or cross stitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you can
Incredible.
see there, I mean, over there, the text as it is, but there you can see with that magnification there. And they're just so easy. I love the idea that you can, if you want to, pop them on top of your regular glasses.
I do that quite a lot. So
Yeah,
for me, if
yeah.
I'm working
Just that
very
extra little
close,
bit,
it just
isn't it?
gives me an extra little bit of.
Yeah.
But obviously, everyone's prescriptions are different. So I don't
Yes.
want to tell you something
Yeah.
that won't necessarily work for you. It works for me and I love it. But
Yeah.
then I've got terrible eyesight. And so for me, it just gives me that extra umph, because it doesn't seem to matter
Yeah.
which glasses I work. None of them actually let me see properly. So.
Absolutely. I love the fact that you've got the little kind of lights in
I
there
love,
as well.
you've got headlights,
Yeah,
which makes
brilliant
you a
idea.
very important
Do like that as
person when
well.
you're wearing them.
Just makes it just that little bit easier to see. Love it. So if you like the idea of getting hold of yours, well, the details are on the screen there. $29.99, but you're not paying that price. So what price are we paying for these? Well, let me enlighten you. What about you take advantage of these for just £14.99?
Thank you very much. Ooh,
Brilliant
that is
idea.
a lovely price, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look how bright those lights are.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. as
Amazing
well.
for doing close-up
model
work.
making, whether it's a case of just doing a
Sewing.
crossword or something like that.
Just doing your crossword
Yeah,
puzzle.
yeah.
And, you know, just doing some reading if you're, you know, in a room and somebody else doesn't have the lights on because
Yeah.
they're maybe watching television.
Yeah.
You've got lights to see by. So everything coming in at once. I just think they're just a really important piece of kit to have. They're epic.
That played with my head then, because Dan did a thing, because it didn't actually go dark in the studio, but it went dark on the monitor.
Oh, how did you do that?
It went really, that was really weird. I felt like I'd been taken to somewhere else. But anyway, it's fine now. Lots of you taking advantage of those. So if you do like the idea, the details are on your screen. Lots of you going for multiples. So much so that 20% of the stock has gone. We had quite a healthy stock of these, but we don't anymore. Lots of you taking advantage, so do check your basket out with regards to this. I'm sure that we will revisit these with regards to updates as the ad goes on. If we have a chance, just looked at the time. Where's it going?
We are in a rush. Stop talking. Right, let's go. So, layering guides.
Oh, okay.
Layering guides, again, another tool that we all need. This is why these shows are so important, because obviously when the prices are low, we get to do, you know, these stupid drops with them, and they're great. Your layering guide tools, you have got all your different measurements on here. I can't remember beginning to end, but you've got...
There's a lot on there.
Hold on, let me do the things. 12-inch clear rulers, and they go through from, I think it's right from...
Isn't it?
Perfect, 1/16 to 1 inch mats and layers every time without measuring. So, how do they work? Each one has a lip on it here. And there is a little line that runs around. Can you see that perforated line?
Oh, yes, yeah.
That butts up to your piece of card. Now, if I've got, say, a mat and I want to put a layer on it, I can butt that up and then cut down the metal edge. And every single time, my mats and my layers are absolutely perfect without any hesitation. It just catches on the piece that you've already got, and as it catches, I can cut my layer beneath. They're so good.
So say I had something like a 5-inch square that I put onto a base. It didn't matter what size the base layer is.
You can put it, and even not only can you put it down on a 12 by 12, but you could put it down wonky on a 12 by 12 because it doesn't matter.
That little ridge.
I'm just going to put my ridge on it, and then I can cut wherever I want, whichever side of that paper that I'm going at. I can just cut along the edge. Every time, perfect mats and layers. For a card maker, especially, because obviously you're going to use a craft knife with it, and we'll talk about those in a second, but for every crafter, that's just really, that's a boon.
Absolutely.
I hate measuring stuff, and I'll tell you for why. I'm a centimetre and millimetre girl, always have been, raised that way. So inch system, my brain is now, because now I'm having to do 2 sets of numbers, and I'm not very good with the first one, and now I have to do a second set. So my brain's not always able to quickly. Well, if you saw me in the earlier show when Dave Brad was trying to multiply in fractions,
isn't it?
and I couldn't do it, and I just might listen. I'm not even sorry about it. I'm 50. Who cares at this point? I've never been able to do it. But obviously, for me, I don't need to measure anything with that. It's got different measurements on either side of the roller, which just makes it an absolute dream to use. So all your increments going through from 1/16 of an inch right up to an inch, and they'll just straight through for you. They're brilliant. Go onto YouTube, look at all the YouTube tutorials for you. It'll show you all the ways of using them. They're so easy though. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Nice.
You're just butting it up and then cutting your lower piece.
And I think that shows it perfectly, doesn't it? How you put your top layer on top of your base layer. Like you say, it could be wonky, it could be whatever size that you've got underneath, and just use that as an edge. Doesn't have to be an equal edge all the way around either. You might want it to be heavier on one side and lighter on the other. You can do that.
You can make it like a Polaroid, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely. I love that idea. Now, if you like the idea of getting hold of this, as many of you have been doing, you can see everything is clearly labelled on there, so no guesswork, no looking for instructions or finding a key. A dot dash line means this. It's there
look at
on there.
There you go. Look,
okay.
clever.
Oh, there you
so
go.
using
Wonky,
the straps here, it just lines up. It butts up against it, straight down.
Clever.
Really easy, really fast. Thank you very much. That's my mats and layers done.
Okay.
Again, same thing. So you can start, so now I could use a bigger mat and layer, because obviously aesthetic, that's always a nice thing.
Yeah.
You can use different sizes of mats and layers, and they're always perfect.
I love it. And then
this
we're
is a different one.
moving on to some of the rulers there as well, because they didn't stop there.
They have got a little hole at the top of each one. So if you've got one of those metal rings that open, you can just attach that through and keep all 3 of them together. It may have one in it, but in case it doesn't, you can certainly do that with it.
Absolutely. And as you can see there, you've got your 3 rulers there with all your different measurements on there. And down at the bottom, it says 10 different sizes there. So all the different opportunities and kind of mixing those up. But £29.99 is not the price you're going to be paying.
Let's do the things.
Let's do the things.
What
Let's
are you giving
get
me
that
these
price
for?
down. So the price is coming down, and where is it going to land? I don't know, because I can't remember. £19.99. Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
See, that is something that, other than kind of putting them in a safe place, never to find them again, you will use these time and time again, daily basis.
We don't need to drop the prices on that, because we're always going to sell it.
That's a fair point.
Because it's just, listen, we're a card making sort of haven, aren't we, within any sort of craft arena. And so you're always going to sell something that makes jobs easier. So when you've got something that does all your mats and layers, it takes the headache out of it. And it's so quick and so fast without having to sit there and go, well, I'd like it to be a ½ inch extra all the way around. And it started out as a 16th. So what's a 16th plus arch? My brain ain't doing that for kind of fizzy maths. So the fact that I can just go, thanks, and it's done, that's an absolute dream.
Brilliant idea. Flying out, lots of you taking advantage of it. So it might be the first time that you've seen it. It might be that you've seen it, but it wasn't at the right price for you previously. We'll take advantage while you've got that chance. While we have the stock, get it into your basket. But more importantly, get that basket checked out. I'm going to move that to one side, putting that in a safe place.
I'm going fast because we're running out of time, and you've got so many good offers in this show. I did want to show you this one specifically because it's got lots of uses to it. So this is your rotary tool. Now listen, I'm not supposed to say this, and I'm not supposed to do this. I've never been one with rules. It's essentially like a light Dremel. Is what it is. I know we're not supposed to say that.
So it's one of those tools that's kind of got a spinny round bit on.
It's got a spinny round bit. You can do your nails on them, but I didn't say that.
Okay.
It's got all your little filing tools here, and it's got some extra tools. Now, if you were to go onto the Zon and put in rotary tool bits, you can buy tons of different ones, these bears and different things. you can actually start to carve wood with these,
okay.
which is one of the things that I love to do with these machines. Get a sanding disc for it, pop it in, and then on quite a low speed, you're just going to be going in and sanding away that wood. You must wear a mask at all times.
Yep.
You can actually start making wood sculptures from this.
Ooh.
You can also use those sanding pits to just rough up your card edges to give your cards sort of that aged look. You can do loads of different things with it. These are one of those tools, a rotary tool, and I don't care whether it's Dremel and I don't care whether it's We Are Memory Keepers. A rotary tool should be in every single household.
Absolutely.
I've got 4 rotary tools.
Yeah.
I love them. I would never be without a rotary tool. They're so important for so many things because they give us access to a field of crafts we wouldn't normally have.
Yeah.
It gives us a chance to go in detail. One of the things, if any of you buy this, I'm going to set you a challenge.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. I want you to get an egg and I want you to blow the egg, right? So we're getting rid of all of the inside of it, get rid of the yolk, get rid of the white. So you've just got the shell. And then with this silver tool, I want you to start carving a pattern very slowly and very gently into your egg. Literally, you can start carving into eggshells with this tool. That's how clever they are. That's how important they are. Or I can carve wood.
Wow.
That's the difference. So you go
Complete
through all of these different
extremes,
things.
yeah.
Rotary tools are just really important. You can use it for so much in your crafting. I'm an absolute avid fan of rotary tools. I've owned a rotary tool since I was 14 before I was even crafting. Look, there you go. They're showing on the screen.
Loads.
They're showing carved eggs on the screen.
Oh my
this
goodness,
is what I mean.
look at this.
Look at that, that's
Oh,
an eggshell.
wow.
You need a rotary tool to do with that. You need a steady hand and some patience, but it's not difficult. I've done a few of them. They're really beautiful, and then you can buy templates or you can just do it freehand.
That's amazing.
Get your rotary tool.
I love it. And also as well, things like resin. I mean, if you're turning things out of resin moulds and you have that like little bit of extra resin on there, you could kind of file that
You
back.
can get drill bits for them. So instead of using these bits that are in here, like I say, go on the Zon and look at rotary tool bits. You can get drills for them. So you can start cutting into MDF
You've got holes
and make
into
those things.
like making tags and stuff like that.
Do all of those things with it.
Okay. I love this. Oh my goodness, every time Carla's on, I need everything she demos. Welcome to our
I
world.
don't know if that's because
Susan.
I don't actually make any sense in English. So all of you are like, I need that so that I can work out what it is she's
Not at
saying.
all.
Maybe that's why.
I think it's that kind of leading by example because you use them and you found that they're beneficial, that everybody else wants
I'm
that as well.
obsessed with crafting and I'm obsessed with, I've always said this, I'm obsessed with all kinds of crafts, not one particular one. I love quilling, I love card making. Are they my main ones? Quilling is, card making certainly not. I've got so many different forays that I go into, and I'm not speaking on anyone else, but having a brain like mine, and we've discussed it before with a bit of ADHD, I can't concentrate on anything for any length of time. So I go to my next craft. I like tools.
I think a lot of crafters are in a similar vein to that. One thing happens though is we get chatting and we forget that we haven't got the price. So let's get that price down. Take it down. Let's take it down. Where are we going? Well,
Love this.
is
Let's do
a
it.
plummet. It's going right the way down to $8.99.
Grab
That
two,
is definitely worth
$8.99.
going for. With
For
this
a
one,
rotary tool.
got a little USB port, so you just need one of those little plugs. Quite often household plugs now in the wall. You can actually put them in. Power bank if you
Power
want
bank
to.
if
It's
you've got one.
recordable,
Power bank's the easiest. Power banks are always super, super easy. On my desk, screwed to my desk, I've screwed like a extension lead, and that's got USBs on it
They
as well.
often do now,
and
don't they?
Yeah, I just have it sort of sitting next, so I
Yeah.
can always sort of drag my tools where I need them
You've
to be.
got the Gemini too. You'll have those ports on there as well, won't you? So yeah, definitely.
Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliantly packaged, explains exactly what it does on the box there, so to speak. I think it's a brilliant gift.
$8.99 for a rotary
Over
tool.
a third of the stock has gone.
Yeah, I would be grabbing that as well at $8.99. I think that's an absolute boon. They're all, you know, really, really useful, but it's just easy fry. You can just go on the Zon and buy more bits for it. I'd love to be the person that sits there and go, well, you've got these 3 that'll do this, that. Yeah, of course you have. Go and buy some more, though, because Amazon's got them cheap.
Well, the thing is, it's giving you different tools to get the most out of it, isn't it? So $8.99, brilliant value for money. It's not going to be hanging around for very long, so make sure that you do get hold of yours while you have the opportunity. Got 10 minutes and 7 deals. That's
Okay,
going to take some
let's
doing,
go
isn't
fast.
it?
Can we have the chevrons?
The chevron?
Yep, they're straight in front of you.
All of
Chevron
these?
washi
All of
tape,
these?
guys.
Oh my goodness, okay. Wow, there's 6 in total. I'm going to have a jacket on.
6 chevron washi tapes. We've got animal print. We've got different colours here as well. We've got all your variants coming through. So I've got a silver. This is like a bronze colour on top. Absolutely beautiful. Look how pretty these are. I've got a luminous yellowy green. I can never work out whether that's yellow or green when it's neon. You say yellow?
See, I'd say lime.
Yeah, I don't know. And then I would say that was more of a yellow, and that's a red. You've got all these pieces here. They create beautiful borders. They're absolutely gorgeous. You can do book covers. You can do these on the edges of cards. You can do so much with them. We all know what washi tape is. I am a massive hoarder of washi tape. I've got hundreds of rolls of it. I love my washi tape very, very much. One of my pride and joys. So these are just an extra boon to have it. At the moment, it's saying $28.96. I doubt very much we're going to stay near there. And if we are staying at $28.96, then I'm going to put them away and not sell them.
Well,
so let's get the price down.
Did you know that there's an exhibition in Japan dedicated to
it's like
to washi tape at the NEC. I'd love to
I
be
would live there.
Yeah.
I love. Well, I've decorated a washing machine with it. I've decorated a washing machine. I've decorated. I've got, which sounds very posh. It's not posh at all. And believe me, if you went in there, it's not. I've got a laundry room, and in it, I've got like plastic boxes going along, which have got different things in it. And I've used washi tape all on each one of those, so they just look pretty when you walk in. Round jars. Also, I love washi tape.
And also, as well, the peaks and troughs that you've got in the chevron design, you can actually use several to get a really nice.
I know. How pretty is that? So if you look at this. Can you see the back of that, where you see the gift?
Yeah,
look how gorgeous they are.
Very effective. So the price on your screen there, we need to get it down, otherwise Carla's going to put them away.
If the price isn't coming down, I'm not interested.
£28.96.
Just what, sorry? That sounds pretty good to me. Thank you very much.
OK, let's see where we're going. Did I hear that right? £5 saving? Is that what you meant? £5 saving?
No, I'm hoping not. Let's go.
Ooh. Let's see who got it. Oh, you got it right. It was actually a £5. My goodness, I thought it was a £5 saving.
I'll take that. Thank you, Alex. I'll take that. That's
for all
kind
of that.
price.
That's less than £1 a roll.
Less than £1 for a roll. You're getting an absolute mass of
8
it. So I'll see it there. How much is that?
8 metres.
And 8 metres, we know that is. From your nose to your fingertip is a metre.
Wow. That's a lot. All self-adhesive as well, so you don't need any kind of adhesive to go with that. And of course, it goes on so many different surfaces. And you've got some lovely prints with those as well. I like that one actually. It's almost like a pearl finish. Nice. Very nice.
I think that Dan's just nearly poked Alex in the eye trying to do
the
meter.
Checking. Well, that's what we had to do, didn't we, 5 years ago when you got the distance between every project.
If you go and get fabric in a shop, they always pick it up, don't they? And they do that from it because it's the right length.
We did both look like we were playing trombones then when we were doing that, but there we go.
Johnny Briggs at the beginning of the show.
Third of the stock has gone, so take advantage while you have got the opportunity. Do not miss out on anything. Do check on the website as well, because deals like this one that we've got in front of us here, where you've got a 60% saving, I said it out loud now, we're going to be chatting about this in about 10 minutes' time, but it is live and on the website, so if you want to go and have a little look, you can figure out what the saving is going to be with regards to that one.
Can you pass me the gift wrap,
Oh, this little gadget here. Okay.
So I'm not going to spend long on these because we're running out of time for the show, but this is like a little gift wrap hub, as you can see from the front here. It's got, thank you very much, and finally we have it, a little place for you to put your rolls, so that as you start pulling your paper out to use your electric scissors to cut it, it stays where it is and it doesn't go running. That gives you a helping hand when you're wrapping anything, and then your sellotape or your tape can sit on the top of it. It's a little hub for all of your gift wrapping, which I think is amazing. It's just very cute, very easy. Is it just for Christmas? No, you can use it any time of the year. I'd say this is one of my top picks, but is it going down from $18.99?
Of course it
Because I don't want to do it for $18.99.
Also, as well, I'm thinking as well, if you haven't got a roll of gift wrap there, you could actually put your little scissors in there, your battery-operated scissors.
You could indeed. You could hold those inside it as well. It's super handy.
$18.99? Nah, it's not that price.
Can we have
Bring it down? Where
can we
are we
have
going?
something better than that, please?
Come on, Alex. Do the thing. Press the button. Get that price down.
Thank you. That's better. Thank you very much.
It's like being at home, isn't it, for him? It's like,
I know, bless him. He's sitting there going, all right. I'm trying.
$6.99. That's what we want to see. Savings like
These
that.
are the deals. So these are the shows.
Yeah.
Always remember, if there's a We Are show and it says sale on it, this is when you come in. It's when you get your tools. We like the tools.
I'm gathering in all the deals that we've got because we are running out of time. I don't know where you want to go next. Teresa, good afternoon. It's good to have your company. Can we show the font punch?
I'd love to, but I can't find it.
I haven't got it here, have
Alex
we?
was just saying in my ear, where's your font punch? And I was like, yeah, it's not here.
Have we got a picture of it? Have we got a picture of it?
The font punch is almost like a chevron, like an arrow.
Okay.
And so it cuts a border into your paper that is in a chevron shape. When you push it up, it's got like a ledge. So once you've done it, you can keep butting it up to keep the pattern going for as long as you want. So that could be, you know, longer and longer and longer. You've got your little lines there to show you where you're going. And you can actually do it on acetate to create yourself some little stencils as well. Is it here?
Well, there is
got
something
it?
here, but that is different.
Is
to what
that it?
you've got.
Font punch. Is this it? Hold on.
I don't know.
I don't even know if I've got any card. Wait. I've certainly got no fingernails. I've found it. I think I've found it.
I'm not sure.
I could do with a full hand rather than my
Well,
handed
yes.
hand.
So you haven't got. Oh, I like the banner things. All sorts of fabulous things. Okay.
If I get into trouble for cutting this, for ripping that, I'm not taking any blame. Right, let me just go in my bag of tricks. Look at me being professional again. Right,
Oh,
one
okay.
second.
So you can team it up with other things that you've got. So, right, fair enough.
Yeah, so you'd be able to create with different things. I haven't used this for a while, so bear with. If I put this in and I punch, I've got chevrons, right?
Okay, yeah.
You see my little arrows? There you go.
Yeah.
Now I can carry that pattern on, so I can do this in acetate and then I can make that into a stencil, or I can do it on the side of cards to create a border, or I can do it for, again, as we say, journals, all of those things. You get the negative and the positive. The positive sits inside the punch. You've got the wee little gadget here. So once I've done that, now bear in mind, I haven't done this for ages and ages and ages.
You kind of line it up to
But
continue
can
it.
you see where, anyone on the overhead, have we got an overhead? I don't think we have.
We haven't, but you can kind of see
Wait
that.
though, because
yeah.
I will show you. Just 1 second, let me line it up and I'll show you.
So as soon as you kind of got
So-
the gold tone in the corner, you might have to go to...
Can you see where my chevrons are covering?
There we go.
So it's telling me that's going to be my pattern continuation. You see them? So that's allowing me to visually go, okay, this is where I then punch again, and then I can go along again, get straight into those patterns as well. And I can keep going until I've created a full continuation. Oh, actually, I missed one there. Until create a full continuation pattern.
Okay.
I can also reverse it and do it on this side as well. So I've got the arrows going in either direction that I want. It depends which way you want to do it. Super clever, super easy to use. What's my price on it, Alex?
Our
Can we
price on
take
the
that
screen there.
down?
Compatible with your alphabet bunch board as well.
Yeah,
so if you've already got that,
absolutely.
then you are going to be able to use it alongside that as well. A lovely pattern, I have to say, and that's that lining up to perfection that is key. And at
$6.99.
That is brilliant. That is
Thank
brilliant.
you. Okay, I'll take
Like that.
$6.99. We
Yeah.
like those prices.
Brilliant.
That's
Like it.
again, it's a border punch, but it's also the fact that we can create stencils with it, which I think is really important, especially for those of us who use inks and we like to ink through. That's a really nice way of doing that. Banner punch. I've just realised I've got stuff behind me. I'm going to have to go fast. What time is it? You'll have seen Liam do this one before. I'll turn it around so you can see the back instructions. This is your banner punch for creating all of your banners. You can create them in a various multiples of different sizes, from the very, very dinky to the very, very large. We can create the chevron. Can you see? So we've got the pointed banners. You've got the sort of flag banner and you've got the pointed banner there. So they're telling you pennant, flag, crest. Flat top, and then you just create the bottom pieces that you want. All your sizes are in there, all your tools are on board. As with all things, we are memory keepers. It's really simple to use. You've got a little blade that sits on here and you just run it down the gullies and that creates your flag for you. And obviously the flat piece at the top is going where that should be.
And
If
they
you
do
want to do
loads
the
of
flag,
videos, don't they?
yeah, you've got your little piece here. Now, there should be somewhere. Oh, it might not be on this one. You need to go to there's Ali Dorstal doing hers. So this is Ali creating those, and she is obviously the brand ambassador for We Are Over in the States. And it's just to say, it's exactly the same thing. It creates all your banners for you. It's a beautiful piece of kit, great tool to have. That's your banner punch. What are we taking that to?
Oh, it's coming down from $39.99, but where's it going to land?
At some point, they're going to go, no, that's the price. And I'm going to have to go, oh.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? I think we're ready. I think we're ready for this.
Let's have it. I
Let's
know what I
brace
wanted it to be.
ourselves
Oh, that's
for
better than I
nice and
wanted
nice.
it to
Oh,
be.
that's good.
I'll take that. I thought you were going to go
That
to
is good.
$14.99 on that.
Yeah. Tools that you'll find
I'm
yourself
happy with
using
that.
over and over again.
Well, again,
For the
it's a
price.
We Are tool, so you'll be able to do much more with it than just those. Again, it's about that
Love it.
YouTube rabbit hole that we go on where we find out all the different things we can do with the different tools. Take the journey. Can we quickly do the stickers?
There's loads
Because this
in
is
here.
an absolute boon.
These are brilliant.
I am on next, so
That's
just
it. We've got 2 hours with Carla. We are going to have well, I don't know if we'll have a different focus.
I hope
We'll
you're
look
not
at all
too
sorts.
tired.
These are
That's
a
a lot.
bumper bundle. You're getting a lot in here. 14
Look at that.
sets.
Now, I've never seen these before, but I am obsessed with stickers.
Okay.
I love stickers. So I love stickers more than my children love stickers.
These are fabulous.
How cute are these?
I love it. Now, some of them you're going to get repeats of, so you're going to get a couple of those. You're going to get your gorgeous little florals in there.
Look how
A
pretty
couple of
these
packs
are.
of those. You're also going to get, now these are nice. These kind of
They're
little swirly
nice.
ones with almost like little gems on there, which are beautiful. You're going to get.
I wonder how many stickers you're getting all together.
Oh, the kids are all into this at the moment, aren't they? Those kind of pixelated
that.
images. So you've got
That is
loads of those
cute.
there in that
They
one.
look like puffy stickers as well.
52 in that pack. The other two packs, we've got 32, we've got 48s, we've got over 100 of some of them. Look at the little rainbows. They're
I love
cute.
them.
I like
That is
those.
so cute.
Now, this is a big pack. There's 27 of those.
Oh, they're
These are
nice.
nice as well.
And they're stickers.
All adhesive, so you don't need to add
They're
anything to them.
nice.
Like these. These are like little
That's
sugar
pebbles.
strands. Yeah.
So we know that one. I know those. Jelly beans, I think they're great.
106 there as well. Oh, the little hearts.
Oh, they're cute.
They're nice. A couple of
So
packs
they
of
take
those.
you back to being a kid. I love
But
stickers.
planners and journals and things like that, they're the place to actually use these. So,
Oh, I
yeah.
use them all the
I
time in my
do, I
planners
do,
and I'm
yeah.
obsessed with stickers.
Oh,
Oh, look at the llamas.
Oh, the little bunnies.
and the
little
chicks. Oh, look at the lambs.
Aren't they cute? Perfect for springtime.
I love
Absolutely.
them.
Do like that.
And then this.
Well, it makes me laugh because it says Christmas special. We've gone through all of
Yeah,
that, and this
just
is the only
one.
bit of Christmas. And within this one, you've got multiples in there.
200,
So, yeah.
223 stickers in this booklet.
Wow, double-sided with regards to those
I
as well.
love it
Numbers
when
in
they do the
there.
big books of stickers.
This is nice, like this one. Love it. Okay, so for all of these, price-wise, where are we going with this one, Alex? Got, how many did we say? 14 packs in total. 14 packs. I mean, £1 a pack.
$5.99 for all of those. Thank you
Wow.
very much. That's really cheap.
That is less than 50p a pack.
That's sorry, it's not cheap. It's affordable.
Yes.
They're telling me. It's
We have
everyone at home's going. That's cheap.
Yes.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
We like a deal, and that's
Oh,
a deal
it's so
to have.
affordable. That's so affordable. It's cheap.
Rainy day kids play. I mean, there you go. I'd want these as a grown-up, I have to say. So, yeah, £5.99, absolute bargain. If you wanted to take advantage of those, then please do so. And then I think there's just one more thing for us to share with you before we say goodbye and then
Ink pad
hello
holder.
to the next
So
hour.
this is if you've already got the We Are ink pads. The ink pads are shaped in a very specific way. So they've got like this kind of diamond shape to them, and they sit in here so that they don't slip and move, which is great. Now, I will be absolutely straight with you, and I can prove this for you. Whenever you see me do a face lookbook live, do I use mine for my ink pads? No, of course I don't. I've owned ink pads for ages. I don't really need a silicone holder to keep them together. I can just use them. What do I use them for? I cut them in two. And split them in half, and I use one as a glue pool, or if I'm doing painting, I use one to hold some water and one to hold some paint. And I use them for messy play, messy stuff that I'm doing when I'm crafting, and then I just wash them because they're silicone. Are they meant for that? No. Am I supposed to sell it that way to you? No. Do I care? No.
Well, this is it.
It's got more use for
you
it that way.
use them in a certain way that we can all work with. So
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
just cut it in two, and then I've got two little pots that I can do messy stuff in. So if I'm stamping, if I'm inking, if I'm spritzing, if I'm watercolouring, if I'm using acrylic, if I'm using gouache, I can do all of these things in that and then just clean it at the end. And if you use PVA in them, you can peel it
double
off.
double length, as you can see there. Obviously, the packaging shows that as well. $14.99. Price on your screen if you wanted to take advantage of these. Details are there. UW. Oh, I thought the price had already
No,
dropped
I
down.
did think I wanted it lower than that.
Oh my goodness!
Thank you very much.
Wow, that's a multi-order,
It
isn't
is the lowest we've ever done
Yeah,
it for. I think
yeah.
that's because we don't have many of the ink pads left, so I think that's possibly why
okay.
they're giving it you at
But
that
not
price.
just for ink
It's a
pads, as you
stupid
said.
price.
Yeah.
But I don't use them for ink pads. When I'm demonstrating the ink pads for you, I'll say these are great for your ink pads, and they are great for your ink pads. Do I use them for that? No. I cut them in half and I use them for all of my stuff around me. They're great for putting paper clips in on your desk as well if you've got one, just as a little tidy. Because they don't slip, it's silicone, right? So it's useful. Or you can use it, one of them, if you cut them in half, you can use one side in your kitchen to put your dirty teaspoons on when you've had a cup of tea.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Or your tea bags, because they're silicone.
I'm thinking resin frames, maybe.
I mean, I love that you're staying with the craft theme, and I'm like all over my house thinking of different ways. Soap dish.
I was just looking at the recess with it, and I'm thinking that would make a really good little, as I say, resin mould. If you want yours, $3.99 is all that you're paying for them, and go for multiples while you've got the chance. Carla, shall we have a little bit of a break and come back?
Aye, we'll give them a break.
Absolutely. We'll see you the other side of this.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
We know you love crafting, so why not join us live on Facebook every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday from 11 a.m. for an extra dose of creativity.
Welcome to Craft O'Clock.
Mondays are all about Make Along Monday.
You're trying to find a calendar, like.
Grab your supplies and craft along with your favourite guests. On Wonder Why Wednesday, we'll answer your biggest crafting questions and share some expert tips. And don't miss Super Sunday, packed with unmissable deals and limited stocks on best-selling craft supplies.
Welcome to Hobby Maker Live, Craft O'Clock. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Hit follow on Hobby Maker's Facebook page and join in the fun.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's 11 o'clock, it's Craft O'Clock.
Live every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Well, we've changed the plan already.
What's gone?
Because I was meant to tell you that we've got a handful of these left, but they've all gone now.
Rude.
This was a deal. Just because I want to say I told you so. This was a deal that we brought to you, and it came right the way down to $1.99. That's what we've been talking about for the last hour. Brilliant savings, brilliant prices, and loads of those went. Hundreds of those. So well done to everybody that took advantage of that. So.
Hayley just gave me a piece of chocolate, which then put me off my train of thought of all the things. So I went to try and steal a pair of scissors off the set,
They look like
and they got
scissors.
pink in shears.
Yeah, they're probably
instead,
not
so that
the
will
right
not work.
kind of scissors what you
I'll
need,
go and get
are
a
they?
different pair. You talk and I'll go over here.
Okay, now let me tell you about this hour. This hour is the second of 2 hours that we've got with Carla. We had a very busy initial hour. And this is the hour we are going to be showing you a fabulous bundle that lots of you have already taken advantage of. This is going to be an incredible deal. You've got Paige Evans, who's created some absolutely beautiful crafting products over the time. And this is a bundle of all sorts. We will be looking at this one in a little while. In fact, should we look at it straight away?
I love the Paige Evans stuff. It's really, really cheerful, really bright, really beautiful. It's massive, and we don't have many left because we did this, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and we had a massive stock of it. This is, I'll be totally honest with all of you, this is the dregs.
Okay, it's just what the stock that
It's
we've got
what's
left.
left.
That's okay, that's okay.
It's not, you know, there's a bit, but there's not masses of it at all. But you get so much. You've got stamps in here. You've got gorgeous, gorgeous tassel keyrings. Washi tapes up the yin yang. So much ephemera. It's insane. A full card making kit sitting in there.
Okay.
We'll also give you, I think it's a 5x8 or a 6x8, sorry, notepad. Little puffy stickers. We'll also give you by a 12x12 paper pad as well.
Wow.
Then we'll give you a massive sheet. I think that's a 12x12 of huge puffy stickers, which are just gorgeous. Now, there's also your other stickers there as well, which are almost more sort of, how to phrase it, normal stickers there.
yeah.
But they're a little bit thicker than your average, so they're not necessarily paper, but they're not necessarily card. They're somewhere in between. And then those tassels that obviously Dave Bradford loves very much. If you want to see this in action, you can go onto YouTube. And on YouTube, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, if my brain serves, I did this show with Davey B, and we did it then, and obviously it flew. Of course it flew, because it's a stupid price for the amount you get. It's supposed to be 109 quid.
Yeah.
And it's worth £109 because you get so
Absolutely,
much
get
in it.
loads in
And
there.
we have...
Well, I alluded to a 60% saving on this one, so you might have well already been doing your maths on this one. You're kind of in the ballpark. It's actually more than 60% saving on this one, so we are going to get that price down nice and early because we don't have huge quantities. We don't have as many as we would have liked to have with these, but as we heard, Scarlett is explaining, it's the last of the stock, so it's just to give you the opportunity
It's
to
what's
get them
left.
at a bargain price. So lots of you got this into your basket already. We're now looking at less than £40, which is why over half the stock is in people's baskets and ready to be checked out. Lots of you confirming your orders now that that price is in.
You've got split pay on it, as far as I'm aware, because it's supposed to be, because it was never supposed to go down to $39.99. So there's 2 split pays on it because it was agreed at a higher price, and then we brought it down. So now you've got 2 split pays. You have got so much stuff in here; it's insane. Like, you can craft for weeks, but it's not just that. Listen. We all like a good bargain, right? But the point is, you want to use it, and these are beautiful. It's happy as happy can be. There's glorious flowers, there's butterflies. I made a really sweet little journal with this last week, week before.
Nice.
Cards with it. You can make, obviously, your scrapbooking pages with it. It's just... You know when something's just really like, oh, well, it just makes me happy.
nice.
It's called
Just nice
Happy
designs.
Haven for a reason.
Absolutely.
It's a feel-good piece.
Lots of you added this into your basket. We've actually got more people with this in baskets than we have stock available. One name that has stuck out for me, Stacey, showing that you've got 9 of these in your baskets. If you're having problems checking your basket out, then do speak to our call centre. They'll be able to help you. I don't want you missing out though, Stacey. So if you're trying to order on the app or on the website and it's not working, give our call centre a call as soon as you possibly can. So that way you can make sure that you are getting at least one of those if you are having any issues.
I don't blame you for wanting 9.
Well, this is
but
the thing. It might be that you do want 9, then go for it. Fill your boots, and absolutely, yes.
It is a really, it's just cute.
Yeah,
it's the
gonna go.
sweetest little
gonna
selection.
go.
It's also Paige Evans' most recent sort of design foray with AC. So they team up. AC get different designers to do stuff. We had Bo Bunny this morning.
Cute.
This is Paige Evans. Paige Evans, obviously, somebody who does the light and breezy. All of your AC
fresh.
card stocks will match in with the colours. I love the sewing machine, the sort of Singer
and stalk
sewing
scissors.
machine.
Yeah,
Isn't
love
that
it.
so gorgeous?
Yeah, all pastimes, love it.
Lots of foiling pieces in there as well.
Beautiful. Lots of you taking advantage of you. We've got way more people than we have stock available.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, confirm your orders. That way you know yours will be on its way to you. Do not leave it till the end of the hour to confirm your orders. If you are new to us here at Hobby Maker, you just need to make sure you keep checking your baskets out. Just because it's in your basket doesn't mean it's reserved for you. Somebody can swipe it from your basket, like Dave Bradford. He could be watching this and think, I want those tassels.
Oh, well, I had this discussion with him last week. I was like, Dave, you like these? And he was like, because he doesn't like me talking about his tassels. And then I said, if you had your leather chaps as well, Dave, you'd be well away. And he was like, yeah. And then he
360 degrees you can get on a tassel.
He tried to make me change the subject very fast, which I didn't like to do because I like to torment him. And I'm not here that often, so if I get the moment, I got to tease Davey B, right?
Kind of part of it. Don't forget, if you have just joined us, you've got all sorts in this particular bundle. You've got stamps, which you're going to be able to use over and over again, obviously. You've got the gorgeous papers in there. You've got your stickers in there. You've got your tassels in there. They've got loads in there. Your washi tape as well. It's now officially limited in stock. So if you have got it in your basket, try your luck. Please do. Confirm those orders, check your baskets out, fingers, toes, and everything in between crossed, you'll manage to get hold of those.
Do you want to know what's really exciting about that? Is that when Liam spoke to me about what shows I'd be doing today, which none of this included half of anything that we've done today, my show today on this hour was supposed to just be that.
Okay. Which is a little bit worrying since it's 1:15 and it's going to sell out.
Yes.
Just as well we've got other
Because of
things.
course it was going to sell out. It's the most glorious kit and it's a stupid price. It's gone down from like 109 quid to 39.99. That's an insane saving. If you think on average to get a 12 by 12 paper pad from AC, you'd be looking just at that, like 14.99, maybe 19.99.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything else that comes with that. I mean, I'm selling it and we don't need to. It's pretty much gone. There's not much left.
Everything's coordinated because you're looking at a collection, aren't you? The Happy Haven. So the stamps are going to work with the Happy Haven theme. The ephemera is going to work with that. The washi tape, because it's all come from a collection. It's not like bits and bobs that they found at the back of a cupboard. It's all come together. Oh, we've had a question come through. Is it about this one? Oh, we better be quick. Oh, it's about washi tape. Please, can you tell me what washi tape is? Love you, Carla.
Thank you. Washi tape is, how do I best describe it? It's a sexy little beast. Washi tape is a Japanese paper tape. And so you can tear it.
I don't know if
that's not the best one. Hold on, let me see if I can find mine from earlier.
Washi tape is printed as well, so when you actually look at the ones that you've got within this set, you've got a beautiful design on there. It's got a low tack to it, so a lot of people will use it for securing things as they're passing it through the die cutting machine, but also as well, it's easy to tear, but it's also brilliant for you to actually put onto your project.
It is. It's a low tack. So this is washi tape here, right? So you've got, it's sort of transparent to a degree. So it's not fully opaque. It's very beautiful. It's very delicate.
Sticky vellum, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, but it's easy tear, so I can literally just tear bits off. So think of a low tack tape that's decorative, but it's paper. It's very distinctly washi tape. So once you've started collecting washi tape, and like I say, I am a terrible hoarder for washi tape. I've probably got nigh on about 2,000 to 3,000 rolls of washi tape. I love it very much. It's one of my favourite crafting products. The reason being is, first of all, it's handy. If I'm putting stuff through a die cutting machine and I need to just put a bit of low tack on, washi tape's perfect for that. Another thing that I use it for, and I use it for a lot, is if I'm creating a drawing or a painting, I will always put a border around my piece of, let's say watercolour paper. And so I can choose a size of washi tape that is appropriate for the border that I want for my picture, because they come in different sizes.
They do, yeah.
So like often I'll use a thick one, so it's got a thicker border and I can go through and use it that way. So it's got those. The one you're seeing on the screen there has got a decorative edge on the pink one. You can see that. So we get different shapes, different types of washi paper. It's an incredible boon to have. Now it's decorative, which is brilliant. It's also incredibly useful. So like I say, you can use it for your low tack for putting your dies through. Or I can create some of the most stunning borders you could possibly imagine. because all the design work is done for me. I can match my colours up. When I go for something like this, which is the bow bunny, which we had this morning, and you can see all of those colours working absolutely beautifully together. So now I've got all the borders I ever need on a card, on a scrapbook, on a journal, on my jars in my house, anywhere. Washi tapes. It's just a beautiful thing. Now, if you're in a very warm environment, it will unstick. So if you've got it on glass or something like that, it'll start to peel off, which is infuriating. But you can actually stick it down just with a little bit of glue or something like that, and it'll stay where it is. I don't think you can get much better decoratively than washi tape because we can get so many of them. And there's so many different ones. And when we are bringing them out, because they give me different sizes, so over the 5, it's probably actually We Are that got me into washi tape probably about 6-7 years ago. And every time they bring out a collection, there's a set of washes. And then I've bought other washes. I love them. I thought I had a habit with about 40 rolls. Honestly, Claire, we can start meetings. It's fine. We'll start meetings. My name's Carla.
That's it.
And I can't get rid of my washi tape. I love it. I think it's an incredible
loads of people
thing.
now counting how many rolls they've got messaging in there. Claire, don't
I've
blame
got
you.
drawers of it.
Yeah.
Drawers of it.
Brilliant stuff. Use it in so many different ways. So there isn't an easy question, an easy answer to your question, what is washi tape used for? Because it's been used for so many different purposes. Incidentally, that bundle, I think it has pretty much sold out now. There might be just odd 1s and 2s left of it. So try your luck, check your basket out.
I'm really chuffed if you got hold of that because it's such a nice collection.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Beautiful. So there you go. If you like the idea, getting hold of that, please do so.
I love it
Carla,
when
where are we going
people
next?
call this by its official name. Your adhesive tape bundle. Loads of you have seen this already, but what are you calling it, Alex? Adhesive lining removal tool and tape bundle. It's your sticky thumb. Right. I haven't got a sticky I've got a dodgy finger, but I haven't got a sticky thumb. Right, what is it? You know when you were little and your parents used to buy you like dolls that, you know, from the cheap shops for Christmas in the 80s, and they would come with a hairbrush that had no teeth on the hairbrush. That's essentially what this looks like. It's exactly like that, in fact. What you've got is a little pad at the end that's got some grips on it, and they face in that direction. The little grips face down. So basically, when I go up, it's adhering, it's grabbing, it's a grabbing tool. Now, it's designed to make this really easy for you. If I put some red liner tape down, and I will in a second, and I use it and I hold it like this and I go, I'm not actually going to get very far very fast. It's designed to have a flexible top and you push. So when I put some liner tape down and I push, those teeth are going down and they're trying to grip. Okay, so they want to pull back the liner from your tape. So I'll take the big one of this.
All of this tape is included in the bundle as well, incidentally. So
yeah, you get loads of tape.
You get 2 different rolls of your red liner tape, 2 of your foam tape, and 2 of your traditional double-sided tape.
So look, I found some scissors in the end, and they're quite glamorous.
Good, they go with your tape.
Right, so no smoke and mirrors. Let me just seal that down so you can see it. Now, if I go watch this work. If I go like this, can you see it's starting to grab?
Yeah.
But it's not quite grabbing enough for me. I need it to be able to grab properly. So I'm going to grab it sort of that side and push. And that's going to start raising it up. So once you've got it gripped and you pull it back, up. It's not supposed to take the whole thing off. I gripped it too much then.
You don't know
You pull it this way.
Fingers.
So can you see it? So then basically all your tape, because red liner tape's the most annoying tape in the industry. I don't care who you are. If you love red liner tape, or if you love taking the backing off red liner tape, something's wrong with you. And then if you don't find it in your pants, on your dog, it's on your children, it's on your carpet, it's the most frustrating thing. Is it brilliant? Yes. Is it frustrating? Yes. And it's not my favourite, and I love using it. Good Lord, it is a constant battle. Yeah. And I do find the red liner, I find the liner everywhere in my house.
Okay. What a purpose of using that tape, the backing that you take off it.
You know, when you get dressed, and undressed on a night time and you start to take various items off and things start falling out of them. That's me. Look, I'm not doing
I love
this
it. What a
here.
great little tool. Great for lifting the edge of backing. Of
It's
all
a lot
tape.
easier than I'm making it look here. It's like the easiest tool in the world.
Including your redlining tape. No more pokey tools, much quicker. That's from Teresa, who shopped for this one and left us a FIFO
Let me do it with
report.
this.
So yeah, it's one of those situations that loads of people have shopped for these in the past. I've got one as well. And
I love
it's
them.
Really useful,
However,
yeah.
I've demoed this a million times and never once struggled with it. It's not my bad. I can't blame my bad finger. I'm not using my bad finger. Yeah, I love you for giving me an out, but that's not really.
I think it's saying that you're off balance, which you probably are, to be fair.
I'm always
but,
off
But not
balance.
because of your finger.
It just works.
Straight away, yeah.
It does work. The other thing that it's amazing for is finding the end of your sellotape, which is the most annoying thing as well. So when you've got your tape and you've got it like so, and you start to pull around it, you'll find the resistance on your tape as you go through.
Ah, there it is.
You just find your resistance and it pulls it.
Gosh, it's
So
terrific
at
for that.
Christmas, it's really useful, or if you're doing just general wrapping paper, it's much easier. I swear to God, you don't need to make a pig's ear of it like I do. I don't know if it's because of the side of the card I'm using. I probably used that so that you didn't see that. Hold on.
Is any of this card stuff
I'm
I've
using
got
a
here any
textured
good?
card, which isn't the best of
I was
help.
going to say, is it better?
Well, I'm not
still
giving
work.
up.
Yeah, it still works.
I'm not giving
but
up.
yeah.
I will demo it until it's done because it's the easiest tool in the world to use. So it takes somebody like special like me to not be able to do it on air.
But you've done it plenty of times on air before.
Well, if Liam can do it and Scott can do it, then I can do it, right?
Absolutely.
I think I'm pressing too hard. I think that's part of the problem. Because what you don't want to do, so where you've got your little grips here, can you see where I've got, can you see them?
They're like little kind
And
of
can you see
pointy
which
bits.
way it's going?
Yeah.
What you need to do is make sure that doesn't grip into your paper, which is what I'm doing, because I'm
Oh,
putting too much
pushing
pressure
it
on.
right in,
It's
yeah.
gripping on, it's going underneath the tape below it. So it's actually trying to tear my paper. What I'm supposed to do is do it much gentler.
Kind
The
of
reason
scooch it.
Liam works so well with it is because he holds it like that and he just keeps going over until it eventually
I
comes.
thought you were going to say he's weaker than
And
you.
that's what Liam does to get it off. Now, it's not actually how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to do it in one fast sweep. And that's how it's supposed to do. But yeah, I will say Liam's way works as well. So it's whichever way you decide to do. But it is super easy to use. Don't take my ridiculous demo
Now,
as a
as
stance.
I said, you're going to get two different lots of red liner tape in there. You're going to get your, I think you've got your 6mm as well as your
It's worth it for the
10mm.
adhesive.
Is it? I'm not sure
Well,
what
so
size
long
it
as
is
you're
in
lowering
that
that price.
Well, of course, going to bring that price down. You've got your foam tape in there as well, so you're going to get your 2 widths of that, and you're going to get your traditional double-sided tape in here as well in 2 widths as well. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of this, and you don't want to pay $19.99, well, good news, we are dropping that price down. Where's it
What
going
can I have it
to?
Thank you very much. That's for all the adhesive and for the tool.
Yeah.
I've got about 4 of these that I have sitting around my desk for various different
Good idea.
places. I love it for the function of just finding the end of my sellotape. I
Yeah.
think that's a really important job that I really hate doing with my
Irritating,
nail. It is
yeah.
infuriating. Don't use it on washi tape to find the end of your washi tape though, because washi tape is very gentle. It's a fragile paper really. You don't want to be going in with big grips on that. So it is for your tapes and it's for your tape liners. It's just one of those really brilliant little tools. Like I say, just practice it at home. And so you've been using it and you know which one. And you'll find your own little rhythm with it.
Details on your screen if you're wanting to go for that set, which has been demolished in the studio, but you are going to get all of the pieces when you get yours home, so don't worry about that. Just for $12.99. But a nice little message come through as well. It's turning this into a little kind of helping situation. I've got this kit, but I have trouble cutting the foam roll. It sticks to my scissors. Why?
You mean actually just cutting it with your scissors as opposed to using the thing? Foam roll is an intense sort of adhesive. Now, in order to make foam tape work as well as it does, because foam tape is one of the stickiest of all adhesives, it's probably stickier in a lot of ways than red liner tape. And there's a reason for that, is that it's got to adhere to the foam that it is sticking to. And foam is not necessarily a good substance to try and stick. If you ever try and put any kind of adhesive on foam itself, it's very unaccommodating. It doesn't want to accommodate the adhesive. So they use the strongest kind of adhesive they can. Now, if I take a pair of scissors, and they're going to kill me for doing this, so I am making an absolute run for this after the studio. Do not use your scissors for anything like this, always have a separate pair of scissors for your sticky stuff, right? When I go through this, the first thing that's going to happen is that it's going to stick to the metal on here because it has to have an instant grip. The reason being is that foam will stretch. So if I can get an instant adhesion, my foam's not stretching, it's just going down. So it allows it to kind of be where it is without it sort of, hold on, let me get my brain straight. If I want to put down a mat, think of it in this way. If I want to put down a mat and a layer, and I want to have a centimetre's depth between, let's just say 10 millimeters between each mat and each layer. If I start stretching my foam, I'm going down to a 6 millimeter maybe, or a 5, and it's not going to be even all the way through. So I've got to have the stickiest of sticky on a foam roll to get it to adhere straight away, the minute that adhesion sticks. So it's got to be sticky because foam is stretchy, it's not accommodating. So the reason it's foaming or sticking up your scissors so quickly is because of the type adhesive that's on it in order to make it stick. Can you stop it happening? No, but here's a trick for you that you all might know or might not, but it is my absolute saving grace. You can have scissors sharpened, it's expensive, and honestly we end up just buying new ones, which is an absolute waste, and I don't recommend that either. I'm not telling you what to do, and I'm certainly not giving you any kind of responsible advice here, but I will say this. Spray your scissors with WD-40 at the end of every session where you've been using any kind of foam tape. Spray them with WD-40 and leave them for about 20 minutes. You can then wipe off any residue, obviously watching the blade near your hand. Don't be like me, and you can get all your adhesion off it. And then you can use them for foam. Mark the scissors that you're using that are for anything sticky and keep them separate for anything else you do. It's so important. This, the Sticky Thumb foam tape, I think is some of the best foam tape I've ever used in the craft industry. It's the stickiest, it's very lightweight, so it's got no oomph to it in that sense, right? It's a lovely wide piece, and it's something that we can buy within the craft industry. So I really love that. There's no weight to it. So if you feel that, it's very, very airy and light, which is what we need when we're creating cards. It's also, and I stand by it, one of the stickiest. So if you unroll that and put your finger on it, it's one of the stickiest tapes you can get. I think that's one of the most important things when we're using a foam tape. If you're ever using foam tape and it's not, we are absolutely fine, but always make sure it's super sticky. Because if you start stretching that out, you're going to lose your depth and it's not going to be even. That's my advice.
Absolutely. And you're going to get 2 rolls of these, so you're 2 different widths with regards to these. So perfect things like your shaker cards and stuff like that, where you've got that continual run. And you're going to get your paper double-sided tape as well as your red tape as well. But don't forget that Sticky Thumb is going to make life so much easier when you're removing those backing.
Great little tool.
So much more.
Great little tool. Better demoed by yourself than me, as it happens. Where were we going next?
Oh, I don't know.
Pressure tool.
Oh, it's that
one of my favourites.
There you go. $12.99, absolute bargain. Loads of bargains to be sharing with you. You've had sellouts as well, so get in early with any of these deals that come.
Why is anyone trusting me with a pair of scissors at this point? I've got absolutely. They said no one's trusting you. You're just doing it. That's probably very true.
To find them.
Let me do this. Hold on. Right. One of my favourite tools, and I had one of these before. Oh, listen, I give up.
You've done it now.
I had one of these tools before we actually brought this one out, and I've always had one because I love them. It's a stamping tool, stamping pressure tool.
Okay.
So you saw Sharon using her stamping platform earlier. The idea being that when I put my the lid of my stamping platform down, or if I put my acrylic block down, I use this and I put an even pressure all the way across, and that means that my inking is absolutely perfect every time. I never need to worry about, you know, you have this double dip thing with your stamping platforms where you're like, well, I can just lift it and stamp it again. And yes, I think that's amazing and I think that's great, but it's also like annoying. So if I just use the right amount of pressure across the whole thing, then I can get it right first time. It has a point on one side, or maybe all 3 if you look at it that way, and that means I can get right into the corners of my stamp. It means I can use pressure just by putting my finger on the top if I want to go over sentiments, which means I can have pressure where I want pressure. Do I use it for that? Yes. Is it the only thing I use it for? No. Is it the main thing I use it for? No. I use it for my scan and cut for my mats when I'm putting a piece of paper down and my mats aren't as sticky as they should be, so I can burnish them down. and I can get it through for that. So it's got a lot of uses. I also use it as a paperweight when I'm working with paper for various different things. So it just sits next to me and I just dump it down. It's not majorly heavy, but it will hold things down for me while I'm working. Great when I'm using tracing paper because you know how it rolls. I can unroll it and I can use these and I just hold it down while I'm drawing, doing those things. So it's an all-round tool. Is it meant to be a stamping pressure tool? Yes, of course. Is that how I'm supposed to sell it? Yes, of course. Am I interested in things that only do one thing? No, I am not. Thank you very much. Give me a million reasons to own it and then I'll buy it.
Absolutely.
One of those reasons I'd like to know is what the price is.
Well, this is it. $14.99 is what you'd normally be paying for it. And that is a
I
very
want it
good
less
price.
than that.
It is going down.
Okay.
It is going down. It's doing his stuff. You ready?
What can I have it at?
We didn't get that okay this time round.
I know.
But here you go. Price is coming down.
Okay,
$6.99.
now we're talking.
That was worth waiting for.
Now we're
wasn't it?
talking.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's worth it.
Then it starts to become worth it. You see what I mean about these shows? When we're getting those tools in that we can use for a million different things and we can get them at $6.99. Now, we often come with really low prices for We Are Makers, and that's because of the way the relationship's being forged, and that makes it great for you guys, great for me to demo, because we have these great deals that we can get for you. But there's some things that Liam plays with, and rightly so, because we shouldn't be selling them for $6.99. We should be selling them for $14.99, and he can't always keep the stupid prices, no matter how much I try and pester him. So, you know, when you see the prices at the stupidly low prices for tools like those, that's when you shook in. What did you say, Alex? No, I don't think we've ever gone lower than $6.99. That's, but we've had it a lot higher. So I think this is, you know, this is what I mean. It's those, if you've got a stamping platform at home, or you use acrylic blocks, or you use a scan and cut, or you use, you know, if you've got the X Tool M1, those kind of things, whenever you're putting pressure on, when you're doing vinyl and you're trying to get, and I tell you what I've used it for. I'm not saying this is because everyone's phone sizes are different. You know, when you put a phone,
oh, yes.
You know, when you put a screen on your phone to stop it from cracking and it gets the air bubbles on it, I use the corner of mine just to very gently push out those air bubbles on it. It works for me. Obviously, you don't want to be pressing down. I'm not trying to get you to break your phones, but it works for me, and I just gently use it.
Just gentle,
foam.
even pressure, and like you say, it's got that felt pattern on there, which is
Just
really
felt at the
I was just
bottom.
thinking like burnishing anything at all, really.
It's great. You can do so much with it. It's absolutely lovely to use. It's just one of those tools that, again, it's useful to have. This is what we are do, isn't it? They make tools
nicely
for crafters.
weighted as well, so nice and easy for you to work with.
It's a great little
Such
thing
an
to
affordable
use.
price. You'll find it using it for all sorts of different
Air
situations.
hockey.
Absolutely, yeah, air hockey as well. $6.99 if you wanted to get hold of yours. Loads of you shopping for multiples, which is fine if you're wanting to do so. You can do. Not limited to one per customer.
There you go.
But that price there, definitely worth coming down. I have a stamping pressure tool, and oh my goodness, it is amazing. I love mine. Brilliant tool for crafting. Alison,
Thanks,
you.
Alison.
Those
Those comments are more valuable than anything I will ever tell you.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Linda's jumped up as well. Stamping pressure tool is the one tool that you think you don't need, but you do, and it's amazing. And I think that's a good point, Linda. And when we see it at $6.99, it's worth, you know what, it's worth giving it a go.
Yep.
If I only use it for two of the different purposes that Carla's mentioned, then it's money well spent. But if you find yourself using it time and time again, then obviously even more so.
I use it all the time.
Get it while you can. Yeah.
It's I've said it to you before, and I'll say it to you again. I hate being pushed into a corner. Oh, it's a stamping pressure tool, great.
Yeah.
I can use it for so much more than that, and I think sometimes we go into a bubble of that's what we need to use it for. When in actual fact, YouTube is always your best friend when it comes to We Are. I've said this before because there's so many uses for so many of their
all those
tools.
different hacks, isn't it? That's why I always
Go
love
find
finding
your
hacks for different things.
Can I do this, Alex?
Ooh.
Yes, it is the metric trim and scoreboard.
I love
You'd
it.
like to do the metric trim and
very
scoreboard.
formal with the different products.
It's very formal. Now,
I like this already.
This is my
rosettes.
everyday tool. Yeah, those rosettes are brilliant. This is my everyday tool. So this folds out. Now, you've got it in inches. You've also got it in centimetres, which for a girl like me helps, right? Because, you know, the brain. Now, if I turn this over, you'll see it here, right?
Oh,
you can see the diagram.
Oh, it opens out.
Why am I showing you it and why am I not opening it? Well, because...
Got one.
It's my most commonly used tool. Yes, mine is green. Yes, mine is not very pretty. Yes, I know.
Yours is well used, which is what we want to see.
Well, what I can say is this is the cleanest out of the three that I own. So this is actually, I do own 3, yeah, because they're super, super useful. It's got the blade on it. The blade just glides effortlessly off the end when you want to change it. Refills are easy to come by. They're also incredibly reasonably priced to come by, which on a trimmer is incredibly important. Slides back on, so no hassles with that at all. You've got this, so that's where we trim. Lift this, turn it, and now I've got anything I can score because I can butt it up to there. So I can now score anything. My little scoring tool is sitting on board, so I can score whatever I need to, whenever I need to. Mine are very well loved. I use them all the blooming time. I use the score tool all the time. I use the blade all the time. It is incredibly well loved. One of the other things that I've got on the back of this, if you want it, are 2 locks, so I can lock it into place. And that means it won't bend. So if you want to have it on a bookcase or something along those lines where you slot it in, you absolutely can, and it won't fold or bend. It will stay exactly in its 12 by 12 position. But you just open that and then shut that, and you've got it exactly as you need it for travelling around. It's just a thing of genius. It's so clever and so easy.
In workshops, you definitely need this. And if you've got an extra kind of place that you go crafting, maybe the caravan, motorhome, away from home, then definitely worth going
I don't have a massive craft room. I have quite a small craft room, and so things like this are really useful, aren't they? Because you can stash it.
Yeah.
And so I have a desk, and then I've got like a wee table next to me that's got some shelves, and I just keep that right next to my feet. And I've got some other trimmers and scoreboards. I've got my weird guillotine and stuff that I keep there as well. Then I've got my cinch stacker just underneath on the floor. All of my things are grabbable next to me.
Within arm's reach.
It's about making use of your space in the best way. So for me, having something that's got an incredibly small footprint is incredibly important. More importantly than that is if I'm going to use a trimmer, I want one where I can change the blade with greatest ease, and I can also find them with the greatest ease.
Absolutely, yeah. Multi-purpose, that's the thing, isn't it? You need to do more than one job. If it's taking up valuable space in your craft room, you need to have more than one trick for that.
Absolutely.
So, at $36.99, have we dropped the price? I haven't been paying attention.
Can we drop it?
Can we? Oh,
on your metric trim and scoreboard. Yes,
go on
please.
then, let's get that price down.
I know where I want this to go.
Oh, let's hope that we meet up.
You did it exact.
There you
That
go.
was good.
Less than £20. Almost half price deal, so £19.99. Makes sense, doesn't it? Everything about it
20
is
quid
logical.
for a scoreboard and a trimmer.
Yeah.
You'd pay, what, 15 to 20 quid just for a trimmer.
Yeah.
And then you'd pay 15 to 20 quid for a scoreboard.
Yeah,
Get both in
absolutely.
one, save yourself some cash.
Loads
have
of
it
you shopping
fold.
for that. New crafters as well. Welcome to Hobby Maker. It's good to have your company. So if you do want to take advantage of anything, it'd be lovely for you to get involved as a new crafter. It's really easy. You can either shop online, shop via the app, or use a telephone number at the bottom of your screen. It's really easy. Lots of you have been shopping in all those different ways today. One thing I will mention as well, hold on. Oh, the trim and scoreboard is my first and best crafting product I bought. It's worth every single penny. So worth it. Everybody should have one. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, you're so right. I tell you what's funny about the trim and scoreboard. There's a few of my wee art tools that I'm a bit like this with. I don't actually think about it anymore.
Yeah.
I never sit there and think, oh, this is an amazing tool. I never sit there and think this is a terrible tool. I just use it all the time. It's like having a pair of scissors.
Yeah.
It's a constant, and that's how a tool should be. We need those tools where they're our right-hand man, they're our workhorse. That's what we need.
It's one of those things that if you've not got it there because you've gone off somewhere else, it's like, oh gosh, that's what I need. I need it here now.
Yours will be in pink, by the way. I know mine was in teal. I've had that years. Yours will be in pink.
Fair enough. Okie dokie. Can I very, very quickly mention the details that are on your screen at the moment. So these details have popped up at the side here. That's for this big bundle that we were chatting about earlier on. We have, I think it's about 3 opportunities left. Don't forget, this was at £108 originally. £108 dropped down to a better than 60% saving, bringing it down to $39.99, and you've got a 2-way split on it. We've only got a couple of opportunities left, and we've got over 30 of you with it in your basket. If you are new to us here at Hobby Maker, having it in your basket does not mean you've reserved it. It doesn't mean that you've stopped anybody else shopping for it. What it means is it's there, and we know that you're interested in buying it. But we've also got 30 people plus who have got this in their basket. So if we've only got 3 left, that shows you that way more can pop it into the basket than is going to be able to check out. What will happen is, as you 30 start checking your baskets out, only 27 of you will get that, sorry, this item is now out of stock. 3 of you will get it. That's the way that it works.
That's it, 3 of you,
Yeah,
just 3. I'm just going this way, I'll be back in a minute.
That's not a lot at all.
It's not for a sandwich or anything. I wish it was for a sandwich, but it's not, sadly. It's for work.
It's to go and get some bits that we were chatting about earlier on. Oh, there you go. So yeah, keep confirming your orders for anything. I think we've covered most of the things now, so we're going to revisit
We're
a
pretty
few
much,
things.
well, I've just got my totes to do, which I'll talk you through in a second as well. New crafters, this is going to be an absolute boom for you. But is it okay if I recap this?
Ah, the rotary tool.
Because I actually don't know if I've demoed this before, you know. Which, I don't know, because my memory's shocking, right? Menopause and all the things. But I don't think I've done it. I don't recognise it. And so when I saw it today, I was like, rotary tools are so important. And
Very
look
useful.
at the price that we've dropped it to.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you've just tuned in, we have literally just chopped this price down to $8.99 for a rotary tool with 3
What was it originally? I
tools.
forgot what it was. At $26.99, which was a jolly good price to start with. But $8.99, I mean, that's such an affordable price. Loads of you have checked your baskets out and confirmed your order, so thank
Well
you.
done.
Lots of you adding it into your basket now as we're chatting about it.
Yeah, again, what I was saying to you earlier, if you go onto the Zon and go onto and look for rotary bits, you'll be able to find lots of different shapes and styles of these. You'll be able to do so many different crafts with this. It's unbelievable what you can do with a rotary
is it
tool.
Like a standard head that you've got on there?
Standard head, so it screws where you can see the white plastic bit here. That's a sort of a turny thing, and it releases the actual sort of claw, and that opens just like a drill, really. And you put that little ledge into there, then you tighten it so it grips onto that tool, and then you use it for whatever you need for. You can use it with nail files. You've seen people in nail salons use them. They use them for doing nails. Now, I'm not suggesting that's what you're supposed to use that for. The point being is that all rotary tools in all different forms have an incredible job that they do. And they do so much. And the different heads mean that what you're buying is the engine. Let's call a spade a spade. What you're buying is the engine, right? We're then going to add any additions to it to do what you want it to do. So it's like having, I don't know, if you've got a vacuum and you can put the different heads on it to do different jobs. Yeah. It's kind of like that, except for I can use a drill bit on here. I can buy different burrs to carve into wood, to carve into stone, to carve into resin, to carve into different variants. It will do so many jobs for me, and I can change, how I use it, when I use it for different types of purposes. Now, it's not going to be the most industrial, of course not. It's not got the, the massive sort of capacity within its build for that, but it's going to do an awful lot for you. Yeah. I will say anything that you're using a rotary tool for, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I can't think of a job that you'd be using a rotary tool for where you wouldn't want to put a face mask on. Whatever it does is going to create a dust, and you need to protect your lungs. It's really important that you wear them, as somebody who knows. And so you don't want to end up in hospital for 10 days. Make sure you wear a mask. It's really, really important that you do that. This will protect and sort while you're using it. But man alive, you can do so much. And I tell you what you can also get with these. I don't think that is it. This one's got 2 sanding tips. Yes, it does. I tell you what it has got on here. This one is an engraving tip. Ooh. Now, you can also buy other ones where you can use it for glass engraving. You can use them. Honestly, it's $8.99 for an endless
trace
tool.
a design then onto something and then pop your mask on and actually engrave it into something. I like that.
You
also,
could do this.
With the sanding edges, when people distress the edges of their cardstock and they get the scissors, the open scissors, and start kind of rubbing it, which is
terribly dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more.
You can do it with your sanding block. But if you get different ones of these where you've got the engraving, that one will do it. Get yourself a piece of like MDF type stuff. Draw out a design on it. You'll need one that's a bit thicker, so maybe a 5mm, something like 10mm would be even better. Maybe draw a rose onto it and then start engraving, and leave the petals there, but engrave all underneath it so that they become the bit that's risen, if you like. So the rose petals are sort of risen. Okay. What you're creating is bas relief. And go and have a look. Bas relief in wood is just a sublime, it's so pretty and so beautiful. Another thing that you can do, of course, is get sand and glue until it becomes a solid, and you can start sculpting with that. Another thing you can do is get polyfiller. Okay, yeah. You can start to sculpt with polyfiller. Just make it quite thick, put it down, start to let that dry. Once it's dried completely, you can start carving it, painting it, gilding it, doing so many different things. Get messy, play. You've got an incredible tool for $8.99.
Brilliant, definitely worth going for. Loads of you have been going for it. Lots of you have been adding it to your basket, as Carla's been kind of alluding to all the different ways you could use it. 2/3 of the stock has gone. We had a really good quantity of these to start with, so for 2/3 of them to have gone, then my goodness, loads of you have gone for it. So yeah, details on your screen, $8.99, incredibly affordable with the We Are name attached to it, so you know you're buying a tool of quality. You know it's going to be something that you'll be able to use in multiple ways, because that's what they do. They bring us crafting tools that can be used in so many different areas, not just with your paper crafting, scrapbooking, memory books, all those kind of things we allude to loads of times. As Carla said there, it can go way beyond that as well. If you fancy getting hold of yours, and the details are on your screen, do please pop it into your basket, but more importantly, do please check your baskets out. Do you need a glass of water, my lovely?
No, I can choke amongst friends. It's
okay, fair enough. What's next?
No, don't you start choking in my lug hole now. Right, I'm going to get into massive trouble for this, because I've already opened one of these and got into massive trouble for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or earlier on?
Yeah. No, I never learn.
So we're going to put the details up on the screen for you. This is a bundle that we've not yet looked at, but it's a kind of a multi-piece bundle, shall we say. Perfect for brand new crafters. Fabulous name of E-Cake success attached to it, and it's a gorgeous colour, I have to say.
I love this.
So,
first things first, let's go into here. You've got a massive, I have opened it. I'm just, Sharon told me to do it. Sharon, we were outside.
Little boys.
We were sitting in the green room, and Sharon's just like, just open them, Carla. You don't need to listen to them upstairs. And I'm like, Sharon, surely I should just show the line. She's like, no, Carla, you just open it. And I was like, well, Sharon, if you say it.
There you go. She's just gone, I did.
She's in there going.
Oh, I thought that
So, no, she wasn't being kind. So you've got a little pencil case. It's not little, actually. It's huge. And this fits all of your tools in, right? So you can use this to go around. You can obviously have this on your desk. It's everything that you need. It's got a slot inside the bag here, which holds it safe when you're on the move. I love this for the size of it. I think it's great as a little carry around. We don't always want the massive bags, do we? Sometimes we want those smaller ones. You've got your wee handles on here as well, so it carries, but you've also got an extension handle on here. You've got the little pocket in here in case you want to put your ID in there, so that sits. So quite a lot of leg room in here. You can put a lot in here. Great for a flight. And I tell you what, it's really lovely for is if you're carrying jigsaw pieces, but that's just me because I love my jigsaws. Then you've got an extra pocket at the back, which has got your Velcroed in pads for if you're carrying something like a laptop or something where you need some protection. This will hold it completely in place and it harnesses in. So that is absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for having it. Thank you very much for having it. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for the words that did not come in my brain at the right time. But from then, we have then got all of the extras for you. Now, what we've got here, thank you very much, Hayley. I'm not even worried about getting in trouble for it. Your scissors have got a diamond point on the top of them, first and foremost. So let's get in close to that so you can see them. Diamond formation on the top. Can you see how they change on either side? They are pin sharp. Do not put your fingers on there. They are pin sharp. So they are very, very sharp to use. Great to have. Lovely pair of scissors. You've got two glue sticks, which are essentially Pritt sticks. Let's not dress it up any more than that. You are getting to, it's pretty much Pritt sticks, glue sticks. You've got covers for your skizzles, which just seat on, so you've got them. Then, really sorry, I just keep doing the things and it's making it bad for you to watch. I'm very sorry. But then we've got this, and I love this. So I've got an extension. So it's not like the last one where I've got my full 12mm space. However, for those of us on the travel, let me just find out where my little pull-out is, because it's on here. There it is. It just pulls out with an extension leg, okay? So I've now got much bigger. So this is actually, hold on, 15.5 inches.
Oh, so it's oversized for your 12 by 12.
So it's oversized. I could probably go in with my A3, I think, if my memory serves correctly. It sits flat like it is. It obviously goes in the little green bag that we just showed you. And I've got a blade for cutting and I've got one for scoring.
Ah, okay, right.
So I can cut or score on here using these. So obviously it doesn't have the normal score tool with the lines in it, but I can score using my scoring blade, or I can cut using my cutting blade. So both of them are sitting very compact in here. For any of you who know EK Success and EK Tools, you know I'm a massive fan of the EK punches. It's one of my big passions. This is made by the same people. Now that's still We Are Memory Keepers, but it's a different house within the complex, if you like. EK are just as wonderful as we are. They all sit within American Crafts, and this is an EK Success tool. It is absolutely fantastic, and I tell you, if you are starting out in craft, this is
brilliant bundle.
It's everything that you have. It's everything that you're going to need to start. In not your tapes, obviously, but your glues there. Having that scoreboard and that trimmer, one of the things I never got to grips with when I first started crafting, I was watching every YouTube videos you do, everyone had just all these different trimmers, all these different scorers, and I did not know which way to go. Something like this, where everything's just involved, it's all there together and it's in a little bag, you can keep it at the side of your sofa because you're just starting. It's your perfect little move. So that's my boon for any of you guys.
Loads of you got this in your basket, but I think you might be waiting for that price to come down.
Let's do it, drop it.
$49.99, worth every single penny. The scissors remind me of the Cutter-Bee scissors that were in there.
I know, I love the Cutter-Bees.
AK Success. So $29.99.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant value.
30 quid.
So,
Trim and scoreboard, scissors,
brilliant.
a bag, a pencil case,
Gorgeous.
2 Pritt sticks, everything, not Pritt sticks, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Everything's in there. For 30 quid,
yeah,
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
EK Success.
Now, we've got a little message from Richard here.
Oh,
Great to see
thank you,
Carla and the amazing products she brings. It always cheers me up.
Thank you.
That's
It's
what
not
we're here
actually
for.
me that brings them, I will say. It's obviously we are that produce them. And it's kind of Liam that does all of the wheeling and a dealing, which is why I'm always trying to torment him to make the prices lower. So he does all of that, and I'm just here to show you how they work pretty haphazardly as it happens, but that's how it is. Sorry, that was Scott. And thank you. I like the support.
Very kind of it. We'll squeeze one more item.
Because I asked if we could do
your
this.
special request item.
So this wasn't on today's show, but I asked if we could just bring it on to show. I love the envelope punch board. So we've got for you the mini envelope punch board here, and it creates these gorgeous little envelopes for you. I did a journal earlier on. It had one of the little envelopes in it. Honestly, I'm slowly going to choke. No, I'm fine. So your card size, the smallest card you can do is a 1 by 1 inch. Come on,
goodness.
It's the littlest, stinkiest card for like a tooth for the tooth fairy. Oh. I can go right up to doing a 4 by 4, so it gives me a good size on it, which means I can also do a gift card envelope on here as well.
Nice.
Does the envelope punch board just make envelopes? No. Can you make mini bags? Can you make mini boxes? Can you make mini tea bag holders? Can you make mini bows? Can you make so much with this? It's the last thing that I use my envelope punch boards for are envelopes. I've got one in my bag down here. I love my envelope punch boards. They're my favourite tool that we have ever done. It's well, except for my crocodile, but that's a different story. I love them so much. And it's one of those things where once you start crafting with it, there are so many ways to go with it. It's tiny. It sits just, listen, you could put it in your pocket. It's so small and it is so mighty. You have to go down the envelope punch board rabbit hole. You won't come out for years. It's the best little tool in the crafting industry. As far as I'm concerned, it's been around a long time. Sharon probably owns one. I think most crafters, there you go, she's nodding. Most crafters I know have got an envelope punch board because it does so much. Don't be the people that miss out on that. Thank you very much for letting me have my envelope punch board.
Now, details are on your screen, so if you want to get involved, you can do. But $19.99 is not the price you're going to be paying for this. It wasn't meant to be on the show, but we have put it in because it's one of Carla's favourites.
I asked for it
and
today.
she wanted to share it with you, which is why we have got it on the show. Loads of you getting involved, loads of brand new crafters as well.
Well done, guys.
But we're going to do a fabulous price for you. So price is coming down. If you want to get hold of yours, then you can rest assured you're going to only be paying $14.99. That is a good saving. Yeah.
So not only did they let me have it on, they gave me a little bit of money off. So we like those. It's just one of those things, like I say, please do YouTube it. I know YouTube can be a pain, but actually if all you want to do is just put in mini envelope punch board hack, and as soon as you put that in, honestly, you'll get millions of videos. There'll be people making so many different things with this. Pill boxes, you know, the little gorgeous pillow ones. You'll have little gift bags, you'll have little gift boxes, and they're all a miniature because you can do the big ones with the big envelope punch board.
Fabulous idea.
So much stuff that you can do. It is such an awesome tool, so I'm so chuffed for you.
Loads of people are chuffed. Loads of you checking your baskets out. We've got lots of people shopping for this one as a gift potentially, and one for themselves, maybe one for their craft bag, one for their craft room. There's loads of that you getting this into your basket now. For whatever reason you are getting for this, maybe you've got the larger version. That could be the thing. If you shop for the larger version.
That's not what he was trying to segue into. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear.
Terrible segue in my ear. He said, if only we could magnify it with the magnifying glasses. Would you like me to go and get them?
I
Hold on.
see. Now, I think they're over your side. They are.
That was a terrible, terrible segue in my ear, but we'll take it. Right, so we've got your magnifying glasses, which we'll just recap because loads of you went, hey, I've just pulled that off there, which loads of you went for into the last one. Now, the magnifying glasses from We Are have got little lights attached to them. If I can get them out of the box, because I've just pulled its arm off doing that, which you don't do. They do detach, they're designed to detach, and they're designed to just slide back in. Everything with We Are is done with the greatest of ease, so that just slides straight through there. Now, that's for if ever you need to replace one of the lenses. They're designed for you to be able to obviously change everything. The same with all We Are products. You've got the little headlights at the side, and they only work when the glasses are open. As soon as you close them, they turn off. As you can see, they magnify to 1.6 times, so they're incredible. And Hayley did an amazing demo earlier where she kind of opened them and then she put them against some text.
Some better text on that one.
There you go. So we just sort of put them here. Can you see? If you look to the side, there you go. So if you look to this side and then see how you enlarge it.
Sometimes,
now, the further away you go, obviously the bigger it gets. Now, when you're using something at home that's very small, it's not going to be right in front of your eyes, right? It's going to be slightly further away.
Yeah.
And as you go, your magnification obviously enlarges. And you just do that until you can actually sort of get it and keep it in focus. They're an incredible tool. I use mine all the time. If you saw the last show, you've heard me talking about them then. I love my magnifying glasses. I have got 3 pairs of magnifying glasses, but that's because I'm hopeless and I lose things all the time. And I keep them in the cupboard behind me so I can just get them. I did used to keep them on my desk, but then I lost them. And then one of the cats had them. And so now I just keep them in the cupboard behind me because it's easier. It wasn't Barry, it was Miss Babs, but that was a different story. And so now I just use them in my cupboard behind me so I can get hold of them. They're just a really great tool to have. So grab your magnifying glasses, and especially when they're at that price.
There you go. So do take advantage of those. Not meant to replace your glasses. You can use them alongside your glasses. But think of those situations where you maybe had medication and you've been trying to read the all those kind of things. Where it's
very fashionable.
Very, very
you might
tiny.
Want to wear. I'm not going to put those on. You might want to wear them out. I've refused every time to wear them on air.
Take your basket. Make sure you're confirming your orders to get hold of those deals as well. Carla, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
When you're back?
I'm back on Sunday with Cut by Hand.
Ooh.
If I can possibly ever quill again.
Oh, yes, it's going to be
One
interesting.
day. Yes.
I've seen what you're going to be creating. You definitely want to tune in. It looks absolutely amazing. We did get a sneaky peek. Thank you very much. I will see you the other side at the break. Lovely Sharon is here, and then we've got Leonie an hour after that. But join us straight after the break for a little bit of Sizzix.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Anyway. Oh, sorry, we were just having a little chat then. How you doing?
About all sorts of things. I'm good, thank you.
Jolly good catch up. That's what it's all about,
Yes.
isn't it? How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Now, I know that you were very busy earlier on. We
Yes.
had sellouts earlier.
We did.
And we've got some fabulous deals. Wonderful bundles as well. Bundles of embossing folders, bundles of stencils, bundles of dies, bundles of stamps. So all Sizzix related, which I know you're going to love from get-go. Yeah, we've been learning lots in the process.
All at ridiculous prices.
Wow, yes. We're kind
have
of
got bargains
We're on
today.
the back end of a birthday, so we're still bringing you some fabulous deals, things that we couldn't potentially squeeze in then, but we don't want you to miss out on deals. And one of the sellouts that we have had was a series of stencils, which thankfully we've actually got more layering stencils, not in that particular design, something a little bit more kind of geometric.
Yeah, again, we've got some florals in here, but a nice mix.
We
but
have.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, because we've got two sets, haven't we?
yeah, there's, I think, 4.
Oh no, that's
this
what
is
confused
mine.
me
I'm
then.
sorry,
that's
I
your
was throwing
set.
you. Yeah, that's mine ready to demo.
So
we've got 4 different sets
That's
here.
it. Now, these are the set that we have got that we're going to be looking at next, and these are brilliant. They're layering stencils, so within each one of these packs, you've got more than one stencil.
You've got 4 in each, which let you build up the design and in an effortless way. They could not be easier to use. Now, these are designed to work with the stencil and stamp tool, which is back in stock. However, if you don't have that and you don't perhaps want to buy it or have the budget for it, you can use them without.
Lovely.
However, using the tool does speed things up.
Always makes me think of kind of screen printing when I see these.
It is a bit like screen
because you have
printing,
kind of a
isn't it, with the
different kind
layers?
of print for each of the different layers. You can choose the colours. You can use them as per the packaging. You can mix it up. You could have different shades of kind of greys and blacks or earth tones. There's all sorts.
I know Pete's done some amazing samples with these before where he's really gone for like monochrome, done sort of sepia tones.
Yeah.
So you really can mix them up. And yeah, it's up to you on the colours.
I love it.
I would say the first time you do them, follow the packaging.
Okay.
Because then you get an idea for which bit's which on the stencils. But then after that, yeah.
Absolutely. And to be fair, when you're working with these, I mean, we'll chat about what you can actually use with regards to inks and things like that. It's minimal investment. Once you've invested in the actual stencils themselves, you can use so many different mediums and you're using the tiniest of amounts.
Yes.
But getting incredible results every single time.
Incredible results. And the beauty of these, because they are designed to layer for you, really all you've got to do is brush ink through them and you're going to get the same result.
How effective do they look? I mean, when you look at the finished samples that we've got
They
there,
are beautiful. I
you're
mean,
gonna
if
get
you're
some
selling
gorgeous
cards,
results.
I
Yeah.
think these look really striking. They're a good size. They're 6x6.
Okay.
So they're quite nice, big, bold size. You can, of course, use bits of them. You know, that one there, that background is lovely. If you just wanted to do a bit of that as a background on any card, you could do that.
Good idea.
So you don't have to use them as they're designed because
Absolutely.
obviously shapes are shapes, aren't they?
That's it.
But yeah, they're very easy to use.
Shapes are shapes, but prices are not necessarily what you see on your screen.
No.
So the details are on your screen, as you can see. We've got a start price with these, but you've got a series of 4, and don't forget within each of the packs you've got multiple layers featuring backgrounds, featuring the inner detail, so there's loads and loads. Now you're actually going to get 4, but as you can see on your screen, it's mentioning that you're going to buy 2 and you're going to get 2 free. So the price on your screen is if you were shopping for all 4 of them individually. So that deal is not what you've got on your screen. So we better do something about that, Alex. Let's get that deal price down. Rather than £91.96, which in effect is for 16 stencils when you think
Yes, I
about it.
mean, that's a
You're
great
getting a lot
price
within there.
actually, because
Look at that.
you know,
Wow.
you've got 4 in each one.
£43.99 for all of those. So it's like you're paying for half of them and you're getting the other 2 as a bit of a bonus. So definitely a one to go for. It's not something that you have to go for, the stencil and stamp tool, but we will be seeing it in action, and we have got a fabulous deal on that as well. So it might be the opportunity for you to get hold of both of those. We can leave those details with you on the screen there. $43.99 if you're wanting to shop for those. And these are the kind of results you can get from them. Beautiful
Yes.
cards throughout.
And I will explain how to use them if you haven't got the tool, as well as with it. So.
I love that. There you go. So if you want to get hold of yours now, pop them into your basket. More importantly, do check your basket out as well. So are we going to go straight into a demo with this one? Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
do it.
We're busy for these already. Any questions that you're wanting to ask, let's take advantage of Sharon while she's here. We've got stamps, we've got stencils, we've got dies, embossing folders. We're sold out of some of the stamps, we're sold out of some of the stencils. So make sure you confirm your orders, especially with deals like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have already had a few sellouts. So if there is something you want, just check out and then come back to us, because you know, it might not all last. Now I'm going to be using my stencil and stamp tool. We've got this back in stock, so if you've been waiting for it to come back in stock, then grab it.
Okay.
And I'll explain how it works before I get into the demo, actually.
Lovely.
Because if you haven't seen it before, it is both a stencil tool, which obviously is what I'm going to be using it for, but it is also a stamp platform. So the first thing to talk about is how it works. And this is a bit different than other stamp platforms you might be used to.
Okay.
Because you'll notice there's no magnets. That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
What Sizzix have done very cleverly is designed this tacky sticky grid.
Okay.
Now this you get one with the tool, and it just pops onto the platform. It's sticky on both sides. And I say sticky, it's tacky more than sticky.
Okay.
It's going to hold your card in place, which means you don't need magnets.
Right.
Now that gives you a few benefits. First of all, if you think about the stamp platforms where you've got a magnet, the first thing you're doing is butting your card up against a corner, so that if it moves, you can slot it back in and you know it's in the same place. Then you put your magnet on top to hold it there. Well, that's problematic for a few different things. If you've got a whole background stamp, but your card's butted up into the corner, you can't actually stamp right up to the edge or over the edge.
Off the edge,
You'd want to have your card somewhere in the middle so that your stamp is bigger than your card.
Yeah.
But you can't do that because you've got nothing to hold your card there, because you need to move your magnet out of the
course,
way to do the whole background. So with this one, you can put something right in the middle and you can bring in a big stamp it, and there's no magnets in the way.
Brilliant.
There's no corners. The other thing about not having corners or edges is that I could put a 12 by 12 sheet in here. It's already a good size.
Course, yeah.
It's already bigger than most stamp platforms because this sheet is A4, so it's bigger than A4. But there are no edges, so you could put wrapping paper, 12 by 12. You can come right off the edges, and the grid is going to hold it in place.
Idea.
So that's really clever for your stamping.
I love it. Now, it could take us a whole hour to go through all of the features of this. So details are on your screen, but we are going to get that price down nice and early. So if you do want to go for it, you can do. But carry on by all means, Sharon.
Yes. So the other thing to mention about stamping is there is a grid etched on this. So you've got your grid to line up your cardstock. And then, of course, you can line up your stamp on here. So if you're doing sentiments, they're always going to be straight. The other thing about the lid is it comes right off. So you can put it flat on your desk when you're inking up your stamp, which is another bonus. If you've ever tried inking up a stamp while holding it at an angle with a hinged platform, it's a bit awkward. So that's for stamping, but we're stenciling. So I'm going to pop that lid out the way because I don't actually need that for this bit. Now, if you see where I had my hinged sort of lid as such, I've now got this stencil adapter. And there are 4 rows of little sort of holes that fit over the hinges.
Ah, okay, right.
So I can now put my cardstock anywhere, and this will move both across and up and down.
Yeah.
So say you had a small stencil and you want to repeat stencil over wrapping paper, you can just move this around to move it. You don't have to keep lifting your cardstock.
Okay.
It also means you can kind of decide where you want to put your stencils, where you want to put your paper, and you've got that option. Now, for the stencils today, I'm going to use A4 card.
Okay.
They are 6x6, but I just prefer to have a whole sheet of card in the background and then just cut it down.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
It saves your sticky grid getting ink on it because, of course, if you've only got your cardstock to fit the stencil, when you bring in your brush, you tend to get ink everywhere around the edges a little bit.
I love it. Incidentally, go ahead and have a look on the website because we've got loads and loads of Sizzix cardstock on there.
Yes, and the smooth white is great for stenciling on. So I've popped my little adapter there. My cardstock's being held by the sticky grid, so that's not moving. And now when I bring in my stencils, they've got holes in the top that just pop over that.
Okay.
So they're not going anywhere either. Now, I will tell you, if you're not using this but you want to go for the stencils, what you would do is pop your stencil on your card, get a pencil, do a little mark in both of those holes, and then tape your stencil
so
down.
they're like little locations,
Yes.
dots or circles.
Little
right.
dots, and then when you bring the next one in, you just line up the holes
Now,
over the
how
dots.
do you know which one you use first?
They have got numbers on them,
Oh, okay.
etched. I do quite often come in with a black Sharpie pen and just write on them because this is just etched and you do have to kind of catch.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And particularly if your eyesight isn't great like mine, you might want to just write in black
Need
on
some
a
of those
Sharpie
glasses
pen.
that Carla was
We do
telling us
need some of
about.
those. So either way, if you're using the platform, great, because you just pop them on. If you're lining them up, then you do need to sort of tape it down and untape it and put the next one on. So it's a bit slower.
And I've just noticed on the packaging, it kind of shows you 1, 2, 3 and 4 as
It
well.
does,
So
yeah.
there.
It's really
Right,
easy.
okay.
So,
yeah.
so I've got my first stencil ready to go.
Lovely.
And then I can see from this packaging what that's going to do, and I can see here. So when I look, I can see this is kind of my lightest colour. Generally, you're going to work from light to dark.
Okay.
But I would say follow the colours on here for the first one, because then you get the hang of what's what, because you can kind of look at this and think, there's green there, that's that one, and you can kind of see what's what. But once you've got a feel for it, then you play around with the colours. I think this one would look lovely with sort of earth tones, because it looks very Moroccan to me.
Yeah. And also as well, you were talking about 12 by 12. I mean, you could actually do that on a 12
You
by
could,
12
because
and
you
fill
could
the
keep,
whole area.
yeah, you could keep repeating it. You could have a great
Yeah.
big sheet and just move this around as need be.
clever.
Yeah, it's a great system.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with a light colour. Now, I like to use brushes. You can use ink blending tools as well. It's personal preference. And in terms of ink, I mix and match.
Okay.
I mean, I'm actually using all of Catherine Pooler's for this one, but throughout today, I've been mixing and matching. I've got some Catherine Pooler, I've got some oxides. You basically want an ink that's good for ink blending.
Okay.
Oxides blend really well because they're sort of hybrids between
Yes.
pigment and dye. They blend smoothly. The Catherine Pooler inks, Catherine was here just last week, and we have got some on the brand shop of her
okay.
inks. They blend really well, but really it's what you've got. And don't feel you've got to just use one brand for your whole project.
Okay.
If I wanted a
Go by the
purple,
colours, yeah.
I'd bring in this.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ink is ink, really.
Absolutely,
And particularly for
yeah.
what we're doing. So just go with whatever colours. The other thing to mention is if you don't have tons of colours, I'm going to use a light blue and then a darker blue. I could just come back in with this one because you're layering it. Your second layer going over a layer will automatically be darker.
Ah, so it intensifies the colour,
so
right?
you could, we've got
That's the
four.
point,
We've got
yeah.
4 layers. You could actually get away with 2 ink pads.
Right.
And just lay it. You will get, you know,
okay.
you're going to intensify the colour by layering anyway. So don't feel you've got to rush out and buy a load of ink pads if if you haven't got many.
Okay.
So for the first layer, I'm going to use this light blue, and I'm just going to brush the colour through.
Now, you can hardly see there's any change, but we will see that when that
Yes.
stencil comes away.
It looks quite light, but you'll see. And the beauty is I can show you straight away because this will go back.
Oh,
so you
of course,
can instantly
yes,
see it's coming through nicely. And I pop that back on and I can carry on.
Of course.
So you do have the ability, unlike when you tape it down, you can lift it and check
it can
check
kind of
you're
get
happy with it.
Moved, kind of. Sometimes if your tape isn't as sticky as it might
Yes,
need to be.
it's a little bit.
And it also restricts you as well, because sometimes it can take away the surface, can't it? when
It
you actually
can.
move
There's
it? So,
nothing
yeah.
more frustrating when you tape something down, spend ages doing it, and then your tape tears the card. You know, and even with when you're
Not a good
using washi
feeling.
tape, it does happen, doesn't it? And it's a bit frustrating.
Love it. It's a good idea to get those blending brushes. They work really well, don't
They
they?
do, yeah. These ones I'm using are Creative Crafts.
Okay.
I'm also going to be bringing in some Lisa Horton ones.
Ooh, nice.
Because I've got a mix. I tend to use, for the more detailed areas, the Lisa Horton ones are smaller.
There's different size heads on them as well, isn't there? So
Yeah.
that's the key thing. And also as well, the stencil just moved a little bit when you were doing some vigorous application of ink.
Yes.
It doesn't matter, you just relocate it and then...
Absolutely. It's the beauty of the peg system. You just pop it back where it was.
Lovely.
And you can
Okay,
come
so
back in.
You've got your 4 layers, so first layer going down. And also as well, if you just wanted to do one part of it,
Yes.
you don't have to do the whole
Yeah,
stencil,
because this is kind of a repeated pattern. You could just do one if you wanted to.
Lovely, okay.
So that's the
colour
first
down.
colour down, and it's very pretty.
Lovely.
Cleaning your stencils, because this is a slick surface, you really just need to give it a wipe with a wet wipe, something like that. If you're using inks, you don't have to do that straight away. I could come back to this tomorrow and wipe that off. It's not going to harm it. If you're using pastes or anything like that, though, clean it straight away, because it's tricky to get it off once it's dry.
So that's colour number 1.
So that's colour number 1. Now I'm sticking with the blues, so I'm using the same brush. If you are flitting between oxides and normal inks, they kind of recommend you use different brushes. I don't. I would just give it a good brush off.
And don't forget, I mean, when we're looking at stencils, I suppose individually you'd be looking for a stencil of this size. You're probably looking at what, £6.99, £7?
Yes,
like
you would.
So we're looking at 16
you've got 4
of them.
Yeah,
because
4
you've
in
got
each
4
set.
in each of those sets. So obviously, when you're looking at this, you've got to consider that you have got all of those. So you're going in with your second colour, something a little bit darker.
This is a bit darker.
Because if we were working on, what, £6.99, it's £7, it's £111 actually if you're working. And that's quite a fair price for an individual stencil.
It is,
isn't it?
yeah, that's kind of the going rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this really is a very
good price.
Very good
Just as you're
price.
applying your colour there, I'm just going to show you the different stencils that you've got. Just to reiterate, it's not just that one stencil or 4 stencils making that one design.
No.
With this, you've got florals and geometrics featuring in here. Price on your screen is for all 4 of those. That's 4 in one pack to create this gorgeous design. And you can kind of cherry pick, take certain areas. If you don't want the background, then don't use the background. Start off with the others.
Yes,
Just
you
choose
really
what
can.
where you're wanting to go with them.
Yeah, you can really play around with it.
Beautiful. Look at that one. Isn't that gorgeous? See, I can imagine that on a tote bag or something like that.
Yes.
You can use fabric inks.
You can
with
use
these,
fabric
can't you?
inks. Yeah, Jess was here the other day and she was she did a tote bag.
See, that's a nice one as well with the Ditzy Daisies on there. All of those come together. So you've got 4 stencils in that one, 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 16 stencils in total, and a whole heap of creativity for just £43.99. But I will warn you, nearly half of the stock has gone. Sharon's had a couple of other shows today, so featuring many of the products that we are chatting about, so you can always go back and watch those demos if you're wanting to. But how amazing does that look?
It looks lovely. Just
colours.
Yeah, exactly. So that's 2
Like
layers.
a rock and tile.
It does look like a rock and tile, doesn't it? I really like this design. So now we're on to stencil 3, and I'm going to go on to green for this one because these were the colours I had.
So if I wanted to come in with like maybe a clear ink pad.
Yes.
Could I do that and then maybe add embossing powder or something
Yes,
like that?
absolutely.
So it's not just about using ink.
No, and if you could do that, you could also come in with a glitter texture paste.
Oh, that's an idea, yes.
Obviously, because you're going to have to wait for the paste to dry, do that at the end.
Yes.
So even if you were doing that on stencil 2,
Yeah.
don't do that and then go on to stencil 3.
If you wanted this to be your
If I wanted to do paste, I would skip this to 4 and then come back to it. Or if you're using something like the Sizzix glitter paste, you might even want to do it over a coloured ink.
Yeah.
So you might go all the way through with your inks, and then
the techniques that you use for stencils can be similar to the techniques you use for stamping, can't they? Really, when you
they can really, yeah. When you think of it like that, yes. Absolutely. There's a lot of different things you can do with these. You can also, Sizzix do a glue, a tacky glue.
Okay.
3D, I think it's called 3D adhesive glue, that is like a paste.
Okay.
And that dries tacky and then you put gold foil on it.
Oh, can you
And I've done that with these before.
Oh, wow.
Again, you're going to come back in at the end and do that.
Yes.
And you can do it, you know, over colour if you want to.
I suppose you just get to know the different layers and
yes,
where you want, because
where you might want.
The petals on this one would look amazing with a little bit of foiling, but then again, so would the kind of centre accents.
Yes.
So
yeah, I would say with gold foiling, you're going to want a layer like maybe this one, where it's smaller areas.
Yes. And again, because you can come in with those smaller tools, you can kind of just highlight certain areas. Look at that!
Isn't it pretty? And we've got one more layer to go.
That's incredible.
Now this is a layer I'd probably do with gold foil or something, because this is like the final detail.
The sparkly bits.
So pop that over the pegs. Yeah, this would look lovely with gold foil.
It
now
kind of gives you a little insight as to what it's going to look like when you layer the stencil on.
You straight away see where you're going with it, don't you? And this layer would be great to do something different with. So I've got a darker green.
Okay.
So this is going to give a nice...
And also, this is where you could use different colours, because you've got enough space between the different kind of rosettes that you've got there. That you can
yes, you have. You could come in with a smaller brush and, and not do all the same colour. Definitely. It's very relaxing to do as well.
But you know what, with all due respect, it's very easy to get incredible results.
It's very easy, because you don't really have to concentrate on what you're doing apart from brush it through. So you can't go wrong with this because you can't put the ink anywhere unless where it's meant to, because it's only going to go through the stencil.
That's it, goes to the holes. That's all you can do.
So the pegs are holding it in place. My sticky grid's holding my card in place, so it's kind of foolproof. I mean, you could even let the kids do this and they would get the same result as I'm getting now.
And you could be very tempted to go for that stencil and stamp tool that you can see on your screen as well, because when you see those results, I mean, how amazing does that look?
Isn't that gorgeous?
But that could be pinks or purples or rainbow colours.
It can be any colour scheme you want. And then what I would do is cut that down.
Yeah.
I find it easy to do it on an A4 sheet, because you can see I haven't had to worry about the edges. I can chop that down, and my sticky grid hasn't got ink all over it.
Halo, the colour though.
It does look quite nice actually, doesn't
like
it?
It's been framed already.
And if you wanted to, you could kind of exaggerate that and do it properly.
Yeah.
But isn't it a beautiful design?
Gorgeous. Beautiful. And it's one of those ones you could tessellate it, you could make your cardstock bigger, your piece of fabric could be bigger. So many different ways you can utilise that. And you're getting so excited about this set. Again, you're going to get your multiples in there. So very quickly, I'm not sure, if you've got any more you wanted to show with this?
No,
that's fair enough. I didn't want to interrupt, I wasn't
sure.
sure.
No, I would have stabbed a sentiment on, but they've gone.
Yeah, they have sold out.
So I'm not going to tease you.
We'd just be teasing you with that. So yeah, we won't do that. Thank you, Sharon. But this is the set. So this is a set of 4. So if you're wanting to invest in the set, including the one that we've just seen being used, then this is what you need. Each one of these packs, you've got 4 stencils, giving you your 4 different layers, as you can see. But you choose. You can use all of those together if you're wanting to get that kind of result. Or it might be that you're thinking, well, I only want to go for, well, they're kind of like freesias, those flowers, aren't they?
They're lovely, aren't they?
Very pretty. And you can start off at layer number 2. Then it might be that you're starting with layer number 2 and you're thinking, right, I'm going to go with a pale tone with that one, a deeper tone, and then I'm going to add a bit of sparkle. Well, you can do all of that. You can use all your different mediums that would normally pass through a stencil to give you some fabulous results. I mean, look at that. Tonally, if you've got several tones of the same colour...
That's beautiful, isn't it? Because, you just need different shades of the same colour to get that striking result.
So you were talking earlier on about how colour can intensify. Could you potentially do that with just one colour?
You could.
Each layer that you come in, it's kind of like a
It will darken, yes. where you overlap, the colour automatically gets a bit darker. So yes, you could actually get a result similar to that by just layering up one ink pad.
Nice idea. I'd love to try the idea of maybe using, I don't know, black, a darker colour and then maybe missing it. So you've almost got like a white layer and then coming in with the next layer or, oh, there's loads. Or dilute down your inks. Don't forget, you can actually use your inks and kind of add a little bit of water to them and get different results. Or maybe you're going to be doing it with your pastes. Maybe you're going to take the inspiration that Sharon's just shared with us in the gorgeous greens and blues there, and then feature little kind of isolation areas, a bit of sparkle. Using your gorgeous kind of glitter paste in there, your texture paste, there's all sorts you could be doing with these, but you are going to get all of those for just £43.99. Do you know what? When I first looked at the price, I'll be honest, I did look at it and think that is quite a considerable purchase.
Yes.
£43.99. But when you think about all the different possibilities and the fact that you've got 16 stencils in there, I mean, if we've got £43.99, what's that divided by 16? Because a stencil,
yeah, they're usually about £6.99, aren't they?
So something like that.
That's kind
so
of
it works
standard.
out £2.74.
Yes.
So that is Sizzix. And it's not just a stencil. It's not just going to do one thing. It's a multi-layered stencil, giving you the depth of design, giving you easily achievable results very, very quickly, very easily, using one simple colour if you wanted to, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four. It's entirely up to you. And of course, they don't have to be ink pads. They could be that you're using colours from your watercolour palette and you're using a little sponge to dab that colour through. There's always ways and means. So if you are a new crafter and you don't have all of that huge arsenal of tools and elements to work with, then don't worry, there are loads of ways you can work around it. You could almost kind of trace around the edges, couldn't you, with like a micron pen or a pencil or something, and watercolour the image
and colour them in, yeah. There's so many different techniques that you can do with stencils, because I think when you've got layering stencils, you tend to get a bit blinkered and just think about layering them and doing them as it is on the packet. But actually, you know, think of all the different techniques. I mean, that particular one there, that would be lovely, that geometric background. You would just put a little bit of that as a background. If you're doing a mixed media piece, generally when you're doing mixed media, you're not taping your stencil down, are you? You just kind of hold it and do a little bit of this, a little bit, move it around.
I'm now starting to think about using them through my die cutting machine and getting the embossed finishes and raised areas. And oh, there's loads of possibilities. I'm going down a crafty rabbit hole there. I better put those down before I lose myself. Details on your screen. If you want to get hold of those, please do. So fabulous demonstration, as you saw, and some beautiful examples of how the design team have worked with those as well. So let's strip it back to basics. Everyday basics. Now with these, we're looking at different elements. We're looking at dies this time, aren't we, with these?
Yes.
Oh, I picked up the wrong one. It's that one, isn't it?
It's that one, yes.
Now, this is where you have got some sentiments.
And these are everyday basics. These are the sort of die sets that you'll reach for time and time again. Because they're going to cover you for all the different occasions. And they're very simple sets in a way.
Okay.
So this sentiment set, they're a good size. They're a nice font because they're kind of scripty, but they're nice and easy to read.
Yeah.
Because sometimes scripty fonts are a bit hard to read, aren't they? And then you've got your basic shapes of dies to match.
Everything you need in there, aren't
Yeah,
you?
you've got all the occasions. Butterflies, flowers. They're a good size as well. They look a bit smaller on the packaging, but you've got a lovely flower. That flower's got a lovely sort of stitch detail to it. You've got stars, moon. So you've got scene builders there as well as, it's very much basic shapes, really.
Love it, love it, love it. So let's look at what we've got on your screen there. You've got loads of creativity, loads of elements that you could use in loads of different ways. That stitch detail is
pretty,
so
isn't
pretty.
it?
And it's something that's lovely to show alongside the Sizzix cardstock that we've got on the show, because it's kind of got that soft linen feel to it, hasn't it?
It matches beautifully, doesn't it? And if like me, you like quite sort of clean and simple cards with a bit of white space, these are perfect for that.
Absolutely. And this is where you'll see them featuring alongside other things. So things like the embossing folders that we've got. The sentiment there has been used
sentiments
alongside it,
are perfect, because I find with embossing folders, I quite often don't want to cover any of it up with like a nesting die or a strip or anything. So that's big enough to just put straight onto your embossed background.
And not everybody's into stamping. Not everybody has got sentiment stamps. So this is a nice one. And also as well, it's going to fit through your little die cutting machines. These,
it will, they're little. And of course,
Yeah.
if you think about it, you can't stamp on an embossed background.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
But you can pop those on. So, you know, that card we just looked at there, to put a stamped greeting on there, you'd have to put a strip across and then you're covering some of the embossing. So
it's kind of dissecting the design, isn't it? So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, I know the price on the screen is not the price you're going to be paying. So would you like to know the price that you can actually be paying? Well, go on then, Alex.
Go on then.
Share that with us. A brilliant bundle, brilliant if you're new to die cutting. Maybe you've only recently invested in a die cutting machine. Well, at £27.99, this is one definitely worth going. And also, as I mentioned, smaller die cutting machines, so many of these will go through those.
They will, yeah. They are the sort of sets you're going to reach for time and time again.
And they're using little scraps, little bits that you've got left over of your other cardstock, which you can be able to utilise. Lovely if you're wanting to do things like scrapbooking layouts, because you've got all of the different kind of weather, oopsie-daisy, weather elements there. They've got jumpy sentiment. Loads and loads of different variations, and just a lovely font with that one. So I'm going to leave those details with you. So those are your everyday basics, but nothing basic about those. And we did have a little look at those fabulous embossed cards. So I suppose we're going to show you how you can put it all together. So these are a series of 4 embossing folders. So we did see some of them featuring on that little card a few moments ago. These feel very thick.
They are. They're 3D, apart from one of them's 2D.
Okay.
The Palm Repeat one is a 2D one, because it's a very sort of simple design. It doesn't need the layers. Fallen leaves. I haven't got a board for that one because I didn't know it was going to be on the show.
Oh, okay.
A last minute change.
Oh, that's a nice one.
This one I love. Yes, that was on the one with the flower. I like this one because it's a very elegant design, but it works really well with florals. Florals are my kind of go-to. And it's quite subtle.
White on white, that look fabulous.
It
on
would.
that wedding station.
Just plain white.
Beautiful. I like
same
that.
with this one, actually. This one's a bit geometric.
Okay.
It's got palm leaves, so it's kind of, it can be summery and tropical, but it is also geometric, so I think it works quite well for men's cards.
Yeah. Absolutely. So you're going to get all of those. So every single one of them. Don't forget, 3 of them are your 3D, so you're going to get that extra relief. We'll talk about how to use these on your die cutting machines and what you need to know in just a few moments, but we need to address that price, because the price on your screen is not the price that you are going to be paying with these. The deal price that you've got for these is coming up on your screen, and you are only paying £29.99 to take advantage of that. That's really good value.
That is really good value, because
like those,
you know, you'd easily pay £10 each for embossing folders,
and
especially
of course,
the 3D.
Again, embossing folders, loads of different techniques that you can do with them.
There is. You can use your inks with them. Here I've kept it simple. One of those is with the gold opulent cardstock.
Beautiful.
And they do look very elegant.
Gorgeous.
And then the other one, I've embossed it from green card, and then I've just gone over with gold luster wax.
Isn't that lovely?
It's really pretty, isn't it? I really like the design of this one because it's subtle.
Beautiful.
It's
and just a little highlight, a little accent. That's all you need.
It's a very elegant one. This one, again, as you say, great for weddings and things.
It'd be a nice one to do that letterpress look as well, if
it
you wanted to as well.
Yes. Yeah, it really would.
Very, very elegant. Also, as well, in there, you kind of got, it's almost like a geometric, but it's not a geometric. See, I'm looking at it, and now I'm thinking peacock feathers.
It is a bit like feathers, isn't it? Yeah. It looks stunning from gold metallic, doesn't it? It really shines.
That really, and you can literally feel that 3D that you're getting with that as well. Amazing.
Very, very pretty, this one. And it is a bit, it reminds me of sort of recently home trends have been a lot of sort of this sort of design in quite like navy blue and gold and quite dramatic colours. I think it's very...
I'm just checking, is that the one that's not 3D? And I just said,
yeah,
oh gosh,
I know.
Okay.
It's still very deep embossed, isn't it, for technically 2D.
That's a brilliant result. I mean, you're playing with the light, aren't you, on your cardstock? But that's just one of your traditional ones. I had to double check that because I was thinking, I said that out loud, didn't I? So you are right. You are right, Alex. And then the last one that you've got,
making hearts.
Couldn't quite see the design on this one when we were looking at the
no, on the packaging it doesn't show you, does it?
Yeah, so that's that one.
This is a very pretty one, very modern.
Scribbly elements in there.
Yeah, it's got that modern feel to it with the sort of scribbly hearts. and the texture. And there's a lot of little raised areas that really highlight well with wax.
And this shows that 3D aspect, because you can see you've kind of got your larger heart there, and then the other hearts that sit on top, and then the kind of the dotted ones on top of everything.
The different levels, can't you? Some of them are more raised than the other.
Yeah. Very, very effective. Lovely design, that one as well. So yeah, if you like the idea.
I haven't got the board. There's a fallen leaves one, but I haven't got a board for it.
Don't worry. We're going to get all of those though. So if you like the idea of getting hold of them, even the one that I've got upside down, there you go. All coming together at a brilliant price of £29.99. If you're wanting to get hold of those, please do so. Actually, can I mention the dies that we've got as well?
Because these are
the framelets.
This is a great price because everyone needs these.
Well, one of the things that we often mention is the fact that kind of the multiple layers, whether it's mats and layers or whether it's frames, but having a good set of kind of nested dies.
I think as a crafter, if anyone was starting out crafting and said to me, what are the first things I should get? I would always say nesting dies.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you are just plonking an element on a card front. It's the mats and layers that make your card into something professional looking.
That's it. And you can see here, if you want to get that exact difference between them, that's how you do it, by having those layering dies, because the maths has been done for you, hasn't it? You don't have to try and calculate
So you've got your mats and layers. You can also run 2 through together to make a frame.
As well, yeah.
Having the different sizes is great. You know, this star one I was saying earlier, I use this one quite a lot with my shrink plastic, because the large star shrinks down to a really nice size to make a key ring or something with. So they're handy for that. Stars I think are great because they're great for sort of cards for kids, cards for men. Who doesn't like a star? Absolutely. It's a very generic sort of style.
And sometimes as well, I mean, we will bring you sets of layering dies where you potentially have got, I don't know, 10, 11 repeats of that shape, getting larger and larger, smaller and smaller, which is brilliant. But I would rather go for 4 different shapes than have kind of 15 repeats of the same shape.
These cover the sort of sizes you need for card making, basically.
Absolutely. So you've got your little tiny ones there. So if you want to put them on top of a Christmas tree or make a lovely kind of little background in a lantern to put a little tea light in, you can do that. But equally so, you can go right the way up to your larger cards.
You've got all the sizes really that you're going to need for your mats and layers.
Circles.
Tags. Circles. I mean, you couldn't cut a circle.
I remember when I had my shop, somebody said, right, which die? Just bought a die cutting machine. Which shape do you think I should go for? And I said circles. And they looked at me as if I'd gone out. It's like, circles? Can you get anything more exciting? I mean, it's circles, nothing exciting. They went for a ghost.
Oh.
It was around that time of year, Halloween. They went for a ghost.
That's not...
And it was like, you're kind of limiting what you can do. You've got circles. You will use them in so many different ways.
You will use them on so many projects, on nearly all your cards. And a circle is a shape you cannot cut yourself with scissors. You can't cut a perfect circle. Even no matter how good you are with your scissors, having a die is an essential for circles.
And as well, if you have got a fabric that you've applied a stabiliser to, sometimes some of the dies will work through those simple shapes.
I find these are sort of big enough and simple enough that you can cut felt fabric with them.
And go and check out, don't do it just now, but go onto the internet and look for designs made up of circles.
Yes, there's a lot you can do with circles.
I did it once for a show. I was doing like a tool that you could stitch in circles, and I went off and I went, oh, that was it. I disappeared for days looking at
there's so many sort of other things you can make from circles, like little characters, all sorts.
Now, next one we've got for you is squares. And you might think, but I can do with squares with my guillotine. Yeah, are they actually square though?
Exactly. And particularly if you want to do things like making frames.
Yes.
That's pretty tricky to do with a paper trimmer.
And mix them up. I mean, you might want a square outside, but then a circle aperture in there. So
yes. You can mix and match them.
That's it. Put them on the axis as well if you wanted to.
You can have diamonds if you switch them. Very useful because although you can cut squares relatively easy with a trimmer, you've got to measure it.
And also as well, if you were making, say, an 8x8 card and you wanted to do a series of maybe 9 squares that you're cutting out, well, you're not going to be able to do that with a punch because you can't get to the points in the card. You could do it with a craft knife, but you wouldn't get the perfection there. With this die, you could literally just position it to make that window frame or whatever it is that you want to create.
And of course, if you want to do things like shaker cards, the squares are really handy for that because you can do your aperture Then you can do a frame to go around
Nice,
it,
yeah.
all with the dies, and then one to go on the back with your acetate or whatever. So.
And one of my favourite shapes is an oval. Don't worry about that price, because I don't think we've dropped that price yet, have we? Yeah, I forgot all about it. I went down a nesting dies rabbit hole then.
I know, we both got a bit overexcited, didn't we?
I love ovals. I just think they're such an elegant shape.
Very
to work
elegant,
with. Yeah.
and this is a nice range of sizes in this set.
So with this one, you're going to get your ovals. So you're going to get 7 of your ovals in there. You're also going to get 8 of your squares. So that's 15 dies so far. You're also going to get 8 of your circles. So that's 15, 23 I think we're up to. And then finally, you're going to get 5 of your stars. So that's 28 dies reflected in the price that is on your screen at the moment, but that is not what you are going to be paying. What price are we going to with these ones? It's going down to 52. That is brilliant. It's
great.
£52.99.
I was saying
and
earlier,
a two-way split.
Do you remember when nesting dies first came out and you paid like about £40, £50
For one set. Yeah, for one set, yeah. This is what I'm saying. Sometimes you look at a deal and you think, well, I can only choose which shape, which one can I go for? With this, you get all of them. Yeah. So all of them, and 28 of those dies in there as well. Brilliant value for money. 2 split pays if you want of £26 each. So I'm going to leave those details with you. £26.49. Leave the details with you because I've just looked at the clock and we've got one more thing to share with you and a demo as well. So we better get a move on. Now, do you remember the stencils we were looking at with all that layering content? Well, we've got something similar, but with stamps this time.
Yes, these are beautiful. Same concept. And I will say you probably want to use a stamp platform of some sort with these, because lining up, the idea is that these are like the layering stencils, but they're stamps.
There you go.
So you're going to layer them up to create these beautiful designs. They're all individual elements, really. So when you look at the flowers, it's not a spray of flowers. You've got all the flowers separately. So you can configure them how you want to. You could even just pick one flower and a leaf if you want to. You don't have to do the full design. That sunflower is absolutely stunning.
That looks like you've hand painted it.
It's really striking. So all you will do is stamp the base layer, which is usually a solid one.
Okay.
So you're going to start, that's that one there. You're going to start with, say, a light yellow for that one. Then the next one you're going to come in is this one at the top, and you're going to go with a dark yellow for that, and then this one, and then the one next to it. I always go the wrong way. You're going to do a light brown and a darker brown, and then it gives you that layered look, that 3D detailed look.
That's clever.
Very easy to do, but very striking.
Isn't it? I mean, that looks incredible, doesn't it? To get that kind of result, I mean, how amazing is that? Again, just using a little bit of ink. A little bit of ink that gives you the illusion that you have become a watercolour. You see, as we were coming away from that, it almost looked like we were looking at the packaging again, but it's not. Somebody has literally inked that up.
Yeah,
They've done
that was
a
me
fabulous job.
yesterday.
That is beautiful. I love that design.
It's really striking, isn't it? And you could make it look, it could be more like a gerber, I think.
Absolutely, change the colour from yellows. Yeah, I love that one. Next one that's got won a special place in my heart. Very much into hedgehogs at the moment.
Very cute.
This is beautiful.
Isn't he adorable?
Look at the little face.
His little face. What I love about this one as well is they've kept the, there is a wreath that goes around him, but they're separate. So you can choose, and you could even do a whole wreath without the little hedgehog. I'm not sure why you'd want to, but you could if you wanted to.
Well, it kind of captures the essence of the design, doesn't
It
it? But like
does.
you say, if you wanted to, you could separate them out.
You can separate them out because those wreath designs are beautiful. And then you've got a solid stamp, which you can see there in pink, that colours the flowers for you. So it's a very quick and easy one to do, this one, but it does give you that lovely finished design.
Beautiful. Saw on social media only a couple of days ago, somebody was asking about fundraising for a hedgehog charity, as it was, and they were asking if anybody knew of anything that they'd got hedgehogs on. So I hope they're tuning in today.
I hope they're watching today, because if you're making for any wildlife charity, this is just, I mean, it's just adorable, isn't it? And that card literally took me minutes to make because the work was done by the stamps.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Keep an eye open to those gardens as we start tidying up. Get those, if you're getting the streamers out, make sure there's no little hedgehogs asleep in those. Oh no, it happens so many times. This one's a pretty one as well. Loads of florals on this one.
I love this one. This
now,
is
it's
very
not
summery.
just one configuration with this one, is it?
Again, they're all separate flowers, so you've got layering stamps for each flower. And pretty much similar to the stencils, you're going to start with your lightest colour to do the sort of the solid piece, and then layer up darker colours.
So it's kind of been done as a corner here, but it could be...
Yeah, you don't have to
whatever.
follow that. That's just giving you sort of a suggested layout. But of course, if you just like the rose, you could just do the rose on one leaf if you want to. I like this one. It's quite very modern, and you've got fern leaves, which are a bit different, aren't they? You don't see those very often.
Absolutely. And again, individual elements, so you don't have to use it all together, which I think is beautiful. Incidentally, you guys have checked your baskets out. Do you know what? You're not paying the price that's on your screen. So, yeah, you've got some happy news coming your way in just a few moments. This is a nice set.
I love this one as well, and I like the colours they've done on the packaging.
Yeah, beautiful.
Again, a very easy one to use. You can see straight away you've got the solid stamps that are going to be your lightest colour, and then you just go over with the next layer.
Gorgeous.
And it gives you the detail.
Beautiful, very modern, fresh
Very
feel.
modern and fresh, and I love the colours that they've used there.
I love it. Loads of you getting involved with those. Don't forget you're going to get all of them, so not just those beautiful florals you're looking at there. You're going to get the roses, you're also going to get the hedgehog, and also the sunflower as well. And these are the kind of results that you can get.
Yes,
if you
I kind of followed the layout on the packaging for this, really.
Beautiful.
I did tweak it a little bit to fit the space for the size, but the beauty of this is you can make a really big card and do multiples, or you can do a small card and just do one flower if you want.
Nice one to team up with the dies that we saw with the different mats and layers, because you could kind of make them to fit those. So perfect teamwork. If you want this one though, the price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying. So here we go. Price is coming down. Details on the screen. The code is going to be exactly the same, but this time you're only looking at $29.99. I'm going to bring those back in to show you. You are getting a lot for $29.99 there.
That's a crazy
and very
price.
useful sets, so they're not kind of annually specific like Christmas or Easter.
They're
or
not
anything.
occasion specific at all. They're going to work for everyone, really, aren't they?
Love it. And it could be that you're isolating certain areas. Don't have to use the hedgehog if you don't want to, just use the florals. But make sure you get hold of those as quick as you possibly can. Now, we've worked our way through everything that's left in stock anyway, because we have had sellouts. Everything is also available individually. So if you don't want to go for the content within the bundle, that's where you're going to get the biggest saving, and sometimes split pay. But if you don't want to go down that route, then do go on the website and you can find yourself all the individual details. We've not got a lot of time left, so I'm not going to go through all of those, but we are going to get into a demo, if that's okay.
And I'm going to use one of the embossing folders. I might use that palm repeat one.
Nice.
So I've got a card blank, and I've got some Sizzix cardstock in a nice aqua colour.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to run that through my embossing folder, and I can explain to you, let's move those out of the way, about sandwiches.
Because some of them are 3D, aren't they?
Yes. Now, although this one is technically 2D, it's the same folder as the 3D, so you don't treat it any differently than the 3D.
Okay.
Because it's still this sort of really thick, chunky folder. So if you've got a big shot, it tells you on your plate. So you use the same sandwich as the 3D because it is the same thickness. So it tells me I want this grey platform, then my folder, then one clear plate. So very, very simple. And I am going to give my cardstock a little spritz with water, just to soften the fibres. You can see it's gone floppy straight away.
Yes.
That's just going to soften the fibres, which will just give you a better emboss. Because if you think about it, when you're embossing, you're just pushing your card into all the little, little crevices.
In there, And also as well, if you've got quite a stubborn cardstock, then
yes,
this way you can get kind of those little cracks and creases.
You can.
That's a good tip.
It is, and you do get cracks and sort of creases quite often if you're using like coated cardstocks and things like that. So it's always a good idea just to spritz if you're using the 3D. So that's going to give me a lovely emboss.
Oh wow, see already. Oh my goodness, look at that.
I mean, the fact we're calling this 2D is mad, really, because it is a beautiful, deep impression, isn't it?
Gorgeous. You can
if I
see
turn
kind of
it over,
multiple layers. Oh wow.
You can really see it's a lovely.
Like that.
It is deep, isn't it? So that's going to be my background.
Okay.
And I might give it a little bit.
You're on a very green theme today, Sharon.
I am a bit, aren't I? I'm very spring-like today. I'm going for the fresh.
Even our decor behind is kind of matching it. I mean, I think we can change the colour of the lights behind us, but it's all very coordinated.
I'm going for very fresh colours, aren't I? Now I'm going to dry brush just to highlight this a little bit.
Okay.
I've got some of the Sizzix acrylic paint.
Lovely.
And I'm just going to pop a bit of paint on my glass mat. And this brush is totally dry.
And all the bits that Sharon's using, don't forget, if she's referenced Sizzix, you'll find it on our brand section on the website, so you can go off and have a little look to see what else we've got. Might not necessarily be on the show, but if it's available and in stock, you can still add it into your basket.
Yeah, you'll find the acrylic paints are generally on there. This is a Lisa Horton brush I'm using. So I'm just kind of
like
flicking
the
it.
surface.
Yeah, and it's just hitting the high spots,
Yeah.
but it's just giving it a bit of a shabby chic look.
Yeah, I like it.
Kind of bit fresh, you know, it's kind of fresh and
nice. Highlighting that design.
So because I've dry brushed that on, there's not actually a lot of paint there. So it's, although it's still tacky, I don't have to worry too much. It's dry enough that I can kind of just carry on with it.
Lovely.
And not have to wait for it to dry.
Which is just as well, because we've only got that.
Yes, because we really haven't got time to wait for that to dry, have
I'm
we?
enjoying myself having a little chat though with you, Sharon.
It's been a lot. Whenever we do stencils and these kind of things, it's so relaxing. The time just flies.
But the thing is, they're just such a versatile thing to work with, aren't they?
They are.
You,
No, that's a bit
can just
wonky,
lose the time.
Now I'm going to bring in. I want to add a butterfly.
Okay.
I've
You're going into the basics?
I've stuck that on really wonky, but let's just ignore that.
Okay. I'm ignoring.
And I'm going to grab the butterfly from this set.
Good
You can
set,
see
this
these
one.
are really
Well,
good
there's loads
sizes.
in there.
And I thought to go with this, I've grabbed a few bits from a 49er Market set.
yeah.
I did notice Julie's on in the next few days with some 49er Market.
Okay.
And I wanted to, this butterflies, it is a basic butterfly, which I love because when you want to use your patterned cardstock, you want a basic butterfly, don't you? So I thought this will look lovely with some text on it.
You're making your own ephemera now with this.
I am, yeah. So I'm going to run this through and it's going to give me a butterfly with lovely text on.
Lovely. Don't forget that die set. It's got hearts in there. It's got clouds. There's all sorts. And the butterfly's a lovely choice, I have to say. And if you are looking for a die cutting machine, well, the Big Shot's not a bad one to check out.
No.
We have got a nice little deal on that one as well. So if you're interested in getting yourself a Big Shot, then check out the deal that we've got on your screen there. It's coming down in price though, so rather than $159.99, which, yes, is considered purchase of anybody's money, but if you're thinking about it, then cheeky little discount might not be too bad a thing. So there you go. And you do have the split pay on this one, a 5-way split. So when you split it over those payments, it makes it much more affordable for you to get hold of. So details on your screen there.
Now I'm just grabbing my Sizzix multi-tool.
Lovely. Again, another fabulous tool.
Another fab tool. And I'm going to grab a foam pad for it.
I like this little wallet as well. That's clever.
Yeah, we do have it on shows fairly regularly.
To look out
This
for
one
it.
looks like a muddy colour.
Lovely.
Because I just want to put a bit of ink around the edge of this butterfly.
Just to give you a time check, we've probably got about 3 minutes or so left.
Perfect. So I'm just going to go around the edges with a bit of brown ink.
Lovely.
Just to highlight that and give it, I am going for that kind of vintage
No, I like that.
sort of feel for this card.
It's fitting in with the tickets that you've got in the coupon.
It is, yeah, and this is a great way to bring in, it's the basic shapes like this that you want when you are using other products.
Well, sometimes you don't want it to be over fussy, do you? So,
No.
Yeah.
So with this 49er Market, this is a set from last year, I think, but it's just nice to bring in kind of bits and bobs. So I would probably pop that there, like so, and then I'll trim off the edges.
If you do like your packs of ephemera, you might want to stay tuned for our last hour of the day, All and Creative.
Yes, Leonie's got some really good bits and bobs that would work really well with this. So I'll stick that down, and what I'll do is when that glue's dry, I'll just trim the edges off, but for now, that will stay.
Lovely.
And I've got I found a little sentiment.
Oh, that's dinky.
So that can go on there. And this is this butterfly is the sort of die that I will grab when I'm using, you know, like my Ciao Bella papers.
Yes, yeah.
So
They're fabulous cut out of any background paper. Oh, we're running out of time speedily. We've only got about a minute or so left. I don't know where this hour's gone.
We'll pop that there. We'll pop a little ticket behind at a jaunty angle.
Lovely.
And then I would ink around the edges of these normally. And then for the butterfly, I'm just going to glue in the centre because then I can lift the wings up a little bit.
Ooh, Alex has just put the details up on the screen for that blending tool that we saw Sharon
Oh,
working
yes.
with. So there you go.
Perfect.
You want to get hold of your cheeky discount there, $18.99 for those. Sharon, I love that.
It's cute, isn't it? And
nice.
the simplicity of that butterfly is what makes that work, really.
Absolutely, absolutely. When are you back on our screens, lovely?
I'm not back for a couple of weeks now.
Really?
I know, it's unheard of. But yeah, you know what it's like buses.
There could well be a phone call before
Yes,
you know
maybe.
it.
You might see me.
It's usually what happens.
That's
isn't
usually,
it?
yeah.
Well, it's been a pleasure as always. And yeah, have a good couple of weeks if you're not in. Use them wisely, loads of crafting.
Yes, you know what I'll be up to.
I do. I meant to show you my planner earlier on. Yeah, it's spinning up with all sorts. Anyway, we digress. I will see you after the break. We'll see Sharon very soon, I am sure. Don't forget to check out Sharon via her YouTube channel and social media as well, because you'll get loads of ideas and inspiration. As you've seen, she's brilliant. She's got all that knowledge. So why not tap into it with your Sizzix products? I will see you the other side of this with somebody else that is going to be giving us loads and loads of inspiration. Lovely Leonie is here with AALL Create after the break. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
Did you know Hobby Maker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hello. I've been caught, that's twice I've been caught out having a little chat when we've gone live.
Oh, it's standard.
It's just
I
what happens,
mean,
isn't it?
literally, it was my goal to be caught chatting.
Well, we do a lot of it. Now, I have to say, we have got a fabulous I've been very much looking forward to this. And we've got news as well. So if you did tune in earlier on, one of the items, well, not just one of the items, lots of the items were very, very popular. And you might have thought that you'd missed your opportunity. Well, thankfully, that opportunity is back and you can get hold of the ephemera. Fabulous bundle that was kind of 2 packs brought together as a bundle.
Absolutely, and they are gorgeous. When I go over to my little space, I'll show you in proper detail.
Okay.
But this card, I'll just give a little stretch over. That was the one I made in this afternoon show, and that is just, they are beautiful. The colour palette's amazing. They look textured.
Yeah.
Like when Abs were doing these, he did a Facebook Live with him, and he was showing them, and I honestly thought
They look like properly.
They were actually, they look like fabric as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
But this is just cardstock. The way they've been cut, they are so delicate. Absolutely beautiful. I will show you in more detail in a few moments' time, because you have got a lot to see. So, did I not turn my mic on?
No, I was being subtle.
I always...
They don't know.
You're being subtle.
I should have asked permission first. Is it okay?
No, it's all right. I'm used to Teleland. My very first, when I was very first on TV, one of our very first shows, my mic
Hold
went.
on, I have to do that because I can't hear you yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got you now.
My mic went, and our lovely Steve Saunders, remember?
Oh, Stevie.
He had to put his hand all the way up the front of my dress.
The tails that they could tell.
I know. Well, when we were on air, and they just chat. Well, lovely Steve.
Now you know how sooty feels.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. I felt like.
Where were we? Oh, yeah.
Ephemera. I always forget to turn the things on. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You're getting a lot for your money, but these are the thing that you will run out of, which is quite precisely.
Yeah.
And because they're really, really nice.
They are beautiful.
Really nice.
And they are so affordable. Now, you're going to get both packs absolutely cram-packed, as you can see there. Leonie will take you through these so you can see them in closer detail, but the price on your screen is not the price you are going to be paying. £15.98, incredibly affordable, but we're still going to give you a discount on this, meaning that you are going to get that lower price on your screen of just £13.98. That's ridiculous.
It's good, isn't it? And they're beautiful. They're beautiful.
Gorgeous.
I'll show you proper, but they're gorgeous.
Lovely. There you go. Loads of you coming in for those. If you shop for them earlier on and you wish you'd gone for an extra set, yeah, go for it now. While you've got the chance, get them in your basket, but make sure you're checking your basket out and you're all coming in for those. So glad. We want to start with some good news, happy news.
Yeah,
so there you
like
go.
that.
Check your basket
It's nice,
out.
isn't it?
Now, we're going to continue though, because we've got lots more to share with you. And we've got something, I think this sums it up in a nutshell. Forest Tales, because when I was looking at the dies, because I didn't get a chance to see them until literally just as they've been setting them up, the one thing I was going to say, it's almost like you've got a story in that pack.
Oh, I love these. I love these. All your dies are strong.
Yes.
And there's so much you can do with them. The lovely thing is, right, you can make really easy cards with these, really easy journal pages, or you can go for it.
Yes.
And they are just, there's so much in each design, but it's just so usable.
I'm itching to turn these round as well, because when it's white on white, sometimes it's a bit tricky for you to see. So let me just turn those round, and hopefully you'll see all the detail. We've got lots of arms going on here. No such thing as personal space, is there?
We're friends.
We're friends.
We're friends. We've known each other ages. We're friends. I'll show you in more detail when I get to demo area. But what you are getting, you're getting this, and this is only one set of dies. We've got, in fact, there's that bundle and that bundle, please, our lovely Haley. So you're getting that beautiful frame, and then you get the leaves. You get the leaves separate, but you're also getting the leaves so they'll mat and layer. absolutely stunning. There's so much you can do with this. I mean, I love that because they really pop. Look at that border. That border is a die.
That's gorgeous.
That's a die. So that's your first one, okay? And
Lovely.
remember, that's your first die
So
set.
that's this particular one that you've got here. So you are looking at woodsy vibes with that one. So that is
And
that
I was
one.
saying earlier on stage, that reminds me of Glastonbury.
Yes.
You know Woodsy?
Woodsy, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you're talking about now, because
I know you do, which is why I was so excited about saying it to you. Because I'm like, oh, Haley knows.
The next one that we've got for you is the one alongside it. And I love this because you've got all the little animals in this one. So that's this set.
This is just adorable, adorable. And I tell you what, not only do they die cut, but you get texture in them as well.
Nice.
And they're just phenomenal. Again, what you're getting with this, so you get that beautiful frame. The frames are magnificent.
Amazing.
They're magnificent. So, and there's so many ways of using it. That is beautiful. Such a beautiful card.
That's a die, the toadstool. I mean, it looks like it's a stamp.
Well, that's a separate one. That isn't in this set.
Oh,
that's,
I see. Sorry, I was just
ephemera.
looking on there.
That's actually ephemera.
Right.
In
Fair enough.
in fact, toad in the gnome. Yeah, that's and I love it because that is a different ephemera piece.
But you could use the ephemera and then use that as inspiration to transfer it over. Yeah.
And I mean, look at this. That is beautiful. That frame is the die.
Oh my goodness.
Look how delicate that is.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that magnificent?
Wow.
Absolutely magnificent. And you've got your ephemera on there. Now, this next one, this is going to show you. You've got, now, these are your toadstool dies.
Got you.
You've got your dies there. This one is in the other die set, and then your beautiful fox.
Lovely.
And there's so many ways of building this up, but you can build it up as it is, but you can start cutting into it. I love this one as well because it's been flipped. So that's actually the roots of the tree.
Oh, clever.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So that's your second set of dies.
So those are the top two that I forgot to look at what that one was actually called. That one there. That one is, let me just go in.
Remember.
Let me go in and tell you the furry forest.
That's your furry forest.
It is what it says on the label, isn't it?
It says indeed.
And then the last one that you've got is the one that's on the lower shelf. And this one, you've got loads of little components with this one.
Now, so what it die cut, I love this. This is so cool. And it is just magical.
Yeah.
Now, so it's little, so they're all little tree houses.
Fabulous.
Isn't it adorable?
Love it.
So when you have a little look, so you've got all these beautiful little tree houses. That's how it'll cut. But then, because you've got loads of extra houses, you can build them up. So you can start adding loads of extra houses. However, if you chop it in half and put it back to back, you create something completely different. And I love all these little houses. You've got the moon in there, you've got a sun, you've got ladders, you've got stars. I adore this because that's bringing the little car in as well. Isn't that cool?
Does it look different with the different rainbow colours that you've got in there?
Doesn't that look amazing?
Love it.
Absolutely amazing. I love this die set because there's so many ways of using it. You know, it's one of those that gives you so many different
And that's
looks.
kind of like a subtle, almost like sneaking it into the design. You notice it as almost
Gentle,
like a secondary element to it.
Really, really gentle. It looks dreamy, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely,
Does
yeah.
that? And I mean, that little star, that one, you can cut into your card.
That's
so if you
nice,
wanted to create a starry background, you could do that.
okay, yeah.
Rather than actually sticking it on. So I love that. Look at all of the little houses. Aren't they cool? Isn't it a good, die set?
I love it.
And again, you've got so many beautiful dies in there that you can use in so many ways. I mean, that's a bundle as well, isn't it? It's such a good bundle.
Loads and loads of content in there. I mean, we were talking about multiple dies in there, so value for money, my goodness. But look at that.
Cool, isn't it?
Wow.
I love that. And I love how...
teaming up the multiple sets, isn't it, there? Because you've got kind of got the three frame
And
there.
you can, I mean, I did a Facebook Live the other day, actually, with this, and chopping into it and building it up. Because it's all, you know, all your frames have kind of got the trees, etc. in them and branches. It means they'll blend together beautifully.
Absolutely. It's almost like a flat diorama, if you will, or
Wouldn't they be good for
shadow
dioramas?
boxes. Oh, that'd be amazing for dioramas.
And I haven't done that yet, but I know, one of these days.
Little tea lights
Maybe.
and all sorts. I love it. So anyway, the details are on your screen, but that price is not the price you're going to be paying. So you guys that have already checked your baskets out, oh, happy news is on its way. Price is coming down, £58.97 worth every single penny. But now we are introducing split pay and a lower price as well, which is £52.97. So it means that you're just paying £26.48 today, but getting all of that creativity sent on its way to you. You're going to have loads of fun with these when they arrive. Absolutely.
Beautiful.
And the beauty is, because you've got AALL Create, don't forget every single one of those dies, when you shop for them, you will get that QR code on the back that will take you straight to the Facebook page where you get able to then type in the number, the index number of that particular set and get loads of inspiration from the team.
Absolutely. The fanatics are indeed fanatical.
They are.
And
they do it
fabulous
so well.
and fantastic.
I love it. So there you go. If you wanted to get hold of yours, then the details are on your screen. You're going to be in very good company because it's been a very, very popular bundle. So while you are confirming your orders with those, we're going to move on to the next item. And we are looking at circles upon circles upon circles. I love it.
So you have got your die and then you've got your stencil.
Oh, okay, right.
These are magnificent.
Okay.
And these are the kind of one, I mean, I've got my stencil. Let me just show it you because it's proper mucky.
I love circles anyway.
This is like, oh my gosh, I have used this so much. Can you see my stencil?
That is a sign of a useful stencil.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because you've got all the colours on there.
It's so good. I mean, this isn't, yours will come really clean. Mine's been used. And it just, there's so much you can do with this. The die's beautiful. The die's one of those that, even if you just use scraps and if you refill the circles back in again, you can create so many good, honestly, it's such a usable die. Obviously, you can use that as a stencil as well, the actual die cut if you want to. But yeah, it's such a good set, is this.
Love it.
And I love it because they're not perfect. You know, they look a bit gnarled. They look a bit, don't they? They look a bit battered.
Yes.
Don't they? I really like that. Yeah. It fits in with everything, doesn't it? Shall I show you some goodies that have been made by the lovely gang? And of course, backgrounds. Nice. And I love that. I love how it just frames the florals.
Yeah.
I mean, you can actually create an open space with it.
Nice.
So if you want to, you can have it quite full, but then have one that hasn't got anything behind it.
That's a brilliant idea.
Isn't that cool? I love that. I love that. Aren't they good? Check out, obviously, AALL Create have such a huge back catalogue.
Huge.
And they're from the cuties from our Janet Klein,
but then
of course.
Using that, which is so amazing, cute, humorous, beautiful.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Shows you the usability and how good it is.
I love that. I just think that is absolutely sensational. The colour palette is stunning.
Has that die been snipped into now?
Yes.
Because it looks longer.
Yeah. But I mean, it's so easy to there's so much you can do. And that is stunning again. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because that one messes about with your head a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, hold on a minute. And when you start filling it back in again, it can create so many different looks.
It's kind of structured, but fluid at the same time.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it. I just think it's such a good die. Obviously, you've got your die set, but then you've got your stencil set. And your stencil set, again, equally beautiful, equally usable. And whether you're creating just soft backgrounds,
really
you know, whether you're layering it, whether you're creating, and I love this because that's quite strong.
Yes, yeah.
But it looks amazing. And the beautiful thing with stencil, you're inking through it, but you're using texture paste, use it on a gel plate. There's so much you can do with it.
Very useful. We chatted about stencils earlier on, what fabulous medium they are to work with. Anyway, if you're wanting this set, we've got the details up on your screen, £23.98. But we're still going to give you a little bit of a discount because that's what we like to do here at Hobby Maker. And it's certainly something that AALL Create like to do. So £21.98 will get you both of those on their way to you. And already loads of you checking your baskets out with those. So I'm going to let Leonie get herself heading over to the demo because we're going to look at the papers in just a few moments because AALL Create bring us everything. They bring us stamps, they bring us dies, they bring us stencils, they bring us all that creativity. But sometimes you want a base to start with, and that's where the papers really do come into their own. Quality is phenomenal, and they do loads of different sizes as well, so it fits in with whatever your project is, whatever it is your plan is for your project, whether it's a journal, whether it's a card, whether it's a scrapbooking page, you'll be able to find a paper that works with it. And this is a lovely set. Artful impressions you can see with this one, and you're going to get all of those in all the different sizes for that fabulous price on your screen, except, you know what I'm going to say, that's not the price you're going to be paying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that price drop down. Alex is going to do that for us straight away, and then we can hand it over to Leonie. She can take you through everything that you're going to get within this bundle. So you're now looking at just £51.94. This strikes me that we've got a lovely variety of different sizes with these, Leonie.
Yeah, oh, these are so nice. Now, when they say papers, it's a lie. They're cardstock.
Okay.
It's 350 GSM.
Oh, definitely card.
It's
then.
heavyweight.
Yeah.
So, what you're going to get now, this is, obviously you've got choices. You can go for all 6 if you want, or you can go for 2 sets 3. This is the second one, so this is a patchwork.
Okay.
And what you've got in this, so in each set, you're going to get A4, A5 and A6.
Okay.
Now, in each one, so you'll get all of the 10 designs are different within the pack.
Right.
But the A5 and the A4 will be the same as the A6. However, they haven't just been chopped up, they've been reduced.
Got you.
So, of course, the sentiments are smaller, you know, the designs are smaller.
It's all to scale then, isn't
yes,
it? Yeah.
Absolutely. But these are stunning. Now, look at all the layers.
Love it.
This is a lovely thing.
And all the
about
colours
this.
as well.
Yeah.
Loads
And when you
can
think
tap
about
into.
doing it yourself, all those different textures, the washi tapes, you know, the stamps, to layer it is so difficult. I mean, there's at least 46 layers on here.
Wow.
But what they've done with this one, and this is completely new to the collection, this kind of concept, because they've put one side that's quite bright, but the other side, they've stripped it back.
Okay.
So before they pop all those layers on, you're going to get this.
Okay.
Obviously, there's quite a few layers already going on.
Yeah.
However, because you've got both, it allows you to be super creative. And I love this. You know, maybe you're still inking on it. Maybe you're still stamping.
I'd put that in a frame by itself.
Oh, aren't they beautiful?
Gorgeous.
I mean, they are so, so stunning. And they're such good quality. Because obviously it's 350 GSM, maybe you're going to be just folding them in half, making a base card.
Good point,
Maybe you're making these as your journal covers.
Yeah.
You know, the colours. I mean, look at the colours.
Wow. Oh, the drippy paint.
Aren't they gorgeous?
I love a bit
And
of
now,
drippy paint.
look at that. You've got so many different sentiments in there, all the different words that you're going to be pulling out and chopping up. I just adore these. And obviously the other side on each one, and even that's different, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're getting 10 different designs, but really you're getting 20 different designs because the other side is different as well.
Okay.
And that's in, so in that one, 20 different designs, and then you get 10 in the A4, 10 in the A5, 10 in the A6. Now, that's your first bundle if you just wanted that.
And the details are on the screen, so if you want to go for them by themselves. Don't forget the second paper pack, or cardstock pack that Leonie's going to share with us. We have got within a bundle as well, the details of which are on your screen. But you might really like that patchwork one and want an extra set of them. So that's why we give you the details individually as well. Or you might just be shopping for half. But keep an eye open, because when you're going for the big bundle, you've got your split pay. And that might be some of the things that you need to consider, because you might technically be paying less today than you were planning on paying. So if you're going with that one on the split pay, rather than going for that one at the full price, you're going to get twice the amount, and you'll probably want to come back for the second set anyway. So rather than kind of getting them at intervals, get them all today and get them in the bundle.
And it's one of them, like, there's so many uses. And you kind of, when I'm die cutting, it's like, oh, I don't want to, you know, you get a bit precious.
Yes.
Even though I've gone and got all, I've got all of them, obviously, but I still get precious.
Yes.
But, oh, they're so nice. Now,
so what's this one called now?
So this is a Muse,
Lovely.
and this again, stunning. So same concept, A4, A5, A6. And again, beautiful designs, the colours. Look at the colours. You know, this is my kind of crafting. It's mucky, it's all inky, it's all layered, it's interesting, it's visually interesting. However, you might not be into creating this kind of stuff, but you want the look.
Yes.
It's okay, you can do that. Or you might be, this is going to be a brilliant palette to start you off.
Yes.
Maybe you don't want anything that bright for one of your projects. You've got something that's really pared back. And I love the textures. You know, as you start looking in, there's so much to see.
It's almost an education in colour as well, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
because it's quite, like when you look at it, it's like, oh, okay, those colours all blend together beautifully.
Yeah.
It's also a really good way of learning how to layer.
Yes,
Because the amount of things that are on there, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, if I stamp in white, maybe white embossing powder, that's going to look amazing. You know, if I stamp in lighter colours, you'll also notice with this, there's no black. They haven't used black at all. The darkest colour is a dark grey.
Yeah.
They haven't used black because if you want to overstamp on this, you're not going to get, there's nothing that's going to fight with you overstamping in black.
Yes.
So, and I really like that because if you just like take, and I've got some stamps, so if you just want to add your touch to this with a stamp and you stamp in black, you're still going to see it. It's still going to pop. And I really like that. You know, it's really been thought about as this collection.
Absolutely.
It's every single layer has been thought about. Every design. You know, I mean, Abs is very particular.
Oh, gosh,
He is
yes,
not going to let something go out of the production that he's not happy with. This is a lot of work has been gone into just creating one of these.
And every single one of them is a piece of art.
Beautiful, isn't it?
But they're also, as well, as they only flip them over, it can become the foundation for your piece of art, where you're taking inspiration from those bold colours on there, if you wanted to, pair them back, use your own colours if you want to, take inspiration from them. I know Abs would love that if that is the case. But three different sizes, as you saw, that you've got your A4, your A5, your A6. If you want to go for just that particular set, the Artful Muse, then the details are on your screen, which is that one. But now that you've seen both of them, most of you are going for the big set where you're going to get both of those. So you'll get 6 packs in total. You'll get 10 sheets in each one of those packs, and you'll get 2 A4 because you'll get the 2 different designs. You'll get 2 of the A5 and then 2 of your A6 as well. And don't forget, it's called paper, but it's not paper. It's 350 GSM, so cardstock basics, covers, journals. You will use it in so many different ways, and I'm very excited to see what Leonie's got planned with her demo as well. Any questions? You know how to get in touch. Do either message us via social media or give us an email to the studio. But Leonie, what's the plan?
Oh, well, I'll show you ephemera, and then I have got a demo set up. In fact, I've got a fair few that I want to share. And techniques. So, now, I'm only going to show you a few of these just because I can't be bothered putting them all back in the pack.
Well, if you want to tip them onto a piece of paper, that will give me something to do afterwards if you need.
Oh, you have said... Hold on a minute then, kid.
Yeah, put them onto a bit of card and I'll pack them away for you as you go.
Wish you hadn't said that.
Now, the details will pop up on the screen. In fact, they're already there. You might have seen these earlier on, and we got to the situation where it was difficult for you to order them. Well, now is the time to order them because they are there, and we've got good quantities of these available now.
Look.
So, yeah, do check your basket out. £15.98 if you're wanting to go for these.
This is the first.
Was that the price? I was going to say that was the start price, wasn't it? Because I remember there was a cheeky little discount. Yeah, I thought there was.
I love these. Now, look. This is only the first pack, okay? Look at your colours. These are just magnificent. Yes. They're magnificent. Look at how many you get. I mean, this is possibly, and our Abs was saying this is one of his favourite ever that they've done.
Amazing.
Aren't they beautiful? Yeah. I love the detail. When you look at the detail of that cut, absolutely stunning. But what I really love, can you see how there's holes in the
That's
leaves?
what you'd find, isn't it? If they're out there in nature, yeah.
And I really like that. I really like that they're not perfect.
Yes.
I think that is so important. The colour, the colours, look at that. It's so beautiful. And there is perfection in imperfection, isn't there?
Absolutely,
And yeah, these are stunning. So that's your first set, okay?
Colours, because they're going to work with many of those pages that we've already looked within.
Yeah,
the set.
definitely.
There's purples in there as well, and rich tones.
Oh, there's so much. These are one of my favourite ever. So that's one pack, okay.
Want me to take those from you? Or are you
They've
gonna
all
put them
gone
side
in
by
there.
side? I'll take
That's your
those.
first one.
Okay.
Then the second one.
Oh, gosh, restock. I need to let you know that a quarter of the restock has gone. Wow. Wow.
I'm not
very,
surprised.
Very popular.
I'm
Very
not surprised.
popular.
I mean, they are magnificent, and you will use them. You
Yes,
know, they're
yeah.
so usable. This is the second set, and
See,
again,
at that price, I'd go for a couple of sets.
yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, look at the colour. Look at the colour.
Beautiful.
Oh, aren't they nice?
Gorgeous.
Look at that.
Oh, the little rainbow. Cute.
Beautiful. And you've got all these beautiful, I mean, look how delicate they are. For me, the things that I love about these, the colour, obviously. The it looks like the texture, but the bigger for me is that, how delicate that is.
Oh, gosh.
You know, and imagine, yeah, if we had die cuts, of course we could keep doing this again and again. However, attaining that colour would be so difficult. I mean, look at that. Aren't they beautiful?
I love those. Proper happy colours with that set as well. You're going to get so creative. And again, looking at those papers that Leonie shared with us earlier on. I mean, all those colours featuring within there. Do check out that paper pack. If you're going for the ephemera, do have a closer look at it, because they just go together. Heaven. Absolutely beautiful.
Absolute heaven, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Nice, like those. Right, so, while you're checking your baskets out, do check out the other bits and pieces that we've got on the show. Don't forget, we've got dies, we've got stencils as well, and Leonie will take you through everything that she's working with. So you can make yourself a little bit of a wish list if you're wanting to. But can I suggest that you actually add it to your basket and check your basket out rather than waiting until we get to the end of the show or the end of the demo? Because don't forget what happened with the ephemera earlier on. We didn't have enough to go around. Thankfully, we've managed to get hold of some more, but I can see the screen filling up with loads of names already. So yeah, keep checking those baskets out. What's your plan then?
Right, I'm going to use this die first of all, and I realised I haven't shown you the boards for the dies yet. This is magnificent. You've got that frame. Look at that frame. Look at all the different elements they are. And obviously, I've come in black. I like silhouette. Silhouette is one of my things, but you don't have to. And the thing is with this, you could keep cutting that and then just have loads of beautiful silver birches. Or you could just take the top. I mean, that could be a grassy verge. It could be a beautiful hedge. You know, it could be, I mean, that looks like a bird's nest.
Yes.
There's loads of ways of using that. And I love the texture in each of these. Now, that's your first one. That's our fairy forest. I'm going to be using that, but I am going to show you the boards for the others. This one I used earlier on this afternoon. And that's, I mean, how cool is that?
Genius idea.
Just cool. And it's so many fairy tales right there, isn't it? It's magical. You want there to be light behind all of those, don't you?
It's like you are literally going off to like a little fairy wilderness, isn't it? Where you see all the little houses tucked away in the forest.
And look at all of these. Look at all of these. All of those dies you're getting. And this allows you to build up or create completely different scenes.
Nice.
There's so much you can do with that. I adore that. That is super cool. And then, last but by no means least.
Oh, yeah,
and
you're getting all three, aren't you? Yeah.
It's so funny as well, because every time you pick your dies up, you'll want to work with something else. You'll start thinking of so many different things you can do. This is beautiful. That frame is exquisite. I love the leaves. These are all dies, but again, look how you don't get, they're chopped into. This is such an AALL Create thing. You know, you've seen it in the background dies, you've seen it in the border dies, how they'll have bits missing. But for this, it works so beautifully. And that is textured. So you are going to get texture on there as well.
Quite a close
really
match
important.
to the ephemera, those leaves as
Yeah, they
well.
are.
So if you do like the inspiration of the ephemera, maybe you could be making your own.
They work beautifully with the ephemera. Now, okay, so let's start. So, as I say, I'm going to be starting starting with our fairy forest, and I'm just going to do, and I did this in the first hour, I just did an easy card because I think that's really important to show you a non-faff card, because obviously some of us really faff, some of us don't faff. Oh, now I've said that, now I know what right, I've changed my mind. I'm still going to...
Already, we're less than a minute into the demo.
It's like, oh, I wanted to... Right, you will do this every time you pick these up. You will go, oh, but I could do this. Oh, but I could do... And honestly, I love that, though. I love that it makes your brains tick, you know?
Yeah.
I love that you'll start with one thing and then you'll go off on a lovely little crafty tangent.
Yes, yeah.
Because crafty tangents are blissful. Now, and this is a thing, I do struggle cutting into card, but still cut into it. So I'm looking at my card and deciding where I want to cut. So I want to keep that if I can, so I'm going to cut down here.
Okay.
However, I could have this and have that as my centre.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So where you put the die will really change what you're going to see and how you, what kind of, you know, what kind of results you're going to get.
Yeah.
However, it's this side that I want.
Oh, okay, that's a big decision.
Yeah, I don't want the bright side this time. I want this side. And I'm positioning it specifically because I've decided I want this card to be my base card. And it'll all come clear in a second. So I'm creating a border here and a border here, okay? So I want my die to be there, and I do not want it to move.
And am I right in thinking you've got the die upside down at the moment?
I have at the minute.
Right,
yeah, yeah, but that's on purpose as well. Because
I mentioned it just to make sure.
Yeah, and the reason being, because on my cardstock, it's cutting the right way.
Right.
But I'm putting it at the top of my plate because I'm going to reverse it.
Okay.
So if I put it there, it means I can reverse it. Now, normally I'd be filling my space, I'd be doing lots of die cutting. But because I want this to be my card base, I'm not doing. Okay. So this time, and I love it, this is literally not what I were going to do. I do...
All that prep.
I know, right? I love that, though. I love that you start with some idea and then you go off.
You know what?
Turn the machine on.
It shows you how, exactly as you said, it fires your imagination.
Oh, and I love that.
It makes your brain and your kind of crafty fingers tingle because there's something that you can do do absolutely amazingly.
And that's why you craft.
Yeah.
This is why, like crafting, it shouldn't be boring. You shouldn't.
It shouldn't be like you're following instructions to get a final result.
Yeah. It should be fun and it should fire off your imagination, and that's why crafting's so good for us, because we get lost.
Yeah.
You know, and it's so nice getting lost, especially when you're just in your living room. Great. Now, okay, getting lost is fabulous. So, and I mean, that's why it's funny, right, when it were like the COVID, and us crafters, I were like, yeah, we're lucky we're crafters.
Yeah.
Because we had such a good place to go, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of crafters were like, woohoo, no excuse to go out. Staying in and crafting. Now, okay, so I want this as my base.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is cut a relatively even border. So relatively even, like so. And again, I'm not being too precious with my card. I'm attempting not to do that to myself.
It's worth doing this anyway, because then you're almost getting 2 for 1, aren't you, when you're actually going? So even if you haven't got a plan for the frame, make it ready for your next project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love things like this because they're good fun, aren't they? It is on a bit of a wonk now. That actually does my head in, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I'm weird like that. That does my head in, and not now.
Trees can be wonky.
I know. And coming from me, that is the wonkiest woman on. But stuff like that does my head in, isn't it funny? I would. Now, normally, I'd spend a bit of time cutting that and getting it straight. I'm not going to do because of
away from
time.
it, Leonie, I can see.
And not only that, but if I start doing that, I'll start chopping out card at one. Well, I've got quite a few demos I want to do, so I'm not going to waste my time faffing too much. Okay, so it's that side I'm after. Now, I'm going to make sure that I've got that right before I glue that down. I'm giving it a little tap. I always find if I tap the die, obviously cut side up, whilst the die's in situ, then it starts helping get rid of some of them little
It
bits.
kind of gets the air between the cardstock and the die, doesn't it? So yeah, always make sure that you're banging the kind of the back of the die, the smooth die, not the cutting edge of the die.
Yes, and if you do cutting edge onto your table, A, you might hurt your table, B, it's not great for your die.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
It's
yeah.
sturdy stuff, but yeah,
Yes,
don't risk it.
You don't want to be doing that. So now, remember 350 GSM, so heavyweight cardstock. So this is my base. So I've got that here, I've got this here, right? Now, I could fit that back in again.
So that's how it was originally within the paper, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not going to fit that one back in.
Okay.
Because that obviously would then disappear into that background. So what I'm going to do is fit the black in instead.
Okay.
Now, because I'm going, because it's black I'm going on to, I'm going to change that background. Now, the cardstock, obviously we can do all sorts of colouring in. This is one that I've spritzed with Distress Oxide.
Nice.
And look how different that
Yeah.
looks. It takes the Distress Oxide beautifully. But this means, so if I were putting it on black, it disappears, which can actually look kind of cool because it kind of, it fits, it disappears into that background. And then when I bring on the base, because you are getting a die that then cuts that background.
Oh, look at that. All of a sudden it's got dimension.
Which looks amazing, but because it's black on black, the detail in that tree I'm not going to see.
Okay.
So that's why if I put it on here now, all of a sudden...
Oh, you can see the gaps.
Yeah.
Gaps in the trees,
and
right.
that's what I want.
Yeah, because you lost it before, yeah.
And I love done that. It's one of those that you really want to play. Okay. Now I'm not going to finish this off because there's a few other bits and bobs that I want to show you on today's show.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that there like that. Oh, have I done this right now? Hold on a minute. Yes, I have. I do have to keep checking because I don't want to glue it in upside down because that'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then that's going back in here.
I love that.
And actually, I probably will. Oh, I will. And I would, when I finish the card, I will straighten it up. I will straighten it up. It'll do me head in. So picking up a little bit of glue.
Now, can I very quickly ask you, you were talking about doing lives with these. So where can we see you using these away from the studio as well?
Well, actually, I've got a live tomorrow.
Oh, have you?
So, yeah, just my Facebook page. Either my Facebook page or the AALL Create Facebook page.
So the QR code, scan that, and that will get you to your live?
Yes, yes. We multi-stream on all the different platforms.
Okay.
We're on Facebook, we're on Insta. Yes, we are. But we do every Thursday at 2 o'clock.
Okay, in the afternoon, not in the morning?
Yes. That'd be a different crafty.
Crafters will be up at that time.
Yeah, there will be. And we did Monday actually. Okay. And that so have a look for that. Now, how cool does that look? How cool does that look? Beautiful, isn't it? And then you see, if you do this, right, if you then chop this out, me and my thingies are off on my tangent. Now, and this is where I would definitely be straightening this up, right? I'm not doing for now, just for time, but this is now definitely where I'll be straightening it. Now, I'm not, and you might think, but that's such a beautiful card, you're wasting it. Nah. What I'm doing is making sure I've got a different background, but then I'm definitely going to matte and layer that onto black. I'd need a bigger piece of black card. But doesn't that, and I've got one here. Now, this is this isn't the right one, but it don't matter, it'll show you. But look how good that'll look.
Yeah.
Won't that look good?
Yeah.
And this is only my base. This is only the base.
Right.
Because then you start bringing your elements in. Now, these are all your other die cuts.
Look.
Aren't they beautiful? So I can bring in the gorgeous little toadstools. Isn't that pretty? You know, I was saying they've got texture. Can you see that? That's been inked.
Oh, wow.
And can you see, it's got proper, in fact, let me show you on this.
So this is one of the dyes that you've basically given it that additional detail.
Yeah, yeah. And obviously, I'm just gently going over with my ink. So gently running over because it's, now look, because it's textured, can you see?
Yes, yeah.
And that is the texture.
Wow.
Doesn't that look good?
That's why you
and
need
easy.
these. Yeah, need them as well as the ephemera. Don't just go for one or the other.
No. And they've all got texture. And then you can start building this up. Now, I'm not going to stick it down time. But look, and I love the fact that that base, look how beautiful that base is. And you've got now that one's out of the house one, but why not bring this in, you know?
Okay, yes.
So bring all these little extras in. Start bringing it. I love this as well. You know, bringing all the leaves in so it's kind of all falling into the picture. I adore these. Beautiful. Every time you use these, you can create something completely different. Beautiful. You know, you've got so many different designs because as well, we saw how many different things fit with them. Doesn't that look beautiful? Oh. And it's easy. You know, I think this is a lovely thing with this. It's super, super achievable. Anybody can do this. And I think that for me, to create something beautiful but easy is magnificent.
See, the thing
like,
is,
that's one of your little foxes.
And that is beautiful. And the thing is with that, it's absolutely adorable as it is, but equally so, the paper that you've put in the centre of the aperture, that could be an inky background that you've created. It could be an ombre that you've done. It could be like stamped silhouettes of a field or a forest. So versatile.
Stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Right, that's your first one. As I say, I'm not gluing it together. I just wanted you to have ideas.
Love that idea.
But that cardstock behind, that will change. So think about what you're laying it onto, and especially filling that space back in and then creating a different background. And then that die is separate. So that's a separate die. If you don't want it, you don't need to. So if I take that infill die out, that's the background of the card. But I think for interest, putting that back in again makes it look really, really different.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Love it. Absolutely love it, Leonie. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Do you want to get yourself ready for another demo?
Most
Shall I show you some finished samples as well? I love this idea. Look at this little kind of... See, it's almost like a take on a diorama. So you've got a zigzag fold at the front there, but then you're building up the scene. So absolutely amazing. And you can see, because that gorgeous glossy card has been used there, all that inner detail. So much detail within the dies themselves, Leonie.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, and that's it. I think the gloss card really, really emphasises the texture.
Love it.
I think it really makes it pop. And I cannot wait to see. I mean, this is a brand new collection for AALL Create. First time you've ever seen it on TV. And this is exciting.
Absolutely.
Because then you start seeing what people do with
Well, this is the thing. And do share your makes. Do go on to the Fanatics group. Scan that QR code, because you don't have to be a member of the design team to get involved. Everybody shares their creativity because everybody's got different variations of how they craft. And it's always something that everybody loves to draw on. I mean, here you've got something very different, miles away from black glossy cardstock, but still utilising components that were within the actual set. Love the leaves with that finish that we've got on this.
Fab.
And you know, it's lovely. Sharon Curtis has done this one.
Oh, Sharon, of course, that was the one Sharon was saying. In fact, I do believe Sharon dug out a gel plate for that, because we were chatting about that earlier on. That's the one. She dug out a gel plate.
I
to
love
create
it.
that.
Loads of different ways you can just literally just take a background paper. If you've got background paper, or the washi tapes, maybe you've got washi tapes, you could utilise those. Just a simple sprig, as you can see there, being utilised there. But what about taking all of those components, putting them together? I do love a wreath, I have to say. And that could be a summer wreath, it could be an autumn wreath if you're wanting to. Loads of different ways you can utilise these. But of course, when you're using them with the frame, you kind of got that, it's almost like a mats and layers, but in a different, more interesting way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I mean, that's magnificent, isn't it?
I love that.
And there's so much you can do with it.
But ultimately, if you're looking at these and you're thinking, well, I wouldn't know how to craft with them, just use that kind of experience that you've got with your mats and layers. That's what you're doing with this. You're cutting your mats and your layers and utilising your frames in the same way as it is if it was an oval frame or a square frame or a circle frame. The construction and the putting together is exactly the same, but the interest is added because of the actual cut of the dies there. Love it. Rapidly approaching 60% of the stock of the bundle that we're looking at on the screen has gone now. Take advantage of it while you can, literally just using little areas of them. I can see Leonie's nearly ready for her demo. Don't forget you've got loads and loads of different die sets within that die set, so just giving you a little snapshot of the kind of things that you could create, but do go off and have a look at the Fanatics page to get even more inspiration. Alex is also loading all of the individuals, making those available as well. So if you are kind of cherry picking, then by all means you can go and choose the different die sets that you want. But don't forget, by going for them as a bundle is where you'll get that discount and you'll get your split pay. So if you're looking at going for a couple of these, do check out the split pay, because you might find as individuals you're actually paying more than the two-way split on this one. But when you're shopping with the split pay, you're getting all three sets, and they work so well together, as you've already seen. So Leonie, are you ready for another demo?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Very
What's
much
the plan
so.
this time?
And it's one of those, it's like, right, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. So the next die I want to show you is this beaut. Look at that.
Oh,
beautiful
I like
die.
it.
Now, you get your frame, you get the inside die. Remember that inside die on all of them is smaller than what it's cutting out. That's super important because it gives you that border, which breaks it up again, which is what I wanted to emphasize in the last one. This is beautiful. So, again, if you want something basic, right? So let me show basic first of all.
Okay.
So if I wanted basic, it's going to fit on one of my, and I'm just randomly going to pick up one of my A6 cards, okay, from the card pack.
Just picked it.
And look
Perfect.
at that. It
Lovely.
took me hours to create this background.
Well, it took somebody hours.
Somebody, absolutely hours. Not just hours. So yeah, our Abs is very, very particular, darling. They're nowhere.
Will Abs have created this at some point?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
right, so it's all his work as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
they created the originals in the office. Yeah, that. So it's fit to create. It's created to fit on an A6 card. So immediately you've got a background. Now you might be layering this. So maybe if you want it raised, and because that's quite fine, if you want it raised, then pop a few together. Because that, if you cut about 3 of them and then put them on together, you'll create it so it looks raised. Obviously, you can also create drop shadows.
Nice
So you
look,
could do it like that if you wanted to. You could then, obviously, pop your card inside so you're creating your insert. And that creates a different background. But then you can come in, and I've cut my... my dies, the dies that you get with it, I've cut these out of the cardstock. So I could then come in, and I'm not gluing this down because this isn't the demo. This is showing...
Have you gone off on a tangent again?
Well, I'm kind of showing an easy one.
Okay.
But then I'm going to faff.
Okay.
I want to faff. but you start building this up, and look at that. Look how well they layer. I love this.
You notice the colour
Doesn't
of
that
the
look
ephemera
good?
then, don't you? Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? And then what you can do, I mean, I love this. Look how good it looks cut out of cardstock.
Nice.
That's proper nice, isn't it?
Wow.
That's just cut out of cardstock.
So again, you could look at that and think it'd come from the ephemera. You're making your own.
Yeah. But they match together beautifully, and I will be using ephemera. So, I mean, look at that frame. You know, it's stunning. It's so, and that's easy. Anybody can do that. That's just some dies stuck down.
Yeah.
You know, and then put a sentiment in. Boom, your job done. It's so simple but beautiful. So that's the easy way of doing it, right?
Okay.
Which obviously is super, super achievable. However, there's loads of different things you can do. Now, I have to be careful because my brain wants to go off on tangents, so I have to really...
Put your crafty blinkers on.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, when you've got loads of ideas, you can't remember your first idea because it's doing a little bit of that at the minute. I love this as well. This is the die cut. This is the spur bit. It almost looks like a map.
Yes.
Don't you think? It's like a country, is that? Anyway, right. So one of the things you can do, and this is cool, a couple of things you can do. So for starters, when you're die cutting, think about how you're cutting it.
Okay.
Because I've cut those beautiful leaves out of a pattern paper.
Okay.
This is 350 GSM,
Yeah.
which means it's heavyweight cardstock, which then means if I take one of my beautiful cards, and I'm just rummaging yet again, let's go for doobie-doobie-doo. Aren't they beautiful? They're so beautiful. They're all so beautiful. I'll take this one. Okay, so taking one of my cards, what about now, again, making it my own? So I'm going to stencil on this, right?
Okay, right, yeah.
Because obviously there isn't this I can stencil over the top of. It's not a coat of cardstock. It allows me to play. So I'm going to bring, in fact, there's orange in that background,
So
isn't
you've almost got a free stencil from the die cuts that you made, yeah.
And because it's heavyweight cardstock, it means that it'll hold.
Yeah.
You know,
Fair point,
it'll allow me to stencil. It's going to allow me to do this. So I'm going to get a few colours that blend with the cardstock, even though I might be chopping some of that off, but I might use sunshine, you see. So I'm going to use it as a bit of this, bit of that. Now, let me get brushes. So I've got an orange, I'll use that for red, let's use that for brown, and then just start to add my colour, okay? And I love this because how easy. All I'm doing is using this as a stencil, and I love it because that card looks really effective as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks really interesting. So you're doing loads with this. I've already cut the leaves out. So the leaves, isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
So I've got the leaves because that's a die. So I've used the leaves. I've then created another background because the stencil is my other background. But this bit of card is also going to be another background. So
you can use that after you've used it as a stencil.
Yes, absolutely. So you're creating so many beautiful layers. Doesn't that look effective? And all I need to do, if I want to spin it, I can.
Of course, yeah.
You know, you've got, and isn't that cool? And it's just ridiculously easy. I really like things like this because even, again, even if you're just starting, anybody can do this.
But
this is your
thing,
scrap card.
Yeah, this is so achievable.
Yeah.
So anybody that's a bit nervous, then don't be, because it just shows you the quality of what you've got in here means that you can create some amazing results. I mean, that card, the stencil that you made, it's not buckled in the slightest.
No.
Love it.
No.
Beautiful.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
That is going to last. That's a background.
And I must admit, when you first put that on, I was thinking, where are we going with this? Because you've got lots of blues and greens, and then you've got the warm tones of the oranges and the yellows. And I was thinking, okay, but I didn't realise it was going to be a stencil.
Yeah.
But now that you've used those colours on there, you've kind of bridged the gap between the two colour palettes.
Yeah. And like this, imagine adhesive under there and metal flakes.
Oh,
flakes.
yes.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? So creating that background, or glitter if you love your glitter. Again, there's so many ways of using scraps.
Throwing water on it and lifting it out, like faux bleaching or something like that.
So many ways of using it.
A little bit of white dress, there's all sorts you could do.
And I love that. I love that that's my scrap.
Yes.
You know what I'm like. I don't want to bin anything. So I really like that you can use your scrap. Now, your cardstock. Obviously, your cardstock is a good weight of cardstock, which of course means normally you won't do this on a glass mat because your ink doesn't break up properly, but it's okay. We're not going to rummage for thingy what's it do. We haven't time. So look, but it's a cardstock that I can layer on, okay? So it allows me to create layers, and that, now I wouldn't normally do this, I'd normally pick that up, but I know I haven't got much time. So that's my background, okay? Now, what am I going to do with that? Let's take the die again. So take the die. Now, obviously, I could just put this on, as I was showing you before. But what we can do, and I've cut this out of the beautiful cardstock, what I can do is start to chop it up.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to put this on a piece of black cardstock so you can see.
That looks dramatic already.
Already, doesn't that look
good?
Oh, I love it. I love it. This never gets boring. And I'll tell you, I was dead tired earlier. And I was like, oh, but as soon as I start doing this, I was very, I made myself a really bad
have a little nap?
No. If I had a nap, that would have been, oh no, 3 minutes. So look. What I'm doing is, and I'm going to show you something else before we run out of time.
Okay, yeah.
So, and then do the same again with this corner. So you're just trimming into that die and making a really cool corner. A faff a bit longer. Isn't that nice?
That is
and of
fab.
course, you've got all of this, so you start faffy. But then bring your ephemera in, because that is going to work like a beaut with your ephemera. So you're then going to bring that ephemera in.
Ephemera, over half the stock has gone of the restock stock. So, yeah, be as quick as you can with that.
It's the bright stuff.
$13.98. Details are on your screen. You can see them just to the side, on the right-hand side. Keep checking your baskets out with it. Oh, look at that.
The brights. Use the brights with that, and it's super. Right, one more thing that I wanted to show you.
Oh, we've only got 2 minutes.
I know. It's okay.
I just don't care.
I'm not panicking. Right, so with your dies again, right? So you're going to take your dies. These are the dies I've cut out.
Okay, so these haven't come from the ephemera. They've come from the die pack, the 3 dies.
This is your dies. Okay. Pop these on here. So these have already die cut, okay? But you pop them on here, and then you're going to take a spritzer.
So have these been cut from the papers, the paper pack?
Yeah, but it's whatever. I weren't going to use my pretty ones. I was going to use my boring ones, but I've lost them.
Okay.
So you're popping that there. Remember, this is already, you've already die cut these, so you're going to be using them anyway. So then we spritz. Yeah. And not only have we created a background with stencils, we've then created, come on, oh, I hate you.
That one not playing.
Oh, you let me down. Squeeze lemonade. Oh, it's okay. Oh, but you do another colour, take them off.
Oh, look at that.
And you'd have more colours on when they're working, but you've created another background. Isn't that beautiful?
Thank you so much. Come and join me. Come and join me to say goodbye to everybody. You guys keep checking your baskets out. When are you back on our screens, lovely?
I don't really know.
I don't know why I ask, because she never knows. She never knows. But do keep an eye on the
Tomorrow
schedule.
though at 2, so I know that much.
So 2 o'clock.
Oh, it's tomorrow Thursday?
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Then definitely tomorrow.
So AALL Create Fanatics, that's where you'll find this lovely lady. You will find me in the studio tomorrow from 5 o'clock onwards. Hope we can count on your company. Bye for now.
Good evening.